Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Regenerate from Everything. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Darkness was his only refuge. Hidden inside the storage area where 10-year-old children could not find him, Izuku finally allowed himself to breathe. His back ached from Bakugo's latest harsh lesson, and his soaked clothes clung to his skin. He clenched his teeth against the pain. He could not afford to get sick. Outside, through a small dust-covered window, daylight faded. He would soon have to go home, walk through crowded streets where people avoided his gaze, return to a house where his mother smiled with exhaustion and he pretended everything was fine. That was his daily life, a world where he felt invisible. Until everything changed. He slipped out of the storage room and glanced around. No one was there. It was better that way. He began the slow walk home, the strap of his bag scraping the ground, and a chill ran down his spine when the wind blew. He hurried, not wanting to worry his mother. Walking alone was usually manageable aside from his shoes being too small, but today the dark paths felt different. He had the unsettling sensation he was being watched. He brushed the feeling off and ran the rest of the way. Arriving home, the silence welcomed him. His mother was probably working late again. He took off his shoes, pushed his bag into a corner, and rushed to his room to turn on his computer. He planned to spend the evening watching hero videos. Excitement simmered as he replayed one of his favorites, practicing the confident smile of the #1 hero while standing with his hands on his hips. Then his eyes caught his reflection in the mirror. The green-haired child staring back at him was the same one others called worthless. He sat down and listened to the video in silence. When it ended, the black screen of the computer stared back as if reflecting his emptiness. The word worthless echoed in his mind repeatedly. His hand trembled and tears ran down his cheeks. His small breakdown stopped when he heard the key in the door. His mother was home. He could not let her see him cry. She trusted him to walk home alone. He forced a smile and ran to meet her. He called out for his mother, ignoring the worsening pain in his back. Inko greeted him with a smile and hugged him, asking how his day had been. Izuku told her his day had been good and mumbled invented happy experiences he never had. She listened while preparing a quick dinner for the two of them. He sat at the table, swinging his feet and enjoying talking to his mother, even if everything he said was a lie. Inko enjoyed every detail of the story, even if she suspected he had not been entirely truthful. The phone rang. Inko told Izuku that his father had called as she answered. Izuku asked whether it had been his father, and Inko laughed nervously and said that his father had said he missed him and would return from his business trip. It was a gentle lie meant to keep peace at the table. Izuku knew his father would likely not come back from that trip, but he accepted the small comfort it brought his mother. Dinner was calm and the two of them cleaned their plates before settling on the sofa to watch the news and talk during the breaks. For a few hours, the Midoriya household felt warm and ordinary. The next morning, walking his usual route to school, Izuku felt once more that someone was watching him. He walked faster and decided to take a louder, more open route home that afternoon. Then a sudden strike landed, pain exploded through him and, before he could react, everything went black. Inko had always worried that letting her 10-year-old walk alone was a bad idea, but Izuku insisted. When the call from the school came telling her he was missing, guilt and fear ripped through her. She left work, ran through the streets calling his name, and contacted the police and her friend Mitsuki for help. Her heart raced with every passing minute. That day, every passerby seemed to know what she was searching for, but it did not bring him back. Night fell and she returned home, clinging to the hope that it was all a misunderstanding and that he would still come through the door. When 8 p.m. came and went, the house felt unbearably empty. Izuku had never missed dinner before. The silence at the table was heavy. The laughter from the previous evening was gone. Mitsuki tried to stay with her, but Inko knew her friend's son was waiting at home. She was left with a crushing wave of guilt and fear for her missing boy. The television muffled her sobs. Inside a dark, unfamiliar room, Izuku woke up with panic tightening his chest and the lingering ache from the blow. He looked around, disoriented, unsure of where he was. A muffled sound came from somewhere nearby, and he strained to make sense of his surroundings. Izuku subconsciously knew it wasn't some prank from Bakugo and his lackey. He hugged the darkness and pressed himself as far from the door as possible, the only light coming from the narrow gap at the bottom. Voices drew closer. Izuku did not know whether to scream or run, but he stayed still, feeling worthless. When the door opened, the sudden light made him close his eyes. A deep voice asked whether the child was quirkless. Someone else in the room gave a timid confirmation. The masked man crouched to Izuku's level while Izuku remained on the floor. The masked man told the other man that the boy was a wonderful gift, rare and precious, and offered his congratulations as he never took his gaze off Izuku. Fear gripped Izuku and a chill ran down his spine. He wanted to run, but his body would not move and tears streamed down his face. The masked man moved closer when he heard Izuku's whimper and put a hand under the boy's chin. He smiled through the mask and declared to the other man that the boy was perfect and that he loved him. The sound was terrifying. The other man seemed to step back at that, visibly shaken. Izuku kept his eyes closed, but even then he could picture the owl-shaped mask with its cold smile and penetrating brown eyes. He felt a desperate urge to escape, but the masked man's grip would not let him go. Izuku winced as the hold tightened and he cried out, too frightened to scream. The masked man asked where such a perfect child had been found, still not releasing his grip. With a sudden tug, the man forced Izuku to his feet. Izuku finally looked at the man standing behind the masked figure, the one who had brought him there. The other man said that he had overheard kids laughing about a certain quirkless boy, had followed them, and had been led to Izuku. He spoke with obvious discomfort at the situation. The masked man murmured that it was a pity people could not see how precious a quirkless child could be, then at last let go of Izuku's chin. Free, Izuku backed against the wall to put as much distance as he could between himself and the two men. Strangely, he did not want to leave the room entirely. The bright, chaotic world outside felt more frightening than being trapped in the dark. The masked man said it was too bad for those others, since he intended to have the boy. He smiled again, the grin unnaturally wide, and chuckled softly, giving him an unstable air. He grabbed Izuku by the arm and dragged him out of the room. Despite his protests, Izuku uttered a small scream, but it did nothing to stop them. They pulled him into what appeared to be an underground cafe where the light hit him harshly, finally revealing the masked man in full. In the light the man looked even more imposing, long blonde hair, tall and muscular, wearing an owl-shaped wooden mask that hid his features except for a fixed smile and dry brown eyes. Izuku cried out and begged to be released, but the masked man struck him and Izuku lost consciousness once more. After the interaction, Izuku was taken to a facility with bright lights and cushioned white walls. He was then thrown into a dark concrete room again. The facility staff must have thought he would be scared of the dark, but it had the opposite effect on him. He kept that to himself. He was left alone there for a long time. He did not mind it. As a child, Izuku had always been called special, even before people learned he was quirkless. He had cried at odd moments, but when a typical child would wail, he often sat blankly and wondered why. He mimicked a cry sometimes to quiet a caretaker, but mostly he remained unusually calm and obedient. That composure made adults less likely to intervene when his quirklessness was discovered. To them, he was already othered, being quirkless confirmed it. After a while, the door opened and light spilled into the dark room. The man wearing the owl mask returned, smiling. The masked man greeted him and took Izuku by the arm to pull him out of the room. Izuku followed quietly. The grip hurt less than other bruises he had known. What hurt far more than any external blow was what came next. The staff injected a cold compound into his veins that triggered intense internal agony. He writhed, clawed at himself, and cried out in a way that seemed to come from the deepest part of him. He begged them to stop, but there was no answer. The pain overwhelmed him until he collapsed from exhaustion. When he woke, he was back in the dark room. This time he moved as far from the door as he could, almost blending with the walls. He was still raw from the experience. His hands ached, his voice was hoarse, and a strange mark lingered across his body where the procedure had been applied. He did not want to leave the comfort of darkness, but the door opened again and harsh light flooded in. Light had become more frightening than the dark. The experiments continued, day after day, week after week, until a month passed. His tears dried, his gaze grew unfocused, and he went through the motions of existence like a broken doll beneath the white fluorescence. The cushioned walls offered no solace, the staff in white coats became faceless, and the constant tests hollowed him out further. He felt beyond repair. The masked man returned in a new frenzy of excitement. He declared that Izuku was his masterpiece and had always been the one he needed. He seized Izuku by the arm and made him stand, but Izuku was barely able to respond. The man released him and let him slump to the padded floor while he twirled and shouted with manic joy. Izuku could not follow the elation. He only feared what would come next. The facility had succeeded in creating a quirk artificially. Izuku could not say how they did it, only that it had been forced upon him. The discovery came quickly when they applied a controlled thermal test to his hand. He cried out as the test repeatedly damaged the surface and then seemed to restore it, over and over, demonstrating a rapid regenerative effect. The staff were thrilled by the visible recovery. To Izuku, it meant more procedures and more pain. For weeks and months after that, he was subjected to harsh experimental procedures that pushed him to his limits. He felt like he was dying with every test. Even when he believed he had no tears left, the pain drew new ones. He learned that when the bright light entered his room, it always meant suffering. When he did not lose consciousness from the agony, a rare occurrence, he was given the same chilling compound again, the medicine that had started all of this and that had enabled the artificially induced quirk. He did not gain any other abilities, and the people in the facility did not seem to care. Their interest lay in the results, not in the person. When he was finally left alone in the dark, Izuku went as far away from the door as the room allowed. Sometimes he sobbed. Sometimes he stared at a tile for hours, like the hollowed child he had become. When the pain became unbearable, he found himself slipping into memories that felt like a life that belonged to someone else. With each experiment, those memories grew dimmer. He forgot much of his life before the facility. Faces and places blurred. A childhood friend named Kaken, the warmth of a father's hug, his mother's smile, the electric thrill of watching heroes in action, the sting of bullying and betrayal. Everything good and bad began to fray and fade. What remained steady was the pain and the dark room that had become his world. Slowly, Izuku forgot how to smile or speak properly. He lost the small things that made him feel human and became an empty shell that reacted to the world only through pain. Time lost its shape without a clock or window, days blurred into each other. He collapsed less frequently from the weight of it, but when he did, the staff would criticize how long it took him to recover. He endured, each day marked by the same cycle of light and dark, testing and recovery, until that routine became the only backdrop he could understand. Each cycle lasted at least 3 days, but mostly a week. He was dragged from experiment to experiment, burned, drowned, crushed, cut, poisoned, shot, left to bleed out, asphyxiated, shocked, choked, stabbed, frozen, dragged, drugged, gassed, exposed to explosions. Everything imaginable was used on him, and every time he emerged alive. He had hoped that once his body would fail, that his regeneration would finally stop, but every single time he came back. Again and again, almost instantly, so another experiment could follow without pause. It began to feel as if he healed more quickly than before. Eventually, another change happened. Izuku gained another quirk. The owl-masked man showed up less often, which meant Izuku saw that deranged grin less frequently. Maybe, just maybe, he could hope to sleep without the unhinged smile haunting him. But from the day he acquired his second quirk, the masked man was at the facility almost every day, watching the experiments, trying to deduce Izuku's new ability. Izuku dreaded discovery and feared what would happen if they learned how to exploit it. Day by day, the scientists grew more frustrated. The masked man's initial thrill faded and anger took its place. He took that anger out on the staff, and the staff unleashed their frustrations on Izuku. Sometimes, when their rage boiled over, they dragged him from his dark room and beat him until he lay injured on the floor. He never died. His quirk prevented that, but the assaults broke him more and more. The place that had once been a refuge offered no comfort, sleep never came, and eating became impossible. He died again and regenerated again. By then he was completely shattered. Tears no longer came. Most of the time he could only watch, numb, as his body knit itself back together. The pain was so constant he could no longer weep. He felt washed out and began to wonder whether death itself rejected him, whether that was the punishment of being given this cursed power. Then one day an accident happened. Izuku was curled in a corner when a woman entered. He knew what that meant. The door opening, the bright light replacing the dark, always the prelude to more violence. She moved toward him to vent her frustrations, and in that moment Izuku's quirk activated with a sudden burst. A blinding flash and a powerful shockwave filled the room. The woman was struck by the blast and her body was torn apart into unrecognizable fragments, leaving only smoke and scattered debris where she had stood. The scene was violent but sudden, as if a catastrophic energy had snapped and dispersed her presence rather than leaving anything clearly identifiable. Against the aftermath, Izuku's scattered pieces began to drift back together. The mechanical, snapping settling of reassembly echoed through the room as his body reformed. In a matter of moments he was whole again. He stared in stunned silence at the ruined figure before him. People poured in after the explosion. The facility filled with shocked shouts and panicked movements as staff rushed to the scene. The masked man pushed through the crowd, his face a mixture of delight, curiosity, and madness. He regarded the destroyed woman with thrilled fascination. The masked man celebrated Izuku's apparent potential, exclaiming that Izuku was exceptional, that his capabilities were exponential and addictive. The man's gleeful praise burrowed into Izuku's mind. For a moment Izuku felt an impossible relief that he had not been beaten. He felt a confusing rush at having protected himself and at the destruction his power had caused. He recoiled from the thought, terrified he was losing his mind. He could not be like that madman, not like the owl. The light was blinding. The memory of pain came back in sharp, hollow flashes. Then a scream sliced through the facility, a piercing, desperate cry, and a muffled metallic click followed like a trigger being pulled. The scream stopped, and with it the frantic noise in the room faded. There was a single instant of stillness. When Izuku came to, he found himself in an unfamiliar white room, like the ones where experiments began. Panic seized him and he scrambled backward, meeting the walls with frantic motions. There was no place to curl up and hide. His throat was raw and he could not summon a voice, so he sobbed instead, pressing himself against the walls in a shaking heap, uncaring if he hurt himself in the process. A voice crackled through a ceiling-mounted speaker, sharp enough to make him flinch. The masked man spoke through the speaker, telling Izuku that he knew how much the brightness disturbed him, but they had to put him somewhere while they cleaned up the accident. His tone carried a sickening satisfaction. Izuku crawled toward the small shadow beneath the speaker and curled into himself, clinging to his knees and trembling. For the next hour the room held only his ragged breathing and the soft sound of his nails against his skin as he tried to soothe himself, drawing thin lines of blood where he pressed too hard. When the door opened, instinct propelled him to try to flee, but the masked man reached out and caught him by the arm. The man leaned close and whispered that he had been disappointed by Izuku's reaction earlier. He warned that if Izuku behaved that way again, the dark room he had come to rely on would be destroyed as spectacularly as the woman had been. Shaken by the memory of the blast and the man's threat, Izuku's legs gave out and he collapsed onto the floor. Tears welled in his eyes, and a new kind of pain tore through him, one he had never felt before. It was different from the physical torments they had inflicted before. This was something else. Something far worse. But he did not scream, just as the day he had been captured. He did not scream, not wanting to lose his only comfort. The next thing he remembered was being thrown into another experiment he had undergone many times before. He was subjected to an immersion procedure that left him gasping for air over and over. It helped in a way. It left no time for thinking, only a dull, persistent pain. At night his mind was consumed not by the memory of his own torture but by the memory of the woman's lifeless body. Even the darkness of his room no longer comforted him. He felt himself unraveling from the inside, cracking again and again. When he thought he had hit rock bottom, life proved him wrong once more. Why did he have to suffer like this? Did he deserve it? Was this punishment for killing someone? He convinced himself that murderers should be punished. A hollow, despairing laugh escaped his exhausted lips. He laughed and laughed until he believed his misfortune was justified. He was the worst of the worst, after all. Scratching his head, he slowly spiraled further inward, his thoughts a never-ending cycle of self-loathing and torment. That night he did not sleep. He laughed until his voice gave out. The next day, collapsed from exhaustion in the experiment room. The masked man must have realized Izuku was on the brink of a breakdown because, for the next week, he was left alone in his so-called comfort room. A calm mind and a familiar space helped Izuku return to something close to his original state, not sane, not whole, but no longer lost in madness. Just broken, the kind of broken they wanted him to be. By the end of the week, the masked man was pleased to see his version of Izuku return. He even installed a more secure door to ensure that no one but he could enter Izuku's room. He could not afford another crisis. Izuku was not particularly glad to have regained composure, but he appreciated the added security. It made him feel safer within those four walls. He clung to the hope that, cruel as the masked man was, he would not be physically harmed there. The nightmares persisted but were less intense, and the image of the woman's body began to fade, slowly buried beneath the new horrors of experimentation. He still believed himself to be the worst being alive, but in a twisted way the pain of the experiments granted him a strange sense of peace, as if he were suffering for his sins. Recently the scientists had focused on understanding his second quirk. Detonating a part of oneself proved more complicated than expected, and determining what triggered the explosions was the hardest part. After much trial and error, they discovered that intense emotions seemed to activate it. The masked man was tempted to put Izuku through another traumatic experience to test the ability further, but he hesitated. Breaking his masterpiece beyond repair would be a waste. For now Izuku was safe from blowing himself up, but it seemed unlikely that would last. The masked man grew frustrated by Izuku's inability to gain a new quirk. Since the secondary quirk seemed to break his mind, the masked man had hoped a third would appear quickly enough to make up for lost time, but it never came. He set a deadline. If Izuku did not develop a new quirk within 5 days, the masked man would take the risk of pushing him further and possibly ruining what he called his precious masterpiece. Izuku did not know what choice would be best for him to suffer less. He still hoped for better. The first 3 days passed without notable change. On the 4th day, Izuku awakened a third quirk. The masked man was delighted. Coincidence or not, Izuku had manifested the new ability just a day before the deadline. At that moment Izuku lay strapped to a table with fluid being continuously injected into his body, the burning sensation inside him growing worse, when the masked man entered the room. The masked man spoke to Izuku, praising him and calling him splendid, making his possessiveness over his captive clear. The relentless experimentation of the past 4 days had left Izuku teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. The ceiling blurred, the world spun, and soon darkness overtook him. The last thing he heard was the man in charge laughing. If the devil had sent an apostle to Earth, it would have been this man. Or perhaps Izuku thought it was himself. Like a sinner, he believed he deserved punishment and needed to atone. He concentrated on staying sane. If he broke entirely, he did not want to imagine what would happen to an ex-masterpiece. When he woke up, the masked man was still there, just the two of them in the room that was supposed to be his comfort. At least here Izuku knew he would not be hurt, not for the moment. The masked man had gone to great lengths to make this room a safe zone, and Izuku clung to the belief that the man would not break his own promise. The masked man called Izuku by name in a low, coaxing voice. Izuku instinctively backed into his favorite corner, eyes wide with fear. The masked man praised Izuku as his most splendid work and approached slowly, compelling Izuku to meet his gaze as he studied him intently. He explained that he had been hard on Izuku recently but promised a reward if the third quirk matched the first in usefulness. He observed Izuku carefully. The sudden tears on Izuku's face were enough to make him continue. He warned that if the new ability resembled the troublesome second quirk, Izuku would be placed in a different room. Then, as quickly as he had come, the masked man left. Izuku was left alone. He had not even realized he had stopped breathing during that encounter. The masked man had never threatened him so closely before. Not in all the months he had been in the facility had he felt so hollow. He looked at his trembling hands and wrapped his arms around himself, trying to stop the shivering. He could not. His third quirk had been discovered quickly faster than his first. It was a disturbing quirk. When a baseball was hurled toward his ribcage, his arm moved instinctively to shield him and his quirk activated. Bone-like blades erupted from his limbs. The reaction overwhelmed him and he collapsed. The scientists in white coats discovered that fear and the instinct for self-preservation triggered the quirk. A pattern emerged between his three quirks. All of them were unsettling. All were organic in nature. And most importantly, all were activated automatically by specific situations. They asked Izuku to activate one of his two secondary quirks voluntarily. He failed every time. The masked man was ecstatic. The scientists, however, needed to refine the serum that had given him these abilities. They had to create a quirk that could be activated voluntarily, one that would not harm its user. But while they worked, they continued to test Izuku's new power. If he felt threatened, his body would respond by forming bone-like blades and projectiles. Each time Izuku tried to evade harm, his body betrayed him. His arms could reshape into sword-like forms. His knees and hands could harden into sharp implements. His shoulder bones would produce spines and outward projections meant to repel danger. It felt as if his skeleton had a will of its own. The scientists were fascinated by the countless possibilities. Izuku was drowning in agony. He suffered again and again as his own body transformed against his will. This was hell. Worse was the fact that he was growing accustomed to the pain. Anticipating it made each activation more dreadful. He could feel his body prepare, the slow, excruciating press of pressure before the transformation, and the searing pain that followed. His primary quirk would restore him afterward, re-knitting and healing him, rebuilding what the transformation had taken apart. The very mechanism designed to protect him inflicted the worst suffering. When he did not lose consciousness during the experiments, he endured the reconstruction of his body and the relentless ache that accompanied it. He was tired of being brought back, again and again. He woke up on the hard floor of his comfort room and knew he could move, but he did not. He lay motionless in the center of the room, not bothering to distance himself from the door. It felt pointless. In a few hours they would come for him and drag him out of his so-called comfort room. He did not touch his food or water. He lay there like someone who had collapsed in the street, unmoving. Days passed in that manner. He was dragged from experiment to experiment like a lifeless doll. His body reflected his mind. Neglect left him weakened and fragile. Then, light pierced his darkness once more. The masked man approached with the same monstrous, unchanging smile, kneeling and studying him like a specimen. The man greeted him and noted that it had been 3 years since Izuku had been in the facility, expressing concern in a tone that mixed affection and calculation. The masked man said he worried easily and insisted that Izuku was precious to him, but he also suggested that Izuku was changing and beginning to lose himself. He observed that Izuku was starting to break and implied that this would be unacceptable for his so-called masterpiece. Izuku's blank eyes sharpened and focused on the man. It had been a long time since he showed any reaction. The masked man chuckled and ruffled his golden hair, pleased to finally see some response from his creation. He claimed he hoped he was wrong, but his expression betrayed the opposite. He believed that a broken toy that could react was more valuable than a beautiful toy that simply sat still. Izuku understood what the man meant. As always, the masked man threatened to take away the only comforts he had left. He could not risk losing the room or the status that spared him even worse experiments. He could not bear the consequences. Death was acceptable, continued pain was not. So Izuku endured the process of re-education. He learned to walk again, to pretend he was alive, to act as though there were still a soul inside this empty shell. He tried to piece together the shattered fragments of whatever he had once been. The masked man was delighted by the performance. He knew Izuku had been broken long ago, but a broken toy that could react was entertaining and valuable to him. They played at life. The masked man orchestrated, and Izuku complied. The act was not difficult, only excruciating. The experiments still burned with a severity that never dulled, and Izuku cried out in pain day after day to satisfy his captor. His eyes mimicked sorrow and fear, the motions of an emotion he no longer truly felt. Sadness implied hope, and hope meant there remained something to shatter. Months passed in this routine. Then one day the masked man was gone. Perhaps their twisted theater had grown tiresome. Fate seemed to have lost interest in Izuku. No new quirks manifested for months, leaving his captors frustrated by a lack of material to test. The experiments loosened, became less creative and less painful, and eventually people began to forget about him entirely. He spent longer stretches alone in isolation, with no dramatic interruptions. His stomach ached from hunger, his throat burned for water, but he never begged. He endured the cycles of deprivation without protest, treating survival like a grim ritual. When air became scarce, he would lose consciousness, over and over, without screaming or pleading. Then one day, a noise broke the silence, shouting, an abrupt surge of rage drifting down the corridor. Objects crashed and bodies struck the walls. Then came the light. The door slammed open, sending a sharp beam into his prison. Izuku flinched, momentarily blinded. He drew a desperate breath, lungs burning, and through the blur he saw him, the masked man. Izuku had forgotten how much he hated that smile. He barely registered the masked man's words. From the voices outside, the screams, the begging, the gunfire, he understood what was happening. The masked man had returned after months away and found his work neglected. He was furious. Punishments echoed through the facility. Izuku sat motionless in his room, staring at the hard bread and stale water they had finally left for him. He ignored the shots, the frantic pleas for mercy, and the people falling around him. Then, suddenly, he was lifted. The masked man held him tightly, apologizing with shaking hands stained from his work. Izuku loathed being in the man's arms, but he did not struggle. He knew what would happen if he resisted. So he let himself be cradled like a broken object, forced to listen to the man's trembling, remorseful voice. He could not bring himself to care. He knew the pattern. The pain would return, the invasive procedures would resume, and he would be forced again into the cycle. And it did. The experiments resumed with renewed intensity. New faces arrived, more clinical, more detached. The pain came back in waves as test after test was performed. Laughter echoed as Izuku struggled, and the staff cheered as his body was forced into unnatural, weapon-like configurations that left him exhausted and frightened. Their words of admiration felt hollow. Izuku felt surrounded by copies of the masked man, each one inventing more shameless ways to break him. If erasing his instincts could stop the transformations, he would have tried. He screamed and cried again, surprised that he even remembered how. The performance continued. Izuku the subject, the masked man delighting in the show as if nothing had changed. He thought this would be his life forever. He never imagined freedom. One day, something shifted. The masked man grew anxious and precautions tightened. Izuku was not removed from his room, but people came and went more frequently, peering inside as if checking his presence. Hours passed like that, then fighting erupted, gunshots, shouts, then silence. Izuku did not react at first. He had heard those sounds before. Then the door was flung open and a different light poured in, brighter than anything he had seen. It spread through the darkness and flooded the room, swallowing the gloom and him. He flinched as the brightness stung his eyes. A new voice announced that they had a problem, and Izuku wondered if it belonged to a newcomer. Cautiously, he edged to the darkest corner, but the light followed. He waited. And many voices approached. Someone stepped closer and carefully knelt down. A gentle man identified himself as a police officer and indicated he wanted to help. Izuku watched, bracing for the moment the rescuers would grow bored and the masked men would return. Another voice, lower and rougher, interrupted from the crowd. A figure in black with yellow goggles moved through the group and demanded that Izuku be treated with space and dignity, saying that he was not an animal. The others stepped back. The kneeling man met Izuku's eyes and calmly told him that they were there to rescue him and asked if he could stand. Izuku hesitated, then nodded. When he stumbled, the man steadied him and offered himself as support, saying Izuku could rely on him as much as needed. With that, they moved toward a door Izuku had never seen. The man said this was the exit and that Izuku was free. Izuku stared, stunned. He had screamed for help so many times and no one had come. He wondered why now. The man had to almost drag him forward, but for the first time in his memory, Izuku saw the world beyond the facility. The skyline rose industrial and gray, choked with smoke. Rain fell in heavy sheets, and the air felt thick and strange to lungs long starved of fresh air. Still, the vastness, the wind, and the cold rain on his skin stirred something like relief. He closed his eyes and let himself feel it. A cough rattled through him from years of suffocation, but he did not mind. This was the real world, and he hoped this freedom was true because, after this, there could be no going back. Izuku was taken to the nearest police station and never left the side of the dark-haired man. He learned that people called the man Eraserhead. The police station was nothing like the facility. It was busy and loud in a different way, full of people who smiled without hidden motives. The walls and windows were familiar in a new way. Izuku found it strange but not unpleasant to see outside through the glass. Eraserhead stepped aside briefly to speak with officers in blue uniforms. He asked them to search missing child cases to find any that matched Izuku's situation. He then gently took hold of the arm of a trainee policewoman and instructed her to look after Izuku closely, to let him move but never leave him unattended, and to bring someone to Eraserhead immediately if anything happened. The trainee, unsure but responsive, agreed and approached Izuku, who remained watching the rain. A police officer questioned Eraserhead's choice, pointing out that the trainee was inexperienced. Eraserhead replied firmly that the kidnapper had been a man and that he did not want to risk shaking the small amount of trust Izuku had left or cause him to panic. A staff member said he would not take the risk of the child remembering anything traumatic. The policeman understood his intention and nodded. They continued discussing what would be done for the child. Izuku stared at the woman, studying her intently. She stood there a little embarrassed by his gaze but said nothing. After a moment Izuku returned his attention to the window and remained perfectly still like a statue. When the capricious clouds parted and the sun broke free from the gray, Izuku flinched from the sudden brightness and bolted away from the window. The woman, unsure of what had just happened, followed him as he ran toward the room where the holding cells were kept. Upon seeing the familiar concrete floors and darkness, Izuku ran to the cell farthest from the exit and curled into the far corner, hugging his trembling legs and breathing in short, unstable gasps. His eyes squeezed shut as memories of the experiments came back to him. He had believed they no longer affected him, that he had grown used to them, but seeing something new, something he feared losing, had brought the fear back. No tears came, but he whimpered like a frightened animal. The woman did not know what to do. She watched the frightened child and felt a mixture of guilt and sadness. She had not hurt him, but she felt responsible. Overwhelmed, her legs carried her to seek help from the hero who had instructed her. She called for Mr. Eraserhead, grabbing everyone's attention. Eraserhead immediately understood a problem had occurred and rushed toward her, scolding that she should not have left the boy's side. The woman, panicked and guilt-stricken, explained that Izuku had suddenly become frightened while looking outside and had run toward the cells, and she had not known how to help. Eraserhead opened the room and looked through every cell. What he saw broke his heart. Izuku was curled into a trembling ball in the farthest corner. He crouched to the boy's level, gently opened the cell door, and told him he did not know what had scared him but that everything would be all right. He assured the boy that they would not force him to do anything he did not want to do, and he offered the option to stay in the cell if that felt safer, making sure to give him space. He then asked softly whether the boy wanted to stay, not really expecting an answer. Izuku responded with a quick, barely visible nod hidden behind his arms, the obedience of a child trained to comply. Eraserhead sighed, apologized for yelling, and admitted that it had been his mistake to leave such a traumatized child in the care of a novice. He acknowledged that the woman had not known what to do and accepted responsibility. After checking once more on the trembling boy, Eraserhead left the room and decided that if Izuku wanted to remain in the cell, he would not force him out. He muttered that it was a troublesome situation, loud enough for the woman to hear. The woman still felt bad, but at least the immediate crisis was under control. A few minutes in the darkness helped calm Izuku's mind. He berated himself for his reaction and told himself he should be glad he had not been put through another experiment, at least for now. He resolved to be obedient and avoid causing a scene. He worried that if he misbehaved, they could take away his freedom or even his comfort room, and possibly both. He feared punishment and imagined the experiments growing worse. The thought of losing something he cared about without having been able to enjoy it was worse than pain. Even in his corner he saw a small ray of light and found that even that frightened him. He suspected punishment was coming and wondered if the masked man had orchestrated the scare to test whether he would break. As he worried whether he would even get food that day, the door opened and slow, deliberate footsteps approached. Eraserhead crouched down to Izuku's level again and introduced himself, explaining that his name was Shota Aizawa and that from now on he would be Izuku's guardian. He defined a guardian as someone who protects children from people who want to hurt them and promised to protect Izuku from all the bad things. He told the boy that all he had to do was live his life. Izuku did not understand exactly what living his life meant, but the idea of a protector who might keep him from being returned to the masked man made the notion appealing. If staying with Aizawa meant more freedom, he liked the idea. If it was a lie, he thought, he would simply return to the way things had been and would not lose anything. With that reasoning, Izuku took Aizawa's hand and stepped out of his small dark cell. The light hurt his eyes, but it was not unbearable. He did not want to disappoint his guardian. The next step was outside. The brightness took away his comfort and the light burned his skin. He wanted the water back, the gray smoke, the wind, but he kept his mouth shut and stepped outside, silent and anxious. Izuku soon found himself in front of a gigantic building with a tall, grand door. Inside it was lively. Dozens of much smaller people than those at the facility moved around in matching outfits. It struck him again that wherever he went people always wore the same clothes. First in the facility, then in the bright room, and now even here. He looked around wide-eyed. The way everything divided into light and shadow fascinated him. Darkness clung to the corners while the brightness nearly stung his eyes. Shadows were everywhere. Everything here was new: the noise, the smells, the feel of the air. He liked it. Was this freedom too? Before he could process more, he stood in front of another door. Aizawa glanced down and spoke gently, explaining that it seemed Izuku did not want to talk and that was all right, but when they entered the room someone would want to speak with him and he needed to know. Izuku looked up, almost ashamed. It was not that he did not want to talk, he simply could not. He worried whether Aizawa would leave him if he stayed silent. Fear wrapped around him and his thoughts spiraled. He began trembling and imagined being abandoned again. Aizawa noticed the shift immediately. He crouched slightly and placed both hands on Izuku's shoulders to steady him, reassuring him that it was okay not to speak and that the questions might be overwhelming. Izuku nodded rapidly, not wanting to disappoint him again. They entered. The first thing Izuku noticed was a blinding light behind the desk at the far end of the room, so bright he could not make out the person seated there. The brightness stung, and he instinctively slipped behind Aizawa into his shadow. Aizawa announced their arrival to Principal Nizu and declined a politely offered cup of tea, adding that he was there to speak about the child behind him. Nizu replied that he already knew. Aizawa explained that they had found Izuku in the facility the villain maestro had been using as a hideout. The child seemed to have been part of the villain's experiments and it appeared he had been kept there for a while. Aizawa's eyes lingered on Izuku with quiet worry. Nizu, taking a small sip of tea, asked softly if they knew what Izuku had suffered there. He sounded burdened with guilt and could not bring himself to look at the boy, feeling like a failure. Aizawa responded that, from what he had seen, the child did not seem to have visible scars and they could assume he had not been physically tortured. That assumption was wrong, but none of the words used in the room were meant to frighten Izuku. Aizawa turned again to check on Izuku and asked if he was okay. He was not surprised by Izuku's reserved behavior, he had seen it before, but he wondered why the boy behaved differently around Nizu. He asked what was wrong. Izuku stared with wide, unreadable eyes and did not respond. Aizawa asked if Izuku was afraid of Principal Nizu. Izuku shook his head, and Aizawa hesitated, recalling a similar reaction at the police station. Nizu observed that perhaps it was the light Izuku feared. At that moment the pieces fit together for Aizawa. The trigger at the police station, the flinch when stepping out of buildings, Izuku's constant draw toward shadows and dark alleys. Shame washed over Aizawa for not seeing it sooner. He looked at Izuku with heavy regret and gently asked if light was the fear. Izuku hesitated and then slowly nodded, his fingers fidgeting and betraying his nerves. He feared that if others discovered his fear, they would punish him with a room full of light like before. Even now, part of him believed that was how things worked. Still, it was better than returning to the facility. Aizawa moved quickly to make things easier. He reached for the blinds and closed them, dimming the room until only a faint, soft light remained enough to see but not more. Izuku finally looked forward. Nizu now came into clearer view. He appeared as a small white animal figure, maybe a mouse or a bear, perched on the chair behind the desk. Despite his small stature, his gaze toward Izuku was anything but small. Nizu spoke gently, saying he could finally take a look at him and that there was no judgment in his voice. He asked if Izuku could talk. Izuku shook his head. Nizu hummed thoughtfully, sipped his tea, and assured Izuku that it was all right. He asked permission to ask some questions and added that if Izuku did not want to respond to any question, he did not have to. So the questioning began. Surprisingly, Izuku did not seem to mind the many questions Nizu asked. Even though he could not answer most, he still tried his best. From the little information Nizu gathered, it became clear the child had suffered greatly for many years. Exactly how many years and the details of what he had endured remained unclear. The reasons behind it were blurred. It was not enough information for Nizu's liking, but he understood that the child did not know either. Nizu then asked the final question, what was his name? He asked gently, knowing Izuku could not speak and might struggle to respond. Nizu wanted Izuku to know that someone cared. He knew Maestro, the villain who had kidnapped Izuku, lacked empathy and that keeping a child in his care had been anything but ethical. If Izuku had been dehumanized, Nizu wanted him to know that here at UA he would finally have the chance to be the child he had never been allowed to be. Izuku fidgeted and understood well that he could not respond. Aizawa sighed and placed a gentle hand on Izuku's head, reminding him that it was all right and that he did not have to answer. A warm feeling touched Izuku's heart. He did not know why, but it felt comforting. He was touched by their words and by their gentleness. For the first time he could remember, something cautious, trembling, and fragile stirred inside him, hope. Tears welled in his eyes. The only sound in the room was the small, broken whimper of the child. Neither adult spoke. They simply let him cry and show his emotions fully, something he had not done in a long time. He cried and cried, revealing his vulnerable self to strangers, to people he had not asked for. Help was something he had given up on long ago. He knew hope could crush him and that trust could betray him, but he let it in anyway, as easily as breathing. He was desperate. Maybe just maybe this time he could be free of the masked man. Maybe this time he could truly hope never to see him again. Eventually, Izuku and his guardian left the principal's office. Aizawa asked if the nickname Kiddo would make Izuku uncomfortable. Izuku shook his head quickly. A small smile tugged at Aizawa's lips. He tried to hide it with his hand, embarrassed. He observed Izuku silently and guessed his age. He looked young, perhaps 12 or 13 by his height and round face. Aizawa wanted to ask but held back, knowing the question might only make Izuku more anxious. The boy probably did not even know how much time had passed. Aizawa sighed softly when Izuku returned his innocent gaze. He smiled again and ruffled the boy's long, curly green hair. Night fell quickly, and Izuku was amazed by the little sparkles in the deep blue sky. Aizawa explained that the dark expanse above was the sky and that the sparkles were called stars. Izuku was mesmerized. He liked the sky, especially its dark version now. The only other light came from bulbs on strange metal poles lining the street. Izuku never dared approach them and stayed close to his guardian's shadow. He soon learned that Aizawa was taking him to his house. Izuku followed silently. He knew what the word meant but had no real understanding of what a house was. He had so much to learn. Upon arriving, Izuku was overwhelmed by the sight of so many unfamiliar pieces of furniture. Aizawa took off his shoes and Izuku copied him. Then a young girl ran toward Aizawa with her arms wide and giggling. Aizawa greeted her, asked whether she had enjoyed her time with Midnight, smiled, and hugged her. Izuku watched them, almost envious of their closeness. He did not know the feeling but wanted it too. They looked so happy. He wondered whether he was allowed to want things. A few hours of freedom had changed him. He thought he should not want things he could not have, because if they found out he might be sent back. He looked down, ashamed of his feelings. The white-haired girl asked who he was. Aizawa answered simply that he was a child like her. The girl looked surprised and then turned to Izuku with sparkling eyes. She approached cautiously, extended her small hand, and introduced herself as Eri. Izuku stared at her rosy cheeks and deep red eyes that shimmered with kindness. He hesitated but took her hand. He did not want to disappoint her. He nodded quickly to show he was listening even if he could not reply. Eri giggled and told him she had been saved by Mr. Aizawa just like him, insisting they were the same. Izuku wondered how someone could smile so brightly after what they had been through, but he was grateful she was not angry that he could not speak. Eri asked whether he could not talk, and Izuku blushed and began to fidget. Eri reassured him and gently took his arm, leading him to a large, soft-looking chair. She explained that it was a sofa and encouraged him to sit. Izuku did as she asked. The chair was comfortable, not hard like the floors he was used to, and he felt his body relax for the first time. Aizawa watched from the side and felt relief wash over him. He had feared Eri might struggle or that Izuku would reject her, but they were both okay. Eri might even become a great help. Aizawa smiled to himself and made his final cup of coffee for the day. Eri kept talking even though Izuku did not respond. She explained every object in the house and warned him about potential dangers, glad to help someone who had been through what she had. When bedtime came, Aizawa separated them. Eri protested, but Izuku said nothing. He remembered Eri's earlier tour and entered the room that would be his quietly. Aizawa promised he would not come in without Izuku's permission unless it was an emergency, ruffled his hair, wished him good night, and left. Alone for the first time since being rescued, Izuku found the silence strange but not unpleasant. He looked at the bookshelf, chair, nightstand, lamp, bed, and rug, each unfamiliar. He did not feel comfortable using them, so he did not. He sat by the bookshelf and curled up against the wall as he had before. He knew he was supposed to sleep in the bed but could not bring himself to do it. He was nearly asleep when the door creaked open and his danger instinct flared. He curled tighter, eyes fixed on the doorway. Eri stepped in quietly, glanced at the bed, and sighed as if she had expected this. She scanned the room, spotted him, and hurried over clutching a small teddy bear. Eri told him she had guessed he would feel odd about the bed and had come to keep him company. Aizawa asked if that was okay. Izuku nodded his head to show he did not mind, then patted the floor beside him. Eri sat down and curled up next to him. Izuku flinched at the sudden closeness, but then he remembered how she had hugged Aizawa, and a warm feeling spread through his chest. He did not push her away. Instead, he rested his head on hers, and they fell asleep like that. The next morning, Aizawa saw them sleeping and remained quiet. He did not reprimand Eri. She had reached Izuku in a way words never could, and he reminded himself not to scold her in front of Izuku to avoid triggering anything. As he made his first coffee of the day, he kept that thought in mind. Eri kicked her tiny feet under the table while eating cereal. Izuku tried to mimic her but fumbled with the spoon and spilled some food on the table. He attempted to hide the mess, but Aizawa reassured him and cleaned it up. The same warmth from the night before returned. Izuku tried not to cry, but tears came anyway. He whimpered like an abandoned puppy. Aizawa and Eri did not scold him. They simply offered quiet comfort, which only made his emotions flow more freely. After breakfast, Eri left to get dressed. Aizawa watched Izuku and made a mental note to ask Momo to make him some clothes. Aizawa gently asked if it would be all right to go somewhere with a lot of people, and Izuku nodded shyly. Soon the three of them walked toward Ue. Aizawa was surprised by how talkative Eri could be. She tried to explain what UA was but quickly got distracted, veering into stories about hero society and pancakes. Izuku listened quietly, not responding much but seeming to enjoy the company. As they reached the school, Izuku's memory stirred. The people in strange clothing, the one called Nizu asking him questions, the place that would protect him from now on. He followed closely and quietly. They stopped in front of a large double door, where talking and laughter drifted from inside. Aizawa instructed Eri to stay with Izuku for now, saying he would inform the class first and then call Eri in, and reminding her that Izuku did not like bright lights and that he would turn them off before she entered and they should not be turned back on. Eri nodded seriously, determined to act like a big sister even though she was much younger than Izuku. She smiled at him as Aizawa stepped inside. Eri assured Izuku proudly that she would take care of him and smiled brightly. A few seconds later, Aizawa opened the door. The room was darker and quieter than the hallway, and Izuku stepped in without hesitation, seeking refuge from the bright lights. Eri followed after him. A quiet settled over the room. Eri noticed the students of Class 1A. She was familiar with them, but Izuku was not. She realized she was holding her breath, worried about how he would react to so many people at once, but he did not seem bothered. The students had already been briefed by Aizawa and watched attentively. Izuku looked around and appeared more at ease in the darkness, taking silent note of the students who watched him. He did not mind their attention, he was used to being observed. Then a student from the class called his name in a low, uncertain voice. Katsuki Bakogu was a brilliant, curious, and energetic child. He had a fiery temper, likely inherited from his mother, Mitsuki, but at first it did not feel dangerous. Katsuki was a natural extrovert with many friends at daycare, and none meant more to him than Izuku Midoriya, the son of his mother's best friend. From Katsuki's perspective, Izuku was straightforward. He laughed, cried, and expressed every emotion without shame, which Katsuki found amusing. Teasing him was easy and often playful. It was puzzling, however, that Izuku did not cry when he scraped a knee or lost a toy, but he would cry when a friend got hurt. Some adults called him strange for being so different, and Katsuki resented that. If Izuku was a monster for being different, then what did that make Katsuki for liking him? The thought was unacceptable. When Katsuki was 4, his quirk, explosion, manifested. The daycare buzzed with excitement. Everyone praised and admired him, and his ego swelled with each compliment. Izuku was the first to cheer for him, eyes wide with wonder, and Katsuki felt a proud, unnameable joy. They imagined becoming a wonder duo. When Izuku got his own quirk, Katsuki would be number 1 and carry them both to the top. As time passed, Katsuki's temper grew worse. He resented judgmental looks and whispers about his attitude, and he hated how Izuku tried to intervene when Katsuki lashed out. Why was Izuku defending others? Was he trying to be stronger than him? That thought festered until Katsuki felt he had to remind Izuku of his place. He wanted them to be on the same side, but if Izuku insisted on protecting others, Katsuki believed Izuku needed correction. At first, when Izuku got hurt it was not intentional, but as Katsuki's frustration grew he stopped caring about where the line was. He began to demand respect through harshness and intimidation rather than friendship. The teasing escalated into meaner behavior, pushing, humiliation, and exclusion intended to teach Izuku to stay in his place. Mitsuki and Masaru noticed the change in their son and felt alarmed. Mitsuki, who understood anger well, felt guilt settle in her chest. She had delayed getting help for herself and hoped not to repeat that with Katsuki. She tried to talk to him, but he was still young and did not fully understand the consequences of his actions. She told herself he might grow out of it. The day Izuku's diagnosis as quirkless arrived, Katsuki felt relief. He believed he would not be outshone and that Izuku would remain by his side, accepting his place. That same day he gave Izuku a new nickname Deku to mark Izuku's supposed place. Izuku initially hated the name but accepted it with the patience he always showed. Katsuki thought he had his old friend back, the one who would stay put. But Deku never changed. He continued to defend others and act like a hero even without a quirk. Katsuki's anger intensified. Why wouldn't Izuku stay in his place? Why wouldn't he let Katsuki protect him? Did he still respect him at all? The fear of losing Izuku's admiration pushed Katsuki further, and he intensified his mean behavior to force compliance. Mitsuki and Masaru tried to correct their son through punishments and conversations, hoping to steer him back toward empathy and friendship. Therapy failed to help. Mitsuki wept from shame while Inko, her best friend, tried to remain understanding, but both mothers were exhausted. Eventually they made a painful decision. Izuku and Katsuki would see each other less and less. It was the beginning of the end. Izuku grew isolated. Katsuki grew angrier. Every rare encounter ended with bruises and burns that Izuku tried to hide from his mother. Then came the worst mistake of all. Inko began working later shifts, and most evenings Mitsuki drove Izuku home with Katsuki in the car. The situation only worsened the already strained relationship between the two boys. Before long, both mothers agreed it was safer for Izuku to walk home alone. They knew it was risky, but at the time they believed it would do more good than harm. It did not. Soon after, Mitsuki stopped driving Izuku. The silence between her and Inko grew heavier. Katsuki was 9, almost 10, and he still did not see how badly he had hurt another person. So Izuku walked home alone. Then he vanished. When Katsuki learned Izuku had been kidnapped, he did not understand. Not until he saw Inko collapse into Mitsuki's arms, not until he heard Mitsuki cry openly for the first time, and not until his own house, always loud, always full, was filled only with grief and guilt. A week passed before it hit him that this was not like before. Izuku wasn't just avoiding him, he was gone. Katsuki did not know how to process it. He lashed out more, but nothing helped. His emotions were raw and uncontrollable. He felt vulnerable and ashamed, angry and broken. One night his mother sat him down and, for the first time, they truly talked openly about anger, guilt, love, and about Izuku. That night Katsuki agreed to therapy. Accepting that someone left is hard. Realizing you were the reason they left is devastating. Over time he began to understand what he had done to Izuku and to others. He had wanted admiration so badly that he burned through relationships to get it. The road to healing was long, but he started walking it. He grew quieter and more aware. He remained angry and guilty, but he was trying. Guilt clung to everything: food, sleep, relationships. Katsuki felt like a monster in human skin. He no longer dreamed of fame or glory, he dreamed of atonement. If he could not bring back one life, he would save thousands, maybe millions. Maybe then the guilt would lessen. In his final year of middle school, the teacher handed out a form asking what they wanted to be and where they wanted to go. Katsuki stared at the blank page for a long time before writing UA. He hesitated, wondering if he truly deserved it. Around him the class erupted in excitement, throwing papers and laughing, but Katsuki kept silent. He had learned a few things over the years. Katsuki had learned that being feared was not the same as being respected. He had learned that validation meant little if he lost himself in the process. He had learned that controlling his emotions was not weakness but strength. And he had learned that guilt never truly fades. Still, he held on to a sliver of hope that redemption might be possible. Many times he wondered what had happened to Izuku. Was he still alive? Was he out there somewhere? Sometimes Katsuki imagined finding Izuku sitting alone and what he would do: fall to his knees, apologize, beg for forgiveness he felt he did not deserve. He tried not to dwell on it. The worst kind of hope, the hollow kind that had once burned and driven him, had soured into a dull, bitter ache. He could not bear to think Izuku was living comfortably while he remained trapped in guilt. Middle school ended quietly. Katsuki left without any real friendships. For a short time he had a moment of attention after the incident with the slime villain, but the buzz died quickly, especially when he shut people down with his cold glare and sharp words. The villain was dealt with and a hero arrived in time, even though Katsuki had lost consciousness while trapped and suffocating. It would not have changed much. Thoughts crept in again about how it might have been easier if no one had shown up. He made a note to mention those thoughts to his therapist. It was summer, just before the UA entrance exams. Katsuki trained relentlessly, pushing himself as if trying to atone with every drop of sweat. He came home after 4 hours of training, drenched and strangely at peace. That peace shattered when he walked through the door. Izuku Midoriya stood in the living room. She was Izuku's mother, the woman he had wronged more than anyone. She looked hollow. Her once bright eyes were void of light. Dark rings had formed from sleepless nights and endless crying. She had been worn down by the loss of her son. Katsuki could not face her and slipped away to the bathroom. Izuku did not have the strength to face him either. The loss had torn a hole through her life. She kept breathing because she clung to the idea that Izuku might still be alive, but she was not the same woman she had been. Katsuki could not understand how his own mother could still look at him. He had destroyed her friendship with Izuku, the woman who had always been there for her. He cried that night hard, refusing to come down for dinner. His father left a plate outside the door, as he often did when Izuku visited, knowing what would happen. By morning it was cold. He continued to train and to attend therapy, carrying his guilt like an old scar. He learned to temper his anger and to act with purpose. He still yearned for the answer to what had happened to Izuku, but he focused on becoming someone who could protect others and, perhaps one day, earn a kind of forgiveness. Mitsuki knew how much seeing Izuku wrecked Katsuki. If Katsuki had asked her to stop seeing Izuku, she would have complied. He did not ask. In fact, he had begged her not to stop. He did not want to break what little was left of the bond between the two women. Living like that was unbearable, but they did it anyway for 5 long years, trying to glue back the jagged shards of a shattered vase. The Bakugo and Midoriya households walked on eggshells around each other, never as close as before but never able to truly let go. After that encounter, Izuku did not visit the Bakugos again for the rest of the summer. Mitsuki still visited her. Then came the UA entrance exam. Katsuki excelled, acing the written portion and breezing through the practical. He even rescued a brown-haired girl with help from that spiky-toothed boy and soon learned that those two would be his classmates for the next 3 years. Great, now he was stuck with the loud, spiky-toothed boy and the overly friendly brown-haired girl. He preferred calling them Spiky and Pink Cheeks and made it clear to himself that they were not friends. He did not want them to get the wrong idea. As time passed, something shifted. The students of Class 1A were different from everyone else he had known. Even when he rejected their attempts at friendship, they did not back off. They kept talking to him, including him, acting like he mattered. He could not understand it. He believed he did not deserve their kindness. But even after he told them what he had done and let the ugliness spill out, they stayed. They did not flinch. They had seen how he had changed. They even joked that he should learn how to express his feelings better, though he always reminded them that even his therapist had failed at that mission. At some point he did not know when he began to feel a quiet kinship with most of the class. Todoroki still had the emotional range of a rock, but the class as a whole had a rhythm he found himself syncing with. Then came the day everything shifted. Aizawa walked in, closed the curtains, and announced that he had someone to introduce, someone who had been rescued, like Eri once was. From the moment Aizawa spoke, something felt wrong to Katsuki. His skin prickled and his gut twisted. He felt something deep inside bracing itself. When the door opened, his gaze locked on those eyes staring straight at him. His breath caught, his stomach dropped, and guilt hit him like a blow to the chest. Katsuki barely heard himself call the name Izuku, his voice ragged and trembling. He drew all attention to himself instead of the child. He had just screamed the name of a stranger, or rather, the name of that child. He rushed forward, desperate to hug him, to see him, to touch him, to make sure he was not hallucinating. He did not think about anything else. Everyone stood frozen, shocked. Izuku had never imagined hearing his name in this place. The only times he had heard it before were when masked men had used it during the kidnapping. The memory made the moment surreal. Aizawa suddenly stepped between them and blocked Katsuki's path, calling his full name as he did so. Katsuki blinked, startled to find his teacher there. He tried to peer past Aizawa to catch another glimpse of the boy but failed. Moments later, Aizawa pulled him out of the classroom. The rest of the class remained in stunned silence, trying to process what had happened in those few seconds. The rescued girl stood awkwardly inside, glancing quickly at Izuku to make sure he was okay. Izuku, meanwhile, stared at the door through which Aizawa and the blonde boy had exited, looking as lost as everyone else. A small voice from the room asked what had just happened. The question came from the pink-skinned girl with little yellow horns, who stood and waited for an answer, but none came from the stunned students. Minutes passed in awkward silence. When the door opened again, Aizawa walked back in looking tired and nodded for Katsuki to sit down. Katsuki returned to his seat with his head lowered, a rare sad sight for his classmates. He stole a brief, sorrowful glance at Izuku but said nothing. Aizawa stood at his desk and scanned the room, then fixed his eyes on Izuku. He called the name Midoriya, then tried Izuku, and watched the boy's head lift slightly at the familiar sound. Relief and hurt crossed Aizawa's face. Izuku did not know what to do, but when the rescued girl stepped to his side and took his hand, he felt unexpectedly calmer. Aizawa explained that the child had been recently rescued from the villain maestro and that they had not known who he was or what he had endured at that facility. He paused to collect himself and then told his students that, thanks to Katsuki, they might finally have answers. He could not confirm anything yet, but the boy would likely be staying at UA for a while. Masahiro Ojiro from the front row asked what was going on. Aizawa looked from his students to Katsuki, who still watched Izuku as if he might vanish. Aizawa ran both hands over his face, elbows on the desk, and reflected on the long unsolved kidnapping case of Izuku Midoriya, who had disappeared at 10. The case had provided no information, witnesses, clues, or leads. Now, 5 years later, the boy stood before them at 15 and alive, which meant he had survived that place for 5 years and had likely endured harsh treatment. Before teaching at UA, Aizawa had worked on difficult police cases and maintained ties to the department, so the Midoriya case was one he remembered well. He had not expected the missing child to be this one, though the green hair, freckles, and green eyes made it hard to deny the possibility. Class was cancelled for the rest of the day. Aizawa apologized that they had to witness the scene and excused everyone, leaving a heavy, uncertain silence in his wake. Aizawa said he needed to inform Nizu about everything. The classroom erupted into murmurs as Aizawa, Izuku, and Eri left once again. Everyone else remained confused, invested, and thoroughly intrigued. Later, after the chaos had died down and Nizu had been informed, Aizawa finally collapsed into a chair in the teacher's lounge with a cup of coffee. Izuku kept to himself in a dark corner of the room, trying to stay unnoticed. He panicked, feeling responsible for causing a scene. He curled inward, overcome with guilt. Eri attempted to comfort him, but Izuku pulled away. She sat beside Aizawa instead, giving Izuku space. Eri asked Aizawa what was going to happen to Izuku, hesitating as she asked. Aizawa told her they would inform Izuku's mother that he was alive and that they would see what came next, admitting he did not know what kind of future Izuku would have but hoping it would be the best one. He glanced toward Izuku, still curled up in the corner, and felt pain to see the boy blaming himself despite his reassurances. Eri asked about Izuku's mother out of innocence. Aizawa confirmed that Izuku had a mother but did not explain further, not because he did not want to but because he did not know how. Eri did not press the matter and sipped her hot chocolate. The lounge settled into a quiet, safe stillness. The overwhelming rush of the morning faded beneath the calm, and Izuku began to relax. The corner and the dark steadied him. But not being punished confused him. He wondered why he could cause a commotion and not be punished, why he could be selfish and still receive kindness. He suspected that if people wanted something from him in return he would at least know what to expect. Aizawa and the others sat doing nothing particular as calm returned, until the next commotion. Present Mike burst into the room, loud and energetic as ever. The sudden brightness and the sight of him startled Izuku, who looked up and reacted violently. A flood of memories, experiments, pain, that voice overwhelmed him. He retched and his body convulsed, trembling uncontrollably. He had never reacted like that before and hated every second of it. If being rescued meant this shaking from a single memory, he thought he might have preferred the predictable routine of the facility, where there were no surprises, no hope, and no feelings. Present Mike had no idea the kids were in the lounge. He strode in, all smiles and energy, calling out his signature greeting, and did not expect a scream in return. He panicked and searched for the source. Aizawa rushed to Izuku and ordered the lights turned off, and Present Mike switched them off instinctively. Eri ran to Izuku as well. Mike followed, confused and alarmed, and knelt beside the convulsing boy with tears gathering in his eyes. He had never heard a scream that intense. Aizawa pushed past him not out of anger but to clear space to help Izuku and gently moved Eri away so she could cover her ears. Present Mike, still panicking, pulled Eri into a hug and rocked her gently. Aizawa managed to calm Izuku until the boy lost consciousness. He lifted Izuku into his arms and rushed toward the infirmary. Present Mike remained in the lounge holding Eri. Both were trembling. He stroked her hair and back, doing his best to calm her. They sat in silence, both of them needing, desperately, another hot chocolate. When Aizawa returned without Izuku, he sighed again, feeling every one of the morning's strains. He noticed Eri and Present Mike had calmed down. He had worried Eri would take the incident badly, but seeing her return to a faint smile eased him. He apologized to both Eri and Present Mike for yelling earlier. Present Mike replied that it was fine, that the situation had been urgent and Aizawa had to take care of the child. Present Mike admitted he had not realized there were people in the lounge because the lights had been off and class was still in session, and he felt guilty for startling the child since he had been warned Izuku was sensitive to sudden brightness. Aizawa told Present Mike that it was bound to happen eventually and admitted he should have put a sign on the door. He said they had both made mistakes and hoped it would not cause any lasting harm. He spoke quietly, trying to ease the guilt weighing on his friend. Aizawa sat beside Eri, still feeling bad for leaving her confused earlier. He asked whether her hot chocolate had been good. Eri smiled and nodded. She said she was not hurt and that while it had been overwhelming she was strong. Aizawa ruffled her hair and she giggled softly. He reminded her gently that if anything ever did hurt, it was always okay to say so. Eri looked down at the warm mug in her hands and said she hoped Izuku would be all right. Present Mike turned away slightly, failing to hide his tears at the tender exchange. Aizawa noticed but said nothing. He was drained from the morning's chaos and silently wished the rest of the day would pass without further trouble. When Izuku woke up in an unfamiliar place again, he did not like it. The soft light, the faint scent of disinfectant, the unfamiliar ceiling, all of it reminded him too much of the facility. He recalled the events leading up to this and, after taking in the white walls, simple furnishings, and the steady beep of a nearby monitor, realized he was in an infirmary. That, at least, was something he knew. In the facility he was taken to an infirmary after every blackout. An older woman approached and introduced herself as Chiyo Shizenji, the nurse at UA, speaking kindly as she checked his condition and offered reassurance. Chiyo asked if she could approach him, speaking gently as if to a frightened kitten. He wanted to say no. Deep down he screamed it, but he did not. Adults rarely listened anyway. They asked questions while already expecting a specific answer. She stepped forward, he flinched, and she stopped. Over the years at UA, Chiyo had developed an eye for the more complicated students, the ones carrying invisible weights. She had never been particularly skilled at handling children gently. She had never had any of her own, but she had seen enough of them trying to act like adults, hiding behind silence and polite nods, pretending everything was fine when it clearly was not. Chiyo sighed and told him that if he wanted to say no, he should say it. It became more problematic when he did not. Despite her habitual grumpiness about the nonsense Yua threw at her every year, something about this boy tugged at a different part of her. Izuku nodded with his eyes lowered. She had seen through him. His practiced poker face was falling apart after only a few days outside the facility. He hated it, hated how human he was starting to feel, hated how they made him feel. He was scared, terrified, scared of what he could become, of what he already was, and even more scared of being cared for. Silence wrapped the room. Izuku's thoughts bounced chaotically. He felt overwhelmed and lost in a foreign place, surrounded by unfamiliar people who were strangely kind, in a room full of soft furniture he had never seen before. Why was freedom so complicated? He wanted to go back to the routine, the silence, the pain, back to what he understood and where, in his mind, it was supposed to end. He did not know why, but he cried again, this time softly, muffled into a warm blanket he was not used to having. The blanket felt too kind, too warm, too much. Chiyo said nothing, standing awkwardly and letting the boy cry. She was not heartless, But she knew interference would complicate things. If she knew one thing about children, it was that they were weird, emotional, complicated, and fragile. Even the most stubborn, quiet ones could break as easily as glass. She had only heard the surface of what this boy had gone through and could not imagine the rest. So she let him empty those pent-up feelings before he could begin to grow again. Eventually the sobs faded into soft sniffles and tear stains streaked his cheeks. He was not fine, but he was better. Chio asked if he was feeling a bit better, already expecting the nod that came. She told him that he did not have to act like he was fine here, that it was okay, and that children had the right to be selfish sometimes. He did not fully understand what selfish meant, but something inside him told him to obey, and he nodded again as if nodding were the only thing he still knew how to do. Chio moved closer again. This time he did not flinch. She smiled, a small, odd smile with a quiet chuckle, and told him she liked him because he was quiet. While checking on him, she invited him to visit whenever he felt fuzzy and promised to welcome him each time. Aizawa and Eri entered the room to check on Izuku and to see if he had woken up. They found a strange calm. The normally bustling infirmary was peaceful, and there was the old nurse with a crying child wrapped in stillness. Chio had done the impossible. She had calmed a traumatized boy, even though everyone in the school knew her as the grumpy woman who complained about children day and night. Aizawa stepped in and asked how Izuku was, studying the boy who did not return his gaze. He wondered whether the lack of eye contact was deliberate. Chio walked toward a chair and explained that Izuku seemed fine for the moment but suffered from PTSD and could be triggered by many things. She advised finding something familiar to help ground him. Aizawa listened solemnly. He already knew much of it, but hearing it from someone else helped. Present Mike entered behind them, careful not to startle the boy and reminding himself not to turn on the lights. Even that small movement made Izuku tremble. Present Mick's smile faltered as he worried he had caused the reaction. As he braced for the worst, Izuku stopped trembling and looked at him with discomfort rather than terror. The child was uneasy but not frightened, which offered some relief. The adults noticed the strange behavior and considered what it might mean. Eri, blissfully unaware of the tension, skipped up to the bedside and cheerily asked how Izuku was, climbing beside him and assuring him that nothing there could hurt him. Her bright, unfiltered joy was contagious, and though Izuku did not reply, he did not pull away. He listened quietly, absorbing her energy. Her brightness drew him in. The adults remained clustered in the corner, watching closely in case anything went wrong. Earlier, Izuku had not shown ordinary fear. He had frozen, his breath stopping, pupils dilating and hands trembling as if he might pass out. It had looked like he was seeing a ghost or something worse, an indescribable terror similar to the haunted look he had worn in the teacher's lounge. They never wanted to witness that again and knew they needed to understand what he had seen or remembered. They were fairly certain it had something to do with Present Mike, directly or indirectly, and that possibility left Present Mike feeling isolated and guilty. To protect Izuku, Present Mike quietly stepped out of the room. Aizawa turned back to the child and called Izuku's name gently. Aizawa asked if he was scared of the blonde man, and the question, though not subtle, did not seem to unsettle Izuku. He did not shake his head immediately. He was not afraid of that man specifically. He looked down. Words did not come. He had forgotten how to speak long ago, so he shook his head instead. Aizawa exchanged a glance with Chio, and she silently nodded to encourage him to continue. Aizawa asked why he had reacted that way when he saw the man. Izuku hesitated and then looked at Eri. She tilted her head, curious. A quiet understanding passed between them. He looked back at Aizawa and pointed at his hair, then at his mouth. Eri blinked and copied the motions, wondering what they meant. He repeated the gesture, this time pointing at her hair and mouth. She giggled and then stopped. Eri asked softly whether the bad guy had blonde hair too, as she saw her own fears reflected in many others. Aizawa froze, Chio froze, and Izuku nodded slowly. Of course it was the hair. Aizawa then asked why Izuku had stopped trembling after a while. Izuku pointed again at the mouth, mimicking a smile. For him, smiling had never come naturally. He had learned that smiles often preceded harm. He knew smiles did not always mean pain. The way Aries smiled when she was with him proved that, but he had not understood that distinction. To him, a smile signaled danger, so imitating one was the only way he could respond. Maestro's smile had been the last thing he had seen before pain. That grin, masked or not, was the image he feared. Present Mick's bright smile had unintentionally triggered the memory, and suddenly everything made sense. Aizawa felt a wave of self-reproach. Every time the child reacted, it took them too long to understand. He wondered whether he was truly the right guardian for Izuku. He had failed him many times, but he pushed the doubt away. He had made a promise to the boy, he would protect him, and he would keep that promise. If he was not enough now, he vowed to become enough. At least this revelation meant one more trigger they could avoid. Every blonde hero and every teacher who tended to smile too brightly were instructed to keep their distance from Izuku, and a simple rule was made clear to anyone who might see him: do not smile. Present Mike received the news with a bittersweet mix of relief and sorrow. He learned he was not the one Izuku feared, but that also meant he could not approach or comfort the boy. He could not be near the person who might one day need help. For now, distance would have to be enough, and he hoped it would suffice. Amid the commotion, a black car pulled up hard in front of UA's gates. A woman stepped out quickly, with no hesitation and no pause. Her gaze was fixed on the gate as if the rest of the world did not exist. Her face was pale and her mouth was tight, as though she were holding something back: fear or maybe hope. She looked as if she had not breathed in years. After her son disappeared, Izuku Midoriya did not just grieve, she died. Not metaphorically, not merely emotionally, a part of her vanished. Everything that had made her human, everything that tethered her to the world, slipped away the moment Izuku did not come home. There was no way to prepare a mother for this. No pamphlet, no guide, no warning could prepare her. No god or universe could ever prepare a mother for the silence of a child's empty room. She stood with fists clenched around hope so fragile it cut, and no one who had not stood there could understand the depth of that ache. She did not want a miracle anymore. She wanted something real to hold, some sign she could bury and lay to rest so she could finally let go and find peace. If he had to be gone, at least they could have left together, she thought. Instead, the world had given her only hope, and hope had become a slow venom that whispered maybe he was still alive. She lived trapped in that single word. She knew the police had nothing: no blood, no sightings, no camera footage. Weeks of reports and apologies had dwindled to coffee-stained forms and empty phrases. It felt as if he had been erased, as if her son had never existed. Now she sat in an apartment that no longer felt like home, hollow and breathless. The walls did not echo with laughter and the air did not carry his voice. The silence pressed on her like a weight. The television murmured in the background while a story of rescue and justice played out, and she found herself wondering why those heroes could not save her son, the boy who had believed in them more than anyone. She sobbed again, as she had an hour before and the day before that, her cries racking through her chest while his favorite dish sat cold and untouched. She had prepared 2 plates, as always, and the tablecloth had absorbed her tears. He was always home by 8, she reminded herself. He never missed dinner. For the past week he had not come, and still she waited because what else was there to do? Each morning she dragged herself to the police station and begged them to keep looking. At first they had cared and had tried. As the months stretched, they stopped looking her in the eye, stopped offering updates, stopped trying. She pleaded with them not to file him away as another closed case. He was her everything. She could not bear for them to treat him as anything less. Inko had never complained before. Her life had been hard, low pay, a demanding job, and a husband who had left the moment their son had been judged useless, but she had never asked for anything more because she had him. She had believed that once Izuku was grown and settled she could rest, leave knowing she had done her job. Now he was gone from her arms, her daily life, her sense of self, and nothing else seemed to matter. Food, friends, even her own body felt distant and unimportant. Nights were filled with dreams of him begging to be saved, and mornings came with the same unbearable truth. She replayed the ifs: if she had not worked late that day, if she had picked him up, if she had called Mitsuki. Those possibilities gathered and frayed into the endless questions that kept her awake. She knew letting a 10-year-old walk home alone was dangerous. She knew it. And she did it anyway. Why hadn't she stopped him? Why hadn't she said no? Was this punishment? Fine. Let her suffer. But bring him back. Please. She cried again, as she had earlier until her throat was raw. The only time she remembered she was still alive was when Mitsuki arrived. Mitsuki, of all people the mother of the boy who had bullied Izuku relentlessly, was her best friend, her only friend. Mitsuki would clean, cook, run baths, and feed her like a broken bird, always setting 3 plates just in case he came home. Inko let her, because she couldn't stop her and because she did not care anymore. She did not count days. She did not know what month it was. Every minute without Izuku felt like a lifetime. The only thing she did, if it could be called that, was search. She wandered the streets like a ghost, filthy, hollow. People avoided her as if she carried a disease. Maybe grief was contagious. Sometimes the police found her and brought her back home. Once Mitsuki found her 3 days after she had disappeared. She had not even known she had been gone that long. She would not be alive now if it had not been for Mitsuki, but Inko never managed to say thank you. Sometimes, in a rare lucid moment, she tried to apologize. She would eat a little, talk a little, even smile once until she saw Katsuki. The boy who had made her son's life hell. The boy who seemed to have ruined everything. 10 years old and already cruel. Blaming herself was not enough. She needed somewhere to put the rage and the guilt, and Katsuki Bakugo became the perfect container. Why did he hate Izuku so much? Why did he torment him? Because of a quirk? Because of society? Because he could? Izuku was kind, polite, sweet, bubbly, hers. Her only child, her everything. And Katsuki got to live, to laugh, to run carefree as if he had not taken a piece of her soul and spat on it. She fantasized about killing him, the thought so raw it shocked her, but jail would mean missing Izuku's return. If Izuku ever came back and she was not there, she could not bear it. So she swallowed the rage and buried the hate deep. Mitsuki must never know. Bills piled up, rent loomed, but she did not care. She could not lose the apartment. It was the only place Izuku knew. If she left, how would he find her? How would he find home? So Mitsuki paid without Inko asking. Days bled into months, months into years. No news, no leads. The police closed the case as unsolved and forgotten. Another missing kid, another broken family. No one cared about the green-haired woman who still came to beg every week, who still believed and still hoped. They rolled their eyes, whispered, and avoided her. Only one person kept trying. Aizawa Shoyuta, the hero known as Eraserhead. Even he was human, and the world did not give him time. He had students to teach, lives to save, mysteries to solve. Eventually, even he stopped showing up. Now Inko was truly alone, not just at home, but in the search, in the fight, in the war for her son's life. She was alone in the grief that never ended. She had not showered in 4 days and could not remember the last time she had slept. Her body ached without her noticing. Her throat was raw from screaming into her pillow. Her knees were bruised from collapsing again and again in front of the small shrine of photographs, toys, and Izuku's tiny all-might figure, which she clutched so tightly that the plastic began to crack beneath her grip. She did not leave the apartment anymore. The curtains had not moved in days. What was the point of sunlight when her son was gone? What was the point of anything? The phone rang. It had not rung since day one. At first she did not move, did not even flinch, staring as if the sound came from another universe. Then it rang again. Her body moved on instinct, slow and brittle. Her hand shook so hard she nearly dropped the phone when she picked it up. She answered in a hollow, unrecognizable voice. A gravelly, tired, professional voice identified itself as Aizawa Shoyuta, Eraserhead, from UA High School's hero course. Her grip tightened on the phone, but her heart did not race. It did not know how anymore. She told him she did not understand. He explained that he believed her son might be at UA. Silence followed, absolute and empty. Her legs gave out. The phone slipped from her hand but stayed connected as she fell to her knees. Her mouth moved but no words came. She breathed Izuku's name as if speaking it too loudly might make him vanish again. Aizawa told her they were not quite sure yet, but they believed it was Izuku. The rest of the world narrowed to the sound of her own heartbeat slamming in her chest for the first time in days. A violent, unfamiliar sob rose from her and cracked through her like thunder. She screamed, a sound full of grief, relief, and disbelief. Her baby was alive. She begged to see him, to go to him immediately. Aizawa reassured her that Izuku was safe but not well. He had not spoken and flinched around light. He emphasized that Izuku was alive. She folded in on herself and sobbed harder, repeating thank you like a prayer until her voice grew hoarse. Hope hurt worse than grief, and yet the word alive shattered something open inside her. After a long while of whispered conversation between Eri and Izuku, their voices trembling with the effort of forming fragile connections, Aizawa finally interrupted in a low, firm tone and called Izuku's name. He waited with the immovable patience shaped by years of experience until Izuku lifted his head and looked up with eyes now more muted than before. Aizawa told Izuku that he had contacted his mother and that she was probably already on her way. He spoke carefully, every syllable measured to avoid startling the scared, ready-to-bolt young man. The room held its breath as Izuku registered the name and the promise of a mother coming. Aizawa saw it, the flash of confusion, the absence of understanding. Izuku did not register what had been said, and the terrible, heavy certainty Aizawa feared settled into his chest like a slab of stone. Izuku had forgotten. He had forgotten his life before Maestro took him. He had forgotten his mother. Aizawa sighed and met Chiyo's grim, knowing eyes. There was nothing to say. A soft voice broke the heavy silence. Eri asked if his mother would come, her small face tilted up, hopeful and earnest. Aizawa's throat tightened. After all Eri had endured, after all she had lost, she still asked with gentle belief. Aizawa answered that his mother would come. He cleared his throat and composed himself as best he could, hearing hurried footsteps approaching Yue's gates. He could not, and would not, let Eri see what might happen next. She was too young, too fragile. He told her to go play with Present Mike for a while. Izuku needed privacy. Eri, obedient as always, nodded and rushed from the room, her hair bouncing with the movement. Aizawa watched her go, an ache deep in his heart. She trusted him to protect her from the sight of a mother breaking in front of her child. The air grew heavier once Eri left, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. Izuku looked at Aizawa with a slight frown on his too thin face, wanting to ask something, anything, but the words never came. The door slammed open with a crash that made everyone flinch. Izuku Midoriya stood there, disheveled and almost unrecognizable from the soft, cheerful woman in the photos. Her hair was pulled into a messy ponytail and dark circles underlined her eyes. Her clothes were crumpled and mismatched, but none of that mattered. Her eyes locked immediately on the boy lying in the infirmary bed. She whispered his name as if she could breathe life back into him, then cried it again, louder, desperate, and raw. Aizawa moved faster than she could. Before she crossed the room or threw herself onto him, he gently but firmly blocked her and steered her out into the hall. Izuku hissed at him in a voice frayed with fury and hope, demanding what he was doing. He did not flinch, he understood. He told her gently that they needed to be sure even if the child looked like Izuku Midoriya. She did not let him finish. Izuku insisted that she knew her son. She gestured and spoke with trembling conviction that she had combed his hair every morning, kissed his freckles goodnight, and knew the way his hands fidgeted when he was nervous. She pointed at Izuku through the infirmary window and insisted that he was her son. No one argued, and Aizawa let her pass. She entered the room quiet now, but filled with an unstoppable force. Her knees almost buckled when she saw him up close. 5 years of nightmares, empty beds, lost birthdays, and missed smiles weighed on her. She crossed the room as if every step might wake her from a cruel dream. Her shaking hand brushed his hair from his forehead. Izuku flinched and pulled away, and that reaction cut through her like a knife. Still, she did not stop. She drew him into her arms slowly, as if trying not to spook a wild animal. He did not hug her back. His arms hung uselessly at his sides and he did not speak. She held him anyway because that was what mothers did. They held on even when everything inside them shattered. They held on because hope was stitched into their bones. Izuku sat frozen. This woman was familiar and yet terrifying. He wanted to move, to respond, to be the boy she thought he was, but he felt only numbness and emptiness. He forced himself to nod, stiff and mechanical. It did not matter that he did not recognize her. It did not matter that his empty eyes looked straight through her. She told herself that over and over until the words lost meaning. She could wait. She would wait for him to come home, for him to live again, for them to be a family again. She could wait forever if that was what it took. It did not matter that he remembered nothing. He was alive, and that had to be enough. Eventually she broke, crying until her body shook and her voice became raw and gasping. Finding her son was one thing. Realizing he was already gone in so many ways was another. All the nights of praying, the years of waiting, and the memories of holding his tiny hands came crashing down and buried her. Aizawa watched from the doorway with heavy, tired eyes. He had thought he had prepared himself, but seeing Inko break apart in front of her son was worse than any villain he had faced. This was a different kind of cruelty, the quiet theft of time, memories, and family. When Inko finally let Izuku go, she stared at him as if memorizing him all over again. 5 years had been lost and would never be returned. She kissed his forehead, trembling, and assured him that she was his mother and that she had missed him so much. In that moment, Aizawa made a decision and a promise to himself he would never break. Later, outside the infirmary as Inko wiped her face raw with a tissue, Aizawa stood beside her. She looked at him with steel in her exhausted gaze. Aizawa proposed that they keep Izuku at UA so they could protect him. It was an act of mercy. It was cruelty because it meant he would not come home, not truly, not the way she had dreamed of every sleepless night for 5 endless years. Inko understood before the words even finished leaving his mouth. She could not keep him not in the place where he had been taken, not in the house that had failed him once already. She could not chain him to her side just to soothe her own terror. She could not pretend that love alone could shield him from the world. If he stayed with her, she would live with her heart in her throat, fearing every moment he was out of sight. Worse, she knew there would be moments when he would need help, real help, and she would have nothing to offer him but trembling hands and helpless prayers. So Izuku Midoriya, who loved her son more than she loved her own life, did the hardest thing a mother could ever do. She let him go. She asked whether he would be safe, the only question that mattered when everything else had already been lost. There was no pretense, no ceremony, only the raw fear of a mother who had already lost too much. Aizawa believed he understood Izuku Midoriya. He had seen the fractures beneath her brave face, the way grief hollowed her when her son vanished without a trace. He remembered how she would clasp her hands tightly in her lap during questioning, her knuckles bone-white, her voice barely a whisper. He had tried to find her child for 3 long years, combing through dead ends, false leads, and empty promises. When another case emerged, a girl even younger and more fragile, he had been forced to choose. He had moved forward to save what he could, and he had rescued that small, broken child who now smiled freely at his side. Guilt still gnawed at him, the knowledge that while one life had been rescued, Inko had been left behind to drown in her grief. Facing her again, Aizawa made a quiet, unshakable promise to himself. This time he would not fail her. He would not leave them behind. He answered that he promised he would not let Izuku be lost again. When Inko returned to say goodbye to her son, just for now, her hand brushed his cheek so gentle it was almost a ghost of a touch. She kissed his forehead and told him to take all the time he needed, that she would wait and always wait. Then she left, silently, as if she had never been there at all. The ache of her absence stayed. Izuku sat there feeling the cold crawl up his spine. He did not understand. He wanted to, but the world felt too big, too loud, too sharp. Chio, pretending to busy herself cleaning, asked if he was all right. He nodded automatically because that was what he thought he was supposed to do. Chio asked again if he was sure, her voice careful and soft. He hesitated, then nodded again, lie after lie after lie. He did not know how to tell the truth anymore. Chio gave a small sigh and a gentle smile he barely noticed, and she told him that he could show how he felt even if he could not talk. Her words floated around him, half understood, and yet something in him stirred. Maybe, if he dared to be a little selfish this time, just a little, they would not punish him for it. Maybe. Aizawa leaned against the wall outside with his eyes closed briefly, thinking of Izuku Midoriya's tear-stained face and the weight of the promises he had made. He knew Nizu and the others would question him and scold him, but he did not care. He could not throw this boy out into the world, yet not when he was this broken, not when the world had already failed him once. If keeping Izuku Midoriya safe meant bending a few rules, he would bend them until they snapped. He opened his eyes, tired but resolved. If they needed a reason, he would find one. Quirk or no quirk, Izuku was staying as long as he needed, as long as it took. Once, long ago, Izuku had been an innocent child. Maybe, if they were careful and patient enough, he could be again. Aizawa had seen this coming. Keeping the boy at UA had never been harder. The child had a living mother, which technically meant there was no reason for him to remain at the school, even with Aizawa pleading that he needed treatment. He had even argued that the boy was a quirkless, discarded child, warning that outside UA Izuku would receive no care and no real protection. But it was not enough. Now that the world knew the truth that the boy was Izuku Midoriya, pressure came from all sides. Nizu knew, the press knew, every pro-hero in the country knew. UA was no longer the place for him, not officially. Aizawa did not give up. He went to Nizu and argued relentlessly, even mentioning Nizu's own past, a risky move, and he saw the flicker of pain on Nizu's face. Nizu's hands were tied by the Hero Public Safety Commission and by public scrutiny, but he understood what trauma could do to someone, especially someone who had been taken and subjected to tests and treated like a tool. He also understood the quiet cruelty of being quirkless in a world built around power. Nizu gave Aizawa time 2 weeks to find something, anything, that would convince the commission and the media to let Izuku stay. Now, almost 2 weeks had passed. It was Thursday. Aizawa was exhausted, juggling being a teacher, a pro-hero, a temporary guardian, and a man desperately fighting a system designed to discard children like Izuku. But he kept going. Eri had just left for her special education program, and Izuku had gone to his therapy session. Both of them were beginning to bloom at UA, and their bond was growing stronger each day. Aizawa saw the change tiny and steady, and it made him more determined than ever not to let Izuku leave. When Inko came by for her weekly visit, Aizawa knew he should have told her that her son might soon be sent away again, but he could not betray the fragile trust she had given him. He kept her in the dark. At least Izuku seemed steady. He felt happy or something close to it. Eri still insisted on sleeping beside him, curled up on the floor where he had a pillow now and a blanket warm enough to ward off the cold. Aizawa had tried to get Izuku to sleep in a proper bed, but Aizawa understood. Kids like him didn't trust comfort yet. Time might help. In the past 2 weeks, Izuku had started to get used to present Mike, even if it was hard to be in the same room. Yamada had learned not to smile too widely around the boy. A soft smile was okay. Anything more made Izuku flinch. He was even starting to respond sometimes when someone called him Midoriya, a small turn of the head when the name was spoken. Aizawa clung to that progress. Life, for once, didn't feel like a battlefield. Not completely. It was hard and exhausting, but it was good. Until it wasn't, because nothing ever stayed quiet for long when you were trying to help a traumatized child in a school full of loud voices and careless adults. Izuku had just finished his therapy session. He remembered that his therapist was there for him and that she would listen only if he wanted her to, that she would never push. At first he had crouched in a corner, eyes fixed on her every move as she shuffled papers, offering a soft smile without ever starting a conversation. She would greet him and then go. Silent again. Eventually he moved, from the corner to the wall, from the wall to a chair. He still didn't speak, but he stayed, and that was more than anyone had expected. The room itself helped, the quiet shuffling of papers, the ticking of the clock, the smell of clean spring air drifting in through the open window. The light was never too bright. It didn't burn. He even found himself kicking his feet sometimes, letting his guard drop just enough to look around instead of watching her every second. He tried picking up a pen, mimicking her motions. It was hard at first, but she showed him patiently, kindly. He felt safe, and that, for Izuku, was a miracle. The therapy room didn't lead to experiments or punishment. He was allowed to be. Today felt like every other day. He was going to show Eri that he could hold the pen now properly. After therapy, he planned to go to his special class where he was learning sign language, how to read, how sounds worked. He even liked it. For the first time in what felt like forever, life was fun. Eri listened when he showed her what he'd learned. The woman called Mom had hugged him and told him he mattered. Aizawa ruffled his hair, never forcing anything. His therapist never broke the silence unless he wanted her to, and once he had even heard her speak outside the room, which had surprised him. It felt like freedom. Sometimes he even thought the nightmares might leave, that the phantom pain in his bones might fade. He walked the halls like a grown-up, proud. The hallway between therapy and his class was always dim, a comfort, a shadow he could melt into. He reached the door and then heard footsteps. He turned instinctively, and then the intruder's voice called out a cheerful greeting. Everything shattered. It was him. He was back to finish the nightmare he had started. To drag Izuku back to where the agony had felt endless, where every smile had seemed a threat, where laughter had once twisted into mockery. But why had Izuku let his guard slip? Why didn't he run? Fear flooded him. His thoughts fractured. Reality fell away into flashes of light, cold restraints imagined, muffled noises that might have been screams. His body trembled violently and he lost control. Everything felt wrong. Too loud, too bright, too close. His breath vanished as if something had crushed his lungs. He clawed at his own head, nails digging into his scalp, desperate to pull the panic out, but it only grew. His quirk answered. There was a series of sharp, mechanical-sounding snaps and pops from his body as his quirk manifested without his consent. His limbs convulsed and reshaped with sudden, unnatural motions. Protruding shapes formed along his arms and back like hardened armor or jagged, blade-like silhouettes. The transformation carried the raw force of something out of an action scene. Abrupt, violent, and frightening, accompanied by harsh sounds rather than gore. His uniform tore under the strain. He arched and shuddered as the change pushed his body into a configuration that looked dangerous and strange, as if his limbs had been refashioned into new tools. People reacted instantly. Aizawa moved forward with practiced urgency to get Izuku to safety. Staff rushed to assist and to calm the situation. The therapists and teachers worked quickly to steady him and lead him away so he could be cared for. Later, after the commotion had been settled and Izuku was being tended to, the hallway grew quiet again. A short, gentle bridge of routine followed as someone stayed with him and ensured he was protected. The small, fragile progress he'd made still mattered, and those around him continued to help him find a way forward. There was a scene of horror, but Izuku did not notice. His eyes were wide and unfocused, like prey frozen in a trap. His mouth hung open and his breathing was shallow. The muscles in his face twitched with panic, though no sound escaped him. His body convulsed under an uncontrolled transformation. Spike-like protrusions formed along his shoulders, thighs, and the back of his neck, his whole frame trembling as if pulled apart by an invisible force. He collapsed onto the floor, shivering, lips barely moving as he mouthed the word no over and over. All might stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief as the scene before him twisted into something he could scarcely comprehend. The image of the small, terrified boy he had seen moments before returned to him, the memory of that fear sharpened by what was happening now. He felt a sudden, overwhelming nausea and fought to steady himself. He found that his body would not move at first. His mind screamed for help even as his legs refused to answer. He begged inwardly for someone to save the boy. Then a sharp crack split the air, a sound that snapped all might back to attention. He watched, horrified and helpless, as Izuku's protrusions retracted and his form smoothed as if tied together by a glow of light. The awkward, violent motions stilled, and Izuku lay still and whole again, as if the disturbance had been swept away. No scars remained. No sign of injury. Just a boy lying motionless, breathing faintly. All Might recovered enough to move. He gathered Izuku's fragile form into his arms and felt the quiet, shallow rise and fall of the boy's chest. His voice cracked as he said that he had to get Izuku to Recovery Girl. News of the incident reached Aizawa and the others almost immediately. As soon as class had ended, Present Mike burst into the room, pale and urgent, then guided Aizawa out with him. The students of Class 1A watched in stunned silence, and even Nizu's sharp senses registered the gravity of the situation. Within moments, Chiyo, Nizu, All Might, Present Mike, and Aizawa were all gathered in the infirmary around an unconscious but alive Izuku. Chiyo worked quickly to assess Izuku's condition. The boy lay pale and still on the cot, breathing with a fragile rhythm. Whatever had happened to him, whatever he had endured and then recovered from, left no visible damage now. All Might lingered near the door, still shaken, hands trembling despite his efforts to steady them. Aizawa stood with his brow furrowed and arms crossed, watching the boy with a hard, unreadable expression. Nizu's usual smile was gone, his face grave. Present Mike appeared shaken, uncharacteristically quiet. Aizawa moved to the security footage and watched the sequence unfold with a tightening expression. He demanded to know what had happened. Chiyo, accustomed to many difficult scenes in her life, only stared in horror at the images. Aizawa turned his frustration toward All Might, seizing his collar and accusing him that there had been one rule and asking how he could have allowed this to happen. All Might stammered that he had not known. All Might tried to explain that he had only said hello and had not known what would happen, but Aizawa shouted that he could not follow a single rule and shook him harder. Present Mike stood frozen, aware of how deeply Aizawa cared for his students. Aizawa rarely showed emotion, but when he did it was raw and intense. All Might's voice cracked as he stumbled back, unable to find words to explain what had happened. Aizawa's fists clenched. He remained furious at All Might, but he forced himself not to let his emotions take over. Nizu cut in sharply, leaving no room for argument. Aizawa reluctantly released All Might and stepped back as a heavy silence settled over the room. Present Mike moved between them, uncertain how to ease the tension. Chiyo kept checking Midoriya's pulse, her gaze fixed on the boy's still form. The sight of him so fragile haunted her, but the steady rise and fall of his breath reassured her. Chiyo noted that Midoriya had been through more than any of them had realized, and if these episodes were common for him it suggested he had been subjected to severe mental and physical harm rather than what they had originally believed. Nizu added, in a serious tone, that Midoriya's quirk, long thought non-existent, was now clearly a burden that hurt him every time it activated. Aizawa glanced at Izuku and ran a hand through his hair, wondering aloud whether this revelation would be enough to make the boy stay. Nizu nodded slowly. Chiyo, incredulous, asked if they were going to use the trauma to keep him at the school. Aizawa answered sharply that they had no other choice. Letting him go back out there to suffer again was not an option. Chiyo looked down, her expression softening as she took in the gravity of the situation. All Might felt a crushing weight in his chest. He believed he had failed the boy, and the guilt overwhelmed him. He stumbled toward the bathroom, the urge to vomit making him step away from the others. He could not bear the consequences of what had happened. Izuku opened his eyes to sterile light and the sight of familiar faces. Aizawa, Chiyo, Nizu, and a blonde-haired man. His breath hitched as memories crashed into him, a tremor of panic and dread at the sight of blonde hair and a hollow smile. The recollections hit him like a wave and he shuddered, hands twitching against the sheets as if still trapped in a nightmare. Hisashi Present Mike understood instantly and left the room without a word, his steps quiet as he exited to spare Izuku further distress. Aizawa felt relief flood through him. The steady monitor beep had become a small beacon of hope, but it was only when Izuku blinked that Aizawa truly believed the boy was present, alive, and reachable. Izuku flinched as his memory returned. The sharp breath, the panic, the recurring image of smiling blonde men, and the way his body had betrayed him before when a quirk manifested without warning. He curled into himself, pulling his knees to his chest and making himself as small as possible, afraid they would punish him, use him, or discard him now that he felt unstable and dangerous. He feared he might never see Eri or others he cared for again. His gaze finally landed on Aizawa, and what he saw dissolved the fear a little. Aizawa's eyes were tired but steady and kind eyes that did not punish or despair when Izuku failed, eyes that had shown him care during the fragile weeks at UA. They still regarded him like a boy rather than a weapon or a mistake. The relief he felt turned into sobbing. He shook with it, letting loose the years of fear and pain he had held inside. Aizawa moved to him without words and wrapped him in a gentle, protective embrace. The gesture said more than any reassurance. Being held made the danger feel momentarily bearable. The fear and confusion did not vanish, but they were contained, if only for a while, by Aizawa's presence. Izuku did not know how long he cried. The outside world blurred as he allowed himself to break down. In that quiet, Aizawa stayed with him through it all. For the first time in a long while, Izuku felt he was not alone. They all understood a serious conversation would have to happen later, but now was not the time. The situation felt raw and precarious, and everyone in the room sensed the need for space and care. After he finally calmed and grew too tired to cry, Izuku asked to go home, a place he had slowly begun to think of as a refuge. Aizawa agreed and took him there. It was already late in the day. As they entered the house, Eri arrived with her usual bright energy, announcing that she was home and beaming. Izuku was curled up in the darkest corner of the room, half hidden behind a tall potted plant. When Eri saw him, she froze and did not ask any immediate questions. She knew better. Sometimes the fear came back, the echoes of something terrible. When it did, she just had to wait. Letting him have his space for a while would be fine. She was such a good sister, she told herself, and trotted over to Aizawa, who looked like he was trying to pour energy into his coffee cup by sheer willpower alone. Aizawa tried to sound normal and asked Eri how her day had been. Eri climbed into a seat at the table across from him and beamed that her day had been super good, that they had done many things, and that she had even learned to count. Aizawa blinked, tired but smiling, and told her that was awesome before asking what 3 plus 2 was. She stuck her tongue out, counted on her small fingers, and shouted 5 with pride. Aizawa chuckled and ruffled her hair, earning a delighted giggle. Her eyes wandered toward Izuku. He was still hidden, head buried in his arms, curled into a small protective shape. It hurt a little, but she reminded herself again and again that it was okay. Healing was messy. She still had nightmares too, sometimes, memories of the facility, but she wanted to help him, at the very least to make sure he was fine. She took a breath and walked over to him, keeping a respectful distance. Izuku felt her presence and peeked up from his arm. Eri called his name cheerfully and asked how his day had been. She sat on the floor nearby, not invading his space but waiting. She told him that her day had been great, that she had learned addition and had drawn a pony, chattering to ease him. Izuku looked at her and really saw her smile was soft and warm, not the frightening one he remembered from the facility. He understood what she was doing and felt grateful to have such a sister. He tapped his side to ask her to come closer. Eri understood immediately and scooted into the small space beside him, a bit of dirt from a fallen pot spilling but ignored. She kept talking, occasionally pausing to help Izuku find words with gentle hand movements. She was learning sign language to speak with him. From the kitchen, Aizawa watched with a rare warmth blooming in his chest. He did not know how she did it, how she always managed to soothe Izuku, but he would not change it for the world. He found himself smiling. Then the doorbell rang and everyone froze. Eri paused mid-sentence and Izuku lifted his head. Aizawa raised a brow and opened the door. Standing there was Hizashi civilian clothes and brown-dyed hair, not his usual present mic persona. Aizawa blinked and said Hizashi's name in surprise. Hizashi grinned, struck a ridiculous pose, and asked Shota if he liked the new look. Aizawa replied, deadpan but with a slight smirk, that it suited him. Hizashi scratched the back of his neck and admitted that he had felt bad about what had happened to Midoriya, that he had come to check in and maybe stay for dinner. Aizawa sighed but then invited him in. Hizashi stepped inside and noticed how dim the lighting. He called a cheerful hello to the kids. Eri lit up and exclaimed that it was Mr. Annoying Blonde Man. Hizashi laughed and scooped her up into the air like an airplane. Aizawa, shutting the door behind him, told Eri to stop calling him that. She giggled and was unbothered as she soared through the living room. Once Hisashi gently set her down, he turned to the still huddled boy in the corner and asked if Izuku remembered him. He beamed. Izuku nodded slowly and watched him, not afraid this time. Brown hair made him look softer, less like the masked man from the facility. Hisashi then offered to make dinner, knowing they had had a difficult day. Aizawa blinked, half relieved, and accepted, saying yes. Their eyes met for a brief, familiar moment, and a soft silence hung between them. Hisashi grinned and wandered toward the fridge, already opening drawers and humming. Aizawa collapsed onto the couch with an exhausted sound that came from being drained but finally safe, letting his eyes fall shut for a moment without feeling completely worn down. Eri called his name excitedly, and he opened his eyes slowly to offer a tired but genuine smile. She stood proudly in front of him with Izuku's hand clasped in hers and announced that Izuku could hold a pen now and could draw with her. Aizawa's gaze softened. He ruffled Izuku's messy hair and told him he was proud. Izuku's cheeks flushed and he looked down, nervously twisting the hem of his shirt. Eri giggled with pride and tugged gently on his arm to coax him along. She urged them to go draw, and Izuku nodded. The two children disappeared toward her room, a hushed buzz of laughter trailing behind them. Aizawa leaned back into the couch and exhaled slowly. The silence that followed was not empty but full of life, warmth, and the quiet miracle of healing children. From the kitchen, the savory smell of something hearty drifted into the room, rich and grounding. Aizawa murmured that it smelled good. Hisashi, still humming by the stove, called back that of course it did, that he cooked with love. Aizawa rolled his eyes but a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. The clatter of pans and utensils was strangely comforting, and though his shoulders still carried weight, it felt manageable now. Hisashi walked in quietly carrying 2 mugs, set one on the coffee table, and announced that it was chamomile, tilting his head toward the untouched mug. Hisashi noticed that Aizawa looked like he needed something stronger than water and offered a drink. Aizawa lifted the mug, sniffed it, agreed softly that Hisashi was not wrong, and took a sip. They sat in a silence that only a home could hold, where footsteps and distant laughter meant peace rather than tension. From down the hall the scratching of pencils could be heard, Eri's occasional chirps of excitement, and Izuku's quiet sounds of agreement or the small taps of his fingers beside her. Hisashi leaned forward and asked how bad it had been after he left the room. Aizawa did not look at him. He stared into his mug as if it could provide answers. He admitted that it had been bad and that he had never seen that child cry like that before. He added quietly that he did not know what the boy had been through, and that it was probably worse than they could imagine. Hisashi's expression grew dark, but he did not interrupt. Aizawa confessed that he felt like he had failed the child again, and he cut himself off to avoid breaking down. Hisashi replied gently that a traumatic response was normal for a child. Aizawa acknowledged that he knew, but he was frustrated and rubbed his face with both hands. Hisashi murmured the child's name, Shota, and Aizawa admitted that he did not know how much more the boy was carrying. Every time he thought they had reached the worst, another layer seemed to peel back. Hisashi leaned back and ran a hand through his brown hair, then asked if Aizawa had been handling all of it alone. Aizawa snorted weakly and asked whether Hisashi thought he had time to fall apart. Hisashi said no, but that he believed Aizawa should have someone to rely on. Aizawa met his gaze and, simply, told him that he did have someone. Hisashi smiled, small and warm. Eri's voice suddenly announced that it was time for dinner, filling the house with excitement. Aizawa groaned and rubbed the bridge of his nose while Hisashi laughed. Aizawa noted that Eri was just excited and stood up, warning that he had about 30 seconds before she would try to carry the curry pot herself. The two of them walked to the kitchen together under warm lights. Eri had set mismatched plates crookedly, and Izuku was concentrating seriously on lining up utensils, tongue poking out in focus. Eri greeted Hisashi enthusiastically and proclaimed that they had done everything themselves. Hisashi replied with a dramatic compliment about them being a dream team and ruffled both of their heads. Izuku nodded and hugged a spoon to his chest. Aizawa breathed in the smell of the food and let out a quiet breath as he took in the laughter and the way Eri kept rearranging chairs so Izuku could sit beside her. The scene felt ordinary and soft, and Aizawa felt the fragility of that peace, knowing. How close it had been to breaking just hours before. He and Hizashi said nothing about it. They simply sat down to eat, and that was enough. Dinner was a patchwork of warmth. Eri insisted on serving everyone herself, producing small spills and uneven portions, while Izuku, still unsure about how to eat properly, fumbled with utensils and occasionally knocked over a glass or spilled rice. He was no longer scared of punishment. He simply tried again without frustration. That sight reassured Aizawa after the events of the day. Hizashi, who had cooked the meal, made a show of complimenting it with theatrical reverence, claiming it was the best curry he had had in a decade and placing a hand over his heart. Eri protested with her mouth full that she had made the best curry last time with Miss Midnight. Izuku and Aizawa listened in quiet as the two of them argued playfully over whose curry was better, and Aizawa found a tired smile tugging at his lips. After dinner, while Eri and Izuku were being put to bed, Aizawa stayed behind to wash the dishes. Hizashi joined him without needing to be asked, rolling up his sleeves and passing plates. Hizashi commented that the kids were good together. Aizawa paused as he rinsed a plate and agreed that they fit like pieces of a puzzle. Hizashi teased about the nickname Mr. Annoying Blonde Man, and Aizawa smiled but said he did not know where Eri had heard it. He passed another dish to Hizashi and muttered that it was truly a mystery. The sound of running water and clinking plates partly hid their quiet laughter as they momentarily forgot the earlier tension and the difficult conversation that would come tomorrow. Putting the children to bed had not been hard. Izuku, exhausted from the long day, fell asleep quickly, and Eri stayed close to him in the corner, comfortable and settled. Once the house was finally quiet, Aizawa and Hizashi sat on the sofa with another round of tea. Steam rose from their mugs as the stillness allowed them both to exhale. Hizashi leaned back, resting his mug on his chest, and brought up a memory of the summer they had tried camping on the dorm roof. He recalled that Aizawa had brought a single blanket, no food, and a broken flashlight. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at the memory, and Hizashi added that he had brought a speaker and a playlist, which he felt should count for something. Aizawa snorted and reminded him that he had blown the speaker trying to make it loud enough to scare off crows. Hizashi insisted it had been successful. A comfortable quiet settled between them as the memory hung in the air. Hizashi observed that it had been the first time he had seen Aizawa sleep for more than 4 hours, describing how Aizawa had curled up in a hammock like a cat and vanished. Aizawa smirked and explained that it had been because Hizashi talked for hours until Aizawa tuned him out. Hizashi, sipping his tea, said dryly that he was honored. Aizawa agreed, and their smiles lingered longer this time. It was not just nostalgia, it was the quiet comfort of still being here after everything. Hizashi observed softly that Aizawa had changed. Aizawa turned his head slightly and asked if Hizashi really thought so. Hizashi commented that Aizawa still looked like he ran on coffee and spite, then hesitated and nodded toward the hallway where the children had gone to sleep. Hizashi said that Aizawa had a softness now, not weakness but a quiet gentleness. Aizawa fell silent, looking down at his tea and thinking. He finally admitted that the children had changed him without even trying. Hizashi leaned his head back against the couch and agreed that this was what children did. Aizawa finished his tea and, voice low, said that they were not just kids but survivors, waking up every day and pressing on an endurance he had not possessed at their age. Hizashi replied that Aizawa gave them something to hold on to, and that mattered. Silence settled over the room, not awkward but full, the kind that meant everything important had already been said. Hizashi set his mug down and mentioned that he should go, that he had work early and would wake up with a sore back if he fell asleep on the couch again. Aizawa snorted and insisted it was not that bad. Hizashi stretched, moved to the door slowly as if reluctant to leave, and then, before stepping out, spoke softly and seriously to Aizawa, calling him Shota, and told him that if things ever became too heavy, he did not have to carry the burden alone, not with Hizashi around. Aizawa acknowledged this with weary thanks. Hizashi nodded once more and slipped out the door, wishing him good night as he left. The apartment was still again. Aizawa stood for a moment, then walked down the hall and paused at the children's room long enough to glance in. Eri and Izuku lay curled in their nest of blankets, safe and breathing steadily. Aizawa closed the door softly behind him. Tomorrow would come with its weight, but for now there was peace. When the morning breeze stirred through the half-open window, Izuku knew the sun had risen. Sleep had once again evaded him, nightmares clung to the edges of his thoughts. He had grown used to those sleepless nights. Watching Eri sleep beside him felt far more peaceful than any dream. He did not want to wake her, but the morning routines awaited his therapy and her special class. Izuku reached out gently, barely rustling the blanket. Eri stirred slowly, blinking, yawning, and looking around. It was no longer strange for her to wake up in Izuku's room. In fact, it had become her comfort. Falling asleep without him nearby had become almost impossible. Her gaze lingered on the dark shadows under his eyes, and she did not comment. She remembered how, when she had first been rescued by Aizawa, fear had kept her awake for months, and how he had stayed with her. She wanted to return that steadiness for Izuku now. Rubbing her eyes, Eri groaned softly, reluctant to leave the cocoon of warmth. When Izuku stood and shed the blanket, she found it easier to follow. That was how most mornings went. Downstairs, Aizawa sat at the table with coffee in hand and dark circles under his eyes that matched Izuku's. Aizawa muttered a tired good morning. Izuku nodded in silent acknowledgement. Eri shuffled over, still rubbing her eyes, and climbed onto a chair with sleepy grace, murmuring a quiet good morning. Izuku did not usually eat breakfast, but Aizawa insisted he try, claiming breakfast was the most important meal of the day. Izuku poured a bowl of cereal and ate despite the overly sweet taste. Aizawa rubbed his temple. His headache throbbed as he thought of the upcoming meeting with the other adults to discuss yesterday's incident. Later, Aizawa took both children to the meeting, leaving his peaceful home until evening. In front of the principal's office, he was accompanied by Present Mic, Chio, and All Might. Nizu opened the meeting calmly, greeting everyone and stating that they needed to make sense of what had happened the previous day. The room was filled with warm sunlight that could not lift the heavy atmosphere. Chairs scraped as people took their seats and exchanged uneasy glances. Nizu asked All Might to speak. All Might, pale and haunted, confessed that he did not remember everything. He described the event as unnatural and inhuman. He said that Izuku had screamed at the sight, and then his body had contorted in a terrifying, unnatural way that All Might had never seen before. It had caused Izuku clear pain. All Might emphasized that it did not empower him, it inflicted suffering, and witnessing it had been horrifying. All Might had experienced horror in his career, cities destroyed, screams echoing through rubble, people broken beyond repair. As the symbol of peace, he had learned to carry such memories and endure them. But this was different, something else entirely. This was different. It had not come from a villain. There was no name, no face to blame. It had come from within a child, a boy who had done nothing wrong. A boy who looked at All Might as if All Might were the monster. The transformation had been shocking. Izuku's body convulsed and reshaped in ways that made everyone recoil. There were sounds of pain and a cry that felt hollow and unforgettable, as if something deep inside him had broken. All Might had held him through it. He had buried the innocent he could not save before and learned to lock his grief behind a door, but this broke that door. This was not a simple death. It was a terrifying return from death by something unnatural, a force that ignored the rules of life itself. He had always believed he could protect people, that he was a wall between darkness and the innocent. In that moment, he had been only a witness, powerless, and it changed him. No hero could see that and remain the same. Chio asked with uncertainty flickering in her eyes whether All Might was sure the boy had stopped breathing. All Might answered more firmly that he knew what he had seen, but the memory would not leave him and haunted him even in sleep. Nizu set his cup down with a soft thud and concluded that Izuku Midoriya had developed a quirk during his time in captivity. He added that this might be the first successful case of an artificial quirk. The room fell heavy with the implication. Present Mic, voice tight, demanded clarification. Nizu explained that Maestro, the man who had abducted Midoriya, had apparently succeeded in creating a quirk, one that harmed the host, yes, but a quirk nonetheless. Present Mic sagged, stunned, unable to accept what was supposed to be impossible. Nizu let the information rest between them. The possibility pressed like lead. If the Hero Public Safety Commission learned of it, chaos could follow. If the public found out, Society might unravel. If villains learned of it, Izuku's life would never be safe again. There were too many dangerous ifs. One certainty remained. Izuku Midoriya was in danger. Villains would want him, the commission would seek to replicate him, and the public might fear him. The boy, already buried under trauma, was now more vulnerable than ever. Nizu turned to Aizawa and instructed that he would tell the commission the condition was similar to Aries, unstable and dangerous, which would buy them time while hiding the rest. Aizawa nodded grimly. All Might warned that hiding was lying and that if they were found out the consequences would be dire. Nizu insisted they had no other choice. Exposing the truth would be worse. Nizu asked Aizawa to stay with Izuku at all times. If it happened again, others could be hurt. He gathered papers into folders and planned. Present Mike protested that Izuku was just a kid and should not be treated as a threat. Aizawa reminded them that having a dangerous quirk did not change Izuku's heart, but it did change their responsibility. Chio spoke softly that if the event repeated, Izuku's body might not survive and asked if they could help him control it. Nizu said they did not yet know and that until Izuku was ready they would observe and protect. Nizu looked at each of them and acknowledged their fear while insisting that worry did not help, action did. Midoriya needed them, and they would protect him with everything they had. He closed by ordering that this information remain inside the room. The meeting ended, but its weight followed them. Aizawa had a little more time before class. Following Nizu's instructions, he headed to the therapy room and knocked gently. A soft, feminine voice invited him in. The warm scent of spring drifted through the open window. The therapist looked up with curiosity. Aizawa's gaze was fixed on the green-haired child sitting quietly. He asked Izuku if he minded being taken to class, wanting the boy's consent as part of his duty. Izuku nodded and stood without hesitation. The therapist asked gently if it was all right, noting their session was not quite over and that Izuku would miss his special class. Aizawa explained that from tomorrow his schedule would change. He would spend only short PRDS with the therapist and his special class time would be reduced. The therapist did not like the change but had no authority to override the decision of those above her, and she nodded. Izuku hoped it was for the best. Izuku was taken to class 1. Aizawa felt uneasy. Bringing Izuku into the classroom was risky. Last time, a student had recognized him, which could have led to disaster. He pushed down his nerves and focused on getting through the day. The classroom buzzed with laughter when Aizawa entered with Izuku following quietly behind. Aizawa switched off the lights, and a blonde, energetic student asked if they were watching a movie. Aizawa explained that the child mentioned weeks before needed to remain under his supervision and that starting today Izuku Midoriya would be staying with the class. The students reacted with noise, surprise, and curiosity, but the energy was positive. A small, purple-haired boy asked whether Izuku would be their classmate from now on. Aizawa answered that Izuku was only staying temporarily. Izuku walked to the nearest corner and settled beside his desk. Aizawa then called Bakugo and asked to speak with him privately. When Bakugo looked up, guilt and pain were written across his face. They left the room for a private conversation. The rest of the class exchanged glances. They had always suspected Bakugo had some connection to this mysterious child, but they had never asked and had not expected to see him again. Mina Ishido, pink-skinned and full of energy, sprang from her seat and introduced herself, extending a hand toward Izuku. A nearby dark-haired girl with a ponytail gently placed a hand on Mina's shoulder and advised caution, noting that Izuku seemed uncomfortable with people getting too close. Mina apologized and stepped back. A short pause followed as everyone adjusted to the new arrangement. Mina laughed awkwardly, stuck out her tongue, and said she hadn't meant to scare him. Izuku shook his head to show he was not bothered, then murmured that he was fine. Mina squealed and bounced with excitement. A boy with dark hair and a wide grin introduced himself as Hantasiro and called himself a temporary classmate. His smile was warm, but the crowd forming around Izuku began to overwhelm him. He was not used to so much attention. As more students approached, he stood and edged along the wall, trying to create space. The others chuckled fondly at the sight. Then Izuku saw a deeper shadow in the corner and bolted toward it, curling himself into it. Tokoyami's feathers rustled at the contact. Looking down, Tokoyami realized the boy was now nestled at his feet and, embarrassed and confused, asked what he was doing. The girls squealed at the sight, which only deepened Tokoyami's blush. He hated being the center of attention. Izuku remained silent. Dark Shadow tilted its head and emitted a high, excited squeal, babbling about how cute the boy was and swirled around him, while Tokoyami tried to make himself smaller. Jairu remarked across the room that the new kids seemed to like Tokoyami, and Tokoyami begged them not to make it worse. Mina suggested he should be allowed a cuddle, teasing him, and Tokoyami crossed his arms, mortified, noting that Dark Shadow had no sense of personal boundaries. Jairu smirked and nudged him playfully before approaching Izuku. Kyokager crouched to be at eye level and introduced herself, telling him that she thought Midoriya was a cool name. Izuku blinked and gave the smallest nod, his fingers clinging to the edge of Dark Shadow like it was a blanket. Mina gasped and whispered to Shiro that he had nodded. Shiro joked that he would like them too. Eijiro Kirishima laughed and introduced himself, offering the nickname Kiri and asking if Midoriya liked manly things like action figures or swords. Izuku looked lost amid the questions but managed a tiny, tentative smile. Mina reacted with emotional delight and clutched Jairu's arm. Sato, already pulling a cookie from his lunchbox, offered a snack and asked if Izuku liked sweets. Kaminari Denki flopped backward in his chair and introduced himself as the electric guy, grinning and saying he tended to be loud and accident-prone. Yaoyorozu Momo approached with a polite smile and explained that she could create supplies if he ever needed anything, which sounded kind to Izuku. Then Tenya Ida stood and adjusted his glasses, formally introducing himself as the class representative and offering assistance navigating the building or understanding class structure. Jairu dryly suggested to Ida that he tone down the museum tour style. Overwhelmed but not frightened, Izuku slowly peeked out from Dark Shadow's cover and looked around. So many people, so many names, so many smiles, no anger, only laughter with him. He took a tentative step forward, gripping the hem of his shirt, and quietly thanked them. Mina shrieked in delight at his speaking, and Shiro pointed out that he had left the corner. Kaminari joked about charting his progress. Rather than pushing him back into the corner, Izuku sat down on the floor where he stood and curled his knees to his chest, facing slightly away. Dark Shadow circled once and settled behind him like a protective pillow fort. Jairu muttered that they should tone it down, and Yaoyorozu observed that his reaction was a good sign. Uraraka suggested doing something normal like playing a game, to make him feel less on display, and Tsuyu agreed. The idea spread quickly. Kaminari and Mina produced a deck of cards and proposed a speed round. Jairu passed while Kirishima accepted with a grin. The game began and the group's energy shifted attention on Izuku lessened, not disappearing but becoming more relaxed. The room hummed with laughter and friendly banter. Izuku watched from near the wall, noticing that no one pulled him in or touched him, but they made space for him. That was new. He did not smile, but he also did not retreat. When Shiro lost and launched into an exaggerated flailing dance, complete with chicken clucks, Tokoyami muttered that the display was ridiculous. Dark Shadow laughed loudly and teased Tokoyami about being jealous of the fun. Tokoyami replied flatly that they shared a body. Izuku's fingers twitched once, barely noticeable, and Uraraka, who had been watching, noticed the small motion. She smiled gently to herself and leaned back against her desk, hopeful that perhaps, just maybe, things were beginning to change for him. He would be okay here. The door slid open with a soft click. Conversations in the classroom paused like a record scratching as heads turned and eyes widened. Aizawa stepped back into the room, followed closely by Bakugo, whose usual scowl seemed subdued. His hands were stuffed in his pockets and his jaw was clenched. The teacher's tired gaze swept the room. No one was screaming. No desks were flying. Izuku was still in the room. So far, so good. Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly when he spotted Izuku sitting near the wall, curled but upright and now partially encircled by Tokoyami and his overly affectionate Quirk. The rest of the class was playing cards, chatting, or pretending not to be watching the boy every few seconds. They were giving him room. Bakugo hesitated at the threshold. His red eyes flicked toward the green-haired boy and immediately flinched. Izuku had not looked at him. He had not moved. There was no recognition, none of the flinching fear, none of the strained politeness Bakugo had braced himself for. Just nothing, like the boy was a stranger. Aizawa muttered to Bakugo that they should not force anything and that he should simply be part of the room. Bakugo made a small sound of displeasure but gave a sharp nod. They both walked deeper into the room. Aizawa settled behind his desk and pulled out paperwork. Bakugo walked past the others, ignoring Kaminari's quick glance and Mina's soft wave, and slid into his usual seat with a thud 1 row away from Izuku's corner. He said nothing and did not stare. He simply sat. Izuku turned his head ever so slightly. It was barely emotion, barely more than a flick of curiosity, but to Bakugo it felt like the world had shifted. His fingers gripped the side of his desk and he did not realize he was holding his breath until Kirishima, trying to act casual, threw a crumpled piece of paper at his head. Kirishima then asked quietly if he was okay. Bakugo did not answer, but the paper hit the floor without being set off, which was something. Izuku slowly lowered his legs and uncurled from his sitting position. He did not stand or speak, but he scooted an inch to the side, just 1 inch closer to the rest of the room. It was enough for Tokoyami to notice and for Uraraka to quietly nudge Yaoyorozu, her gesture asking if she had seen it. From his desk, Aizawa let out a long, quiet breath. Progress. No explosions. No panic. Just a classroom full of quirks, chaos, and one boy learning how to breathe again in the space between voices. The rest of the morning passed without incident. Izuku did not speak and no one forced him to. He sat in the corner near Aizawa's desk with his arms around his knees, sometimes watching and sometimes staring at nothing. The classroom was filled with voices, some loud, some gentle, but none were directed at him. It felt as if the class had agreed, silently, to just let him be. That was good. That was enough. When they practiced hero maneuvers outside, Aizawa did not make Izuku join. He simply nodded toward the shade of a tree, and Izuku sat under it to watch. A few students ran past him, Kaminari with his grin, Ashido waving dramatically as she skated across the ground with her acid slick, Uraraka floating something in the distance, and Siro swinging through the air. They did not forget he was there, but they did not pull him in, and he appreciated that. Bakugo did not look at him, not once. He was sharp and aggressive with everyone else sparking, barking, and snarling when Kaminari or Kirishima got too casual, but around Izuku there was nothing. His eyes flickered toward the corner sometimes, but they never stayed. He kept his distance with a care that made the tension around him almost audible, like old walls creaking before a storm. Izuku stayed away because it felt safest. Lunch came and went. Tokoyami offered him a seat by leaving the space next to him open in the shade. Dark shadow hovered protectively, a little quieter than usual but still humming about feathers and comfort. Izuku sat there and ate little, taking only what was given to him, something soft and plain. Uraraka waved once from her table. He waved back and she smiled. By the time the final class wrapped up, the sun had started lowering through the windows and painted the walls in orange and gold. Aizawa stretched his back and announced that it was all for the day, praising the class and adding that there would be no homework for once. The class cheered and Izuku flinched, only a blink, then looked down at his lap again. As students filed out, the scraping of chairs and the rush of footsteps and the swirl of backpacks and half-finished conversations left Izuku seated in the corner. Ashido called out a goodbye to Midoriya as she left with her friends. Jiru said she would maybe see him tomorrow and followed. A boy with white and red hair passed by without a word. His expression was unreadable and distant, and his eyes landed on Izuku for a heartbeat too long before moving on, as if storing a file for later. Izuku shivered slightly, though he did not know why. Finally, only Aizawa, Bakugo, and Izuku remained. Bakugo gathered his bag with stiff movements and still would not look at him. Aizawa walked up and crouched to meet Izuku's eye level. He told Izuku that he had done well that day and that he could return to the therapist's office now or come with Aizawa. Bakugo stood slowly and then pointed, just slightly, in Aizawa's direction. Izuku managed a barely audible whisper of Aizawa's name, the first time Aizawa had heard him speak. Aizawa brushed off his surprise and smiled, telling them it was all right. Bakugo was already at the door with his back turned and his shoulders hunched. When Aizawa called Bakugo by name, The boy stopped and turned halfway, deliberately not facing Izuku. Bakugo muttered his thanks for the day, said nothing more, tightened his grip on his bag and left. Aizawa ruffled Izuku's hair and left the room. Izuku followed without resistance. The day was a success. Shota Aizawa had seen a lot during his career. Too many things, perhaps. Children with broken limbs. Children with broken spirits. Children who flinched at touch, who cried when it rained, who couldn't sleep unless someone left the closet door open. He had watched trauma settle under skin and make a home there. Even so, he had not expected this. A child alone and unnaturally still, kneeling in the corner of a rust-stained room in one of the filthiest hideouts Aizawa had ever entered. The first thing he noticed was how still the child was, too still. Not frozen in fear, but unmoving in that trained way, back straight, hands folded, eyes wide and watching. No tears. No trembling. Just watching. Aizawa moved everyone out of the room to handle the situation himself. He approached slowly, boots clicking on concrete, and the child did not flinch or blink. The boy did not act like a child at all. Aizawa crouched to the child's eye level and, in a soft, even tone, reassured him that they were there to help. The boy did not respond. His stare was too steady, as if calculating each breath. It felt less like fear and more like a watchful assessment. Still, Aizawa reached out and asked if he could stand. After a pause, the boy nodded once, stiff and automatic, and rose soundlessly. The quiet unnerved Aizawa more than anything. No whimper, no shuffle, not even an audible breath. The child moved as if unfamiliar with open space. Aizawa guided him toward the outside, trying to keep him from seeing the fallen people scattered on the floor. He failed to fully shield him, but the boy barely registered what lay inside. Outside, the air was heavy with rain and industrial smog, yet the child seemed to take comfort in it. For the first time, something in his eyes lit up, like a small spark waking. He appeared to relish the rain, listening to the steady patter as if it were a forgotten melody. The horizon was gray and streaked with smoke, not beautiful by any conventional standard, but to that child it seemed enough. Aizawa only stopped watching the skyline when the child coughed, a reminder that he was unused to the polluted air. He hurried him into the car to dry him off and shield him from the smog, then took him to the police station. Protocol still had to be followed even when a child was involved. Aizawa did not want to leave the boy's side, but in the rush he asked an officer who seemed reliable to stay with him. Initially, things appeared fine. Aizawa kept glancing back while finishing the casework, and the child sat quietly, watching the rain against the window, a sight that eased something tight in Aizawa's chest. The paperwork was wrapping up faster than expected when the same officer burst back in, panicked. Aizawa knew at once what had happened. He sharply reminded the officer that he had told her not to leave the boy's side, more exasperated at his own misplaced optimism than truly angry at her. He followed her to a holding cell and found the child there again, sitting silently in a dark, dusty room. Seeing him return to a place that resembled where he'd been found cut into Aizawa, but he said nothing. Once he confirmed the boy was safe, Aizawa sent a quick apology to the officer for snapping. His frustration had been misplaced and he felt ashamed. He rushed through the remaining paperwork, not caring for neatness, because he did not want to leave the child alone again. When Aizawa returned to the cell, the boy had not moved. His legs were drawn tight to his body and his face was hidden. The sight struck something in Aizawa. Facing a traumatized child was always the hardest part of his work. He took a slow breath, his outward calm belying the quickening of his heart, and crouched to the boy's level in hopes of offering comfort. He thought of Eri and how long it had taken for her to cry and to trust that kindness was not a trick. This boy wore that same guarded look, the look that said he had learned to expect pain. Aizawa told him his name and explained, quietly and simply, what would happen next. He knew the boy might not grasp everything, but he said it all the same, each word a quiet promise to himself. He would protect the child from the bad things, and he would be there to help him learn to breathe again. Aizawa offered his hand again and the boy took it. Together they stepped back into the outside world. The sun had risen, but the boy only squinted as if the light burned. Aizawa attributed it to being underground for too long. For a while everything made sense. Then it didn't. On the way home, Aizawa noticed how the boy's eyes lingered on the shadows between buildings rather than the light. Never the light. He filed it away as one of many odd, unpredictable behaviors he had seen in children who had endured trauma. But there was a weight to this silence that felt different. They reached the gate of UA classes had just ended and students ran across the grounds, loud and full of energy. Aizawa kept the boy close, perhaps a little too close given the passing glances from teachers, though no one questioned him directly. After Eri, people understood that Aizawa bringing a child to school was never casual. Still, this boy did not cling or cry. He watched every corner, every person, every shift in light as if everything could turn dangerous. Aizawa recognized that look he had worn it himself once and pushed the thoughts aside as he knocked on the principal's door. Before entering, he crouched and explained gently to the boy what would happen inside. He did not expect the child to speak. It was clear by now that he could not, but Aizawa wanted him to understand. He knew that Nizu would not force anything either. They stepped into the principal's office. The boy hesitated and held to Aizawa's shadow, small fingers curling into the hem of his coat. The sunlight slashed across the hallway, but the child did not step into it. He stayed behind Aizawa, presence light and guarded. Aizawa greeted Principal Nizu and declined the offered tea, explaining that he had come to speak about the child. Nizu indicated that he already knew about the boy from the facility Maestro had used as a hideout. Aizawa said that the boy appeared to have been part of the villain's experiments and that it was unclear how long he had been kept there. There were no visible injuries, but Aizawa warned that absence of marks meant nothing. Nizu listened, sipped his tea, and asked gently about the child's behavior. Aizawa did not answer at first, then he crouched to be eye level and asked the boy if he was okay. The boy remained silent, wide-eyed and guarded. Nizu suggested quietly and precisely that perhaps the boy was afraid of the light. Aizawa froze as details clicked into place. The flinch in sunlight, the way the child had hugged shadows at the police station, why he had never looked at the sky. Regret washed over Aizawa. He asked if that was the case, and the boy gave a small, fragile nod. Without hesitation, Aizawa closed the blinds and dimmed the room until only soft, filtered light remained. When he turned, the boy finally looked up, no longer focused on the ground or the shadows but studying Nizu. Nizu took over the conversation with kindness and patience, asking questions without pressure. The boy did not speak aloud but answered with small nods and gestures, more responsive than Aizawa had expected. When Nizu asked the final question about his name, the boy froze. Aizawa crouched again and gently rested a hand on the child's head, reassuring him that it was all right and that they would handle things together. Aizawa told the child he did not have to answer. The child remained silent and began to cry. The sound broke Aizawa more than any scar or report ever had. He had seen children cry before out of fear, pain, confusion, but this was different. This was grief that had waited too long to be seen, trust that had no strength left to hold itself upright. Neither Aizawa nor Nizu spoke. They simply let the child cry until he calmed. Aizawa stood, and one last glance between the adults said everything. Then the door closed behind them. The harsh sunlight had faded, and the moonlight filtered gently through the windows. Thankfully, it did not seem to bother the boy. Outside, the sky was deep and dark, streaked with navy and hints of silver, stars scattered above like dust on ink. Even for someone like Aizawa, who preferred the quiet of night over the chaos of day, it was beautiful. The birds had quieted and crickets hummed in their place. In that silence, Aizawa thought that even without the sun the sky could be breathtaking. He glanced down at the boy, who stared at the stars, utterly still. His eyes shimmered with the same light as the sky above, like a perfect mirror. Something warm bloomed in Aizawa's chest because even a soul that felt dead could glow again, given the right environment. He tried to explain what they were seeing, but words failed him, so he let the silence speak. Then he brought the boy home. By now the signs were clear. Aizawa had noticed how the child always avoided stepping directly under any bright light, especially the ones cast by floor lamps. If he needed to, he made a deliberate detour. When they arrived at Aizawa's home, a new worry took root in his chest. How would Eri react and how would the boy respond to her? Those worries faded quickly when Eri, warm and welcoming as ever, took the boy's hand and showed him around the house as if it were the most important mission in the world. She led him from room to room and corner to corner. The boy did not seem to mind, and that alone brought a rare smile to Aizawa's face. Bedtime came sooner than expected. Eri stayed close to the boy, offering comfort with gentle, motherly attention that felt sweet and protective. Aizawa worried about blurred boundaries developing too soon, and when the moment came he stepped in gently. He told them it was time to get some rest. Eri pouted but then asked if she could stay nearby that night for reassurance. Aizawa refused gently but firmly, and Eri accepted his decision without argument. She trusted him. The boy followed directions without hesitation. He slipped away from Eri's side and padded silently to the guest room she had shown him earlier. He had not spoken when shown the room, but he had remembered its layout, moving as if he were used to memorizing safe zones in silence. Aizawa followed. He reached for the light switch out of habit, then paused and lowered his hand. He allowed the faint glow of the hallway lamp to spill softly into the room, just enough to outline the walls and furniture. Aizawa told the boy to make himself at home and that the room was his now. The boy stood by the bed, scanning the space as if counting exits. Aizawa knelt briefly and ruffled his hair in a careful, non-startling gesture, just enough to say that he was safe. He promised not to enter without permission unless it was an emergency and emphasized that the space belonged to the boy. There was no verbal response, but a quiet nod was given. Aizawa backed out slowly and closed the door behind him with a soft click, leaving no lights and no questions, only space, because sometimes the best thing he could offer was control. Morning arrived, though Aizawa's night had been restless. He tossed and turned, waiting for any sign that the boy had been reliving old terrors. Eri's first night with the boy had been similarly unsettled. She had not been able to close her eyes without the memory of monsters returning. But no scream came. When Aizawa noticed Eri's bed was empty, he knew exactly where she had gone. He had discouraged her from sleeping near the boy out of concern for her safety in case the boy panicked. He had worried the boy might hurt her by accident. When both children emerged from the guest room unharmed, he exhaled in relief. He could not bring himself to scold Eri, and he did not want to shame the boy either, not now, so he let it slide, only this once. If only he had known it would become a regular occurrence, maybe he would have said something that first day. When it was time to leave for you, Aizawa took quick note of the boy's clothes. They were far too old, worn thin at the seams. He made a mental note to ask Yaoyorozu to create some spare outfits later. Now that Eri was finally ready, she was always the last one to finish getting dressed. They could head out. He could not leave the boy home alone. That was not even a question. So he brought him along. Before class, Aizawa briefed his students, telling them not to make a fuss, to stay calm, and to follow his lead. He closed the curtains and made sure the classroom lights were subdued. The students were confused but did not argue. They trusted that everything Aizawa did had a reason, even if they did not know what it was yet. Then the boy entered, Eri right behind him. Aizawa had planned to introduce the child properly, to explain and set boundaries, but he did not get the chance. One of his students, Katsuki Bakugo, looked like he had seen a ghost. The most aggressive boy in the room suddenly lost his voice and exhaled a name as if it carried the weight of the world. Aizawa caught the sharp, guilt-ridden stare that locked onto the boy who had just walked through the door. Aizawa moved fast and intercepted the moment before it could explode. He did not know what was going on yet, but he would not let anything happen, not to the boy, not again. Aizawa called out to Katsuki Bakugo and stepped in, pulling Bakugo out of the classroom. The hallway fell silent. Aizawa demanded to know what had happened and why the boy was there. Bakugo's trembling voice did not answer that question directly. He did not look at Aizawa, eyes locked to the floor, his body tense and shaking. Aizawa had seen Bakugo angry, arrogant, defiant, explosive, but this was different. This one looked like he was falling apart. Aizawa softened his tone and asked Bakugo to explain. Bakugo clenched his fists so tight his knuckles went white, nails digging painfully into his palms. His jaw twitched and his lip trembled until it hurt. A strangled, almost inaudible whimper escaped him. Aizawa waited. Bakugo finally snapped his head up, eyes rimmed red and brimming with tears. He demanded to know why the boy was there, his voice cracking under a flood of feeling. The frame of his body shook with anger, guilt, grief, and relief crashing down at once. When Aizawa said quietly that he had found the boy on a mission and asked if Bakugo knew him, Bakugo gave a weak nod and choked out the name Izuku Midoriya. The name hit Aizawa hard. If that was true, everything shifted. He asked Bakugo if he was sure. Bakugo lifted his head again, something like recognition and a twisted, desperate hope sharpening his gaze. He insisted that he knew it was Izuku. He managed to steady himself, composed. Again as much as he could. Aizawa gave him a moment longer, then, when he was sure Bakugo could walk without collapsing, they returned to the classroom. Bakugo said nothing and went back to his seat with shoulders tight, eyes fixed anywhere but on the boy. He could not look. If he did, he would fall apart again. Aizawa moved toward the child with a neutral, gentle tone, though every nerve inside him burned. He called the boy by name. Silence settled like fog. He felt his students holding their breath and saw the worry in Eri's eyes. He tried the boy's given name again. The boy's head lifted, and Aizawa's world split. He did not recognize that face. He did not recognize the child he had searched for desperately for 3 years, the child whose mother he had held as she cried, begging for a sign. He had told himself the child was still alive, but the boy before him was a stranger, not the one he had left behind while chasing shadows and saving others, not the one who had spent years trapped and unseen, not the one he had failed to protect. Shame burned through him. He did not hear what the students murmured after that. Their words passed through him like noise underwater. He only saw the pain in Bakugo's expression and how Katsuki fought to hold himself together, eyes never leaving Izuku. Aizawa closed his eyes briefly to pull himself back to the present, then stood tall, dismissed the class, and guided Eri and Izuku out. He breathed in fresh air. Eri was worried but knew saying anything would not help. She had already spent 2 years with him and understood how Shota worked. Sometimes he just needed calm and time alone. She turned to Izuku and asked if he liked his name while looking at a patch of daisies growing in the grass. Izuku nodded warmly and began helping her pick flowers. Eri explained that she had not liked her own name at first, but when Aizawa had called her name it had felt different from the way the person who had hurt her used it, and eventually she had come to like it. She chuckled, proud of herself, and when Izuku offered a tiny smile, she noticed immediately. After a deep breath and a crown of flowers later, Aizawa returned, composed again as if his earlier breakdown had never happened. The kids did not mention it. They welcomed him back with quiet comfort. He ruffled their hair and told them he needed to make a call and would be back soon. His gaze shifted to the flower crown, and he asked why he did not have one. He teased that she already preferred Izuku over him, and Eri panicked, trying to explain herself a sight as endearing as a kitten facing a lion. While Eri made another flower crown with Izuku, Aizawa stepped aside to call Principal Nizu and report what he had learned. It was simple, a factual update on the situation. His gaze then fell on another name in his contacts, Izuku Midoriya. He hesitated, but duty won out. The ringtone cut through the quiet. Aizawa answered and heard a hollow voice on the other end. He identified her as Izuku Midoriya. She replied with a small, uncertain affirmation, as if something inside her had stirred awake. Aizawa introduced himself as Aizawa Shoyuta, Eraserhead, from UA High School's hero course, and then waited as she absorbed the information. He spoke gently, giving facts, caution, and cautious hope. When he said that Izuku was at Izuku broke down and wept. She whispered thanks repeatedly, and that alone eased some of the weight on Aizawa's chest. When Aizawa returned, he carried a flower crown and led 2 children who looked ordinary and peaceful toward the teacher's lounge. At first he thought Izuku would be fine. He had spent time outside, in the shade, picking flowers with Eri, and had even smiled. But the moment they stepped back into UA, something shifted. Izuku shrank and moved quietly to a corner. Aizawa noted that corners calmed him and said nothing. Some children, especially the deeply traumatized, needed space to cocoon. He remembered being like that once. He made hot chocolate for Eri to distract her and keep her from trying to engage Izuku, who clearly did not want to communicate. Suddenly the room brightened far too quickly. Before Aizawa could react, he heard a scream. Izuku was screaming and he saw Hisashi across the room. Aizawa darted through the lounge, cleared space around Izuku, and tried to reach him, but Izuku was not responding. Realizing he needed to act, Aizawa rendered Izuku briefly unconscious in a controlled, careful manner to prevent harm and rushed him to the infirmary. After that, everything blurred. He was exhausted, each moment melting into the next, and he knew another wave of difficult moments was coming. Izuku Midoriya was likely already on her way. He sighed and returned to the lounge to find Hisashi talking with Eri, who showed no fear from the outburst. Hisashi, who was perhaps even better with children than Aizawa, smiled until he saw Aizawa arrive, and his expression fell. Hisashi admitted that he had not realized people were in the lounge, that the lights had been off and class was still in session, and that he should have been more careful given that the child was sensitive to sudden brightness. Aizawa exhaled and accepted responsibility as well, acknowledging that they both should have been more careful and hoping there would be no lasting damage. It was not really Hisashi's fault. Aizawa recognized his own exhaustion. 2 hours of sleep and too much coffee had not helped him manage the chaos. He apologized again to Hisashi and Eri. Recovery Girl then informed them that Izuku had woken up, and the three rushed to the infirmary. Eventually Aizawa pieced together what had happened and understood that it was not only about the light. Watching Hisashi's face fall as he left the room hurt more than he expected, but Aizawa knew the visit had been necessary. A child could not be blamed for remembering pain. Aizawa passed the lesson on to the staff at UA, a reminder every few days to be mindful of students sensitive to sudden STMLTN, so that teachers and heroes would not forget. His gaze then landed on Eri, the child he had found while investigating Izuku's case. It was ironic he had not set out to find her. Pushing the kidnapping case had led him down a path that uncovered another rescued child. He shuddered to imagine what might have happened if he had not kept pressing forward. He walked toward the two children and caught the tail end of Eri's excited observation about how apple ice cream tasted. Eri had always favored apple flavors, and Aizawa smiled inwardly at the small domestic detail. He interrupted their conversation gently, explained that he had contacted Izuku's mother and that she was probably on her way, and watched for a reaction. Izuku did not respond. His eyes were vacant, as if he did not remember what a mother was. Eri asked if Izuku's mother would come. She asked with the mature calm that often surprised Aizawa and reminded him that she was only 6. She understood the idea of parents but had never known their warmth. He could not tell whether she asked because she did not understand why a mother would come or because she wondered why Izuku had one when she did not. Her voice carried no jealousy, and that realization broke him more than he expected. Eri was now in a safe place, but the trauma she had lived through still lingered. Aizawa answered that yes, Izuku's mother would come, his voice dry and quiet. He reflected on how being a guardian had changed him. Since Eri entered his life, he had considered leaving his career as a pro hero. He found it increasingly difficult to face the kinds of wounds children like her bore. He thought of her every time he put himself in danger and did not want to leave her alone. She had grown on him in ways he could not admit, and seeing her smile, eyes bright as if she had not suffered, made him certain she should not have to witness what was to come. He told Eri to go play with Present Mike for a while so she could be safe and distracted. Aizawa decided Izuku needed some privacy, and it was the least he could do. She obeyed without fuss, still the same child who feared being scolded. That fear, and the way she softened his heart, often left Aizawa without the strength to reprimand her. The room fell quiet. Aizawa did not know what to say or do, but the silence felt welcoming, a brief peace between a tired man and a mute child. Recovery Girl remained in the room but did not impose. She knew when to let her presence fade. Footsteps echoed in the hallway and both Chio and Shota recognized who it was. Aizawa stood up and Izuku's eyes followed him. Before anyone could act on impulse, Aizawa stepped forward because it was his job and because he understood too well what hope could do to a mother on the brink. Izuku Midoriya arrived in disarray, her ponytail nearly undone and her clothes wrinkled, but her eyes were alive and screaming with feeling. She looked ready to collapse at the sight of her child. Aizawa, needing confirmation for everyone's sake, gently took her aside despite hating to do it. He explained that they had to be sure that appearances could be misleading even when people recognized him, and he spoke with the professionalism honed from following the case for 3 years. Inko answered with fierce, raw emotion. She insisted she knew her son, even if his hair and cheeks had changed and if something in his eyes seemed dim, she still recognized his habits, the way she combed his hair, kissed his freckles, and knew his nervous fidgeting. The conviction in her gaze made what she said impossible to ignore, and Aizawa stepped aside to let her have her moment. When she reached Izuku, she crumpled, collapsing inward with the weight of memory and sorrow. Aizawa could barely watch as she tried to spark recognition, calling him mom and telling him she had missed him. Izuku, however, looked at her like a stranger. Aizawa and Inko both understood the painful truth that he did not remember. Aizawa stood ready to intervene if anything went wrong, but nothing violent happened, only the slow, quiet collapse of memory and longing. Seeing the scene, Aizawa made a quiet vow to protect the boy, to help him build a life and, if possible, to help him remember his mother. To do that, he proposed keeping Izuku at UA. He prepared to argue fiercely if necessary, but Inko did not argue. She lowered her head and asked whether Izuku would be safe. Aizawa promised without hesitation that he would keep the boy safe. After a final, heartbreaking farewell, Inko left without complaint. Aizawa turned back to Izuku, who looked more lost than before. Aizawa sighed and ruffled the boy's hair, telling him that he had done a great job. He noticed the meaningful look Chio gave him and excused himself to allow her to speak to Izuku alone, respecting her enough not to ask what she would say. He rejoined Eri and Hisashi in the next room. Eri sat on the floor with her legs swinging and a soft smile, holding a picture book upside down. Hisashi sat beside her, laughing quietly as she insisted she was reading it backwards to be special. Aizawa leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, and teased that he had not realized backwards literacy was part of the UA curriculum. Hisashi grinned and replied that it was only for advanced students. Eri brightened and called out to Aizawa. He nodded to her and asked if she was all right. Eri chirped that she was and added that someone had let her win at rock paper scissors. Hisashi muttered that he had not. Aizawa let out a breath that was halfway between a sigh and a laugh, crouched beside Eri, and gently brushed a stray hair from her face, telling her quietly that she was doing well. Hisashi watched with soft eyes and asked if Aizawa was tired. Aizawa leaned back on his heels and admitted that after that day he was tired. Hisashi acknowledged this with a quiet agreement. Hisashi smiled and said he could have guessed, then offered to carry her to bed. Eri laughed and refused playfully. Aizawa pushed himself up with effort, gave her one last look, and nodded toward Hisashi to thank him for staying. Hisashi answered that it was no trouble, and as Aizawa turned to leave, Hisashi asked him to get some rest. Aizawa did not look back but lifted a hand in a lazy wave and said he would think about it. The next day was long as well. Aizawa tried to follow Hisashi's advice, but restlessness clung to him and a migraine kept sleep at bay. Still, he had managed 5 hours more than the night before and considered it a small victory. The first thing he did that morning was get Izuku added to the list of students needing therapy and specialized classes, programs to help him begin again, learn how to speak and write, and understand the world. A therapist had a rare opening, and Aizawa seized it. Izuku was wary at first, but he trusted Aizawa enough to let go of his coat and remain in the therapy room, a small sign of progress. After that, Aizawa went to see Principal Nizu again, feeling like he had been seeing the tea-loving principal more than his own students recently. Nizu greeted him with his usual offer of tea and calm politeness, and Aizawa replied that he would prefer coffee but had come to speak about Izuku Midoriya. Nizu acknowledged that he knew what had happened and listened as Aizawa got straight to the point. Aizawa asked for time, not a miracle. Nizu explained how quickly the commission and the media were moving, that heroes, politicians, and child welfare groups wanted a say, and many believed UA was not the place for Izuku. Aizawa noted that Izuku's mother disagreed, which Nizu admitted helped their case legally but did not remove the complications. Aizawa pressed that his priority was Izuku's safety and stability. She was not ready to care for him, and he was not ready to leave, having only just arrived and barely functioning. Nizu listened to reports and cautioned that without formal precedent or proper documentation, The school could be accused of overstepping. Aizawa asked Nizu to help build that precedent, proposing temporary educational placement under medical and psychological supervision, with restricted access, a tailored routine, and documented therapeutic evaluations. Nizu observed that Aizawa had thought it through and warned him that they would face backlash and accusations of favoritism. Aizawa countered that Izuku was not a favorite but a child. After a long pause, Nizu agreed to hold the line for 2 weeks while Aizawa made the case legitimate and filed something that would convince the commission. For nearly 2 weeks, Aizawa juggled being a teacher by day, a hero by night, and something like a guardian in between, exhausted but clinging to small signs of progress. Seeing a faint smile on Izuku's face felt like proof that the effort mattered and made the strain bearable. When class ended, he hoped to sneak a quick nap in the staff lounge, but that plan collapsed the moment Hisashi burst into the classroom, panic on his face. Aizawa followed him immediately, not caring what students might think. They had grown used to this. While running, Hisashi explained that Izuku had encountered All Might. The pair arrived at the infirmary to find Nizu, Recovery Girl, and All Might already there. All Might looked pale and shell-shocked in a way Aizawa had never seen. Nizu decided it would be faster to review the security footage than wait for All Might to find words. All Might turned away as the footage played, unable to bear watching it again, but Aizawa watched closely. On the screen, Izuku moved in a way that was unnaturally fast and precise, a sudden, corrective motion that straightened him in an instant. The movement had the exaggerated, kinetic quality of an intense anime scene, swift, uncanny, and beyond normal human motion. Aizawa's throat tightened as he processed what he had just seen. He muttered that he needed to know what had happened and what All Might had done. Seeing red, Aizawa acted on instinct and grabbed All Might by the collar in a brusque, urgent motion. He demanded, with fierce frustration, how All Might could have let such a thing occur and reminded him of the rule that had been broken. Aizawa snapped that he couldn't follow one rule and shook him hard. He could have done worse, but he didn't. All Might did not resist and simply let himself be shaken. Aizawa only stopped when he caught Hisashi's steady, grounding gaze. He took a deep breath and let go, tucking his rage away even though it did not disappear. The discussion that followed was painful. The boy was not quirkless. He had something now, a power that clearly hurt him, a body moving in ways it shouldn't, something artificial, something like Maestro. Aizawa felt furious enough to hurt whoever had done this. He wondered whether this would be enough to make the boy stay at Nizu nodded, unreadable as he processed the situation. Chio accused Aizawa of planning to use the boy's trauma to keep him at UA, looking at him as if he were someone she did not recognize. Aizawa answered that they had been searching for 11 days and had few options. Letting the boy go back out there to suffer again was not something he could accept. The conversation ended in a heavy silence. Izuku began to wake up. With All Might gone and Hisashi stepping out, Izuku finally began to process what had happened. Aizawa saw the panic and trembling, the way Izuku's eyes darted around until they found his. Aizawa could not know what the boy saw in his gaze, or fully understand a traumatized child's mind, but whatever it was did something. Izuku cried in a different way than before, warmer, fragile, and real. It felt like something had sparked inside him. Aizawa stayed quiet and steady, letting Izuku release what he needed to. 2 hours later, Izuku stopped and asked to be brought home, and they went. Aizawa had just enough time to sit down when Eri returned from her special lesson. She did not mention Izuku's condition, and he was quietly grateful that she was mature and kind enough not to burden him. They shared a brief conversation. Shota asked about her day and teased her lightly before the exchange faded. Eri chose that moment to go talk to Izuku, and the timing turned out to be right. Izuku did not push her away. They sat together in the corner behind a small potted plant. Aizawa found the sight unexpectedly heartening. Eri seemed to understand how Izuku's mind worked, and perhaps she could help in ways he could not. The doorbell rang. Aizawa peeked through the peephole and found Yamada there. He opened the door, unsure it was really Hisashi after seeing his hair dyed brown. Hisashi struck a few exaggerated poses to show off the new look and asked if Shota liked it. Aizawa, trying not to inflate his ego, said it suited him and asked why he was there. Hizashi explained that he had felt bad about what happened to Midoriya and wanted to check in, maybe stay for dinner. Hizashi rubbed the back of his neck and flushed slightly. Aizawa noticed and felt a small, involuntary smile before regaining his neutrality. He invited Hizashi inside. Eri rushed into the hallway and threw herself at Hizashi in a hug, calling him by a teasing nickname. Hizashi returned a knowing look to Aizawa, who recognized it and avoided meeting his eyes. He told Eri to stop calling him that and chose not to press the matter further. The mood lightened, and Aizawa noticed Izuku seemed more relaxed with Hizashi around. For a ridiculous, fleeting second, he imagined a perfect little family. His face reddened at the thought before he forced himself back to reality. Hizashi offered to cook, and Aizawa accepted. Gratefully. He heard Eri giggling and the sound of colored pens coming from her room, a peaceful backdrop that let him breathe. After settling, Aizawa joined Hizashi in the kitchen and remarked that it smelled good. Hizashi said he cooked with love and soon appeared with 2 cups of tea. They sat together in a comfortable silence, letting the simple sounds of life fill the room. Aizawa appreciated the reprieve. After more than 15 years of friendship, Hizashi knew how to handle his grumpy moods. Eventually Hizashi broke the quiet gently, asking how bad things had been after he left the room. The silence fell heavy again. The cooking noises seemed distant and Eri's giggling faded into the background. Aizawa stared at his tea for a long moment before admitting that it had been bad. Aizawa admitted that he had never seen that child cry like that before. He did not know what else to say. Trauma clung to a body and followed it like a leech. Remembering the footage, the breakdown, the sobbing broke more than his heart. Maybe a piece of him had never left that room. He could not bring himself to think about what Izuku had endured in those 5 years of captivity. Silence deepened. Hizashi waited, knowing Aizawa well enough to be sure something would come out eventually. When Aizawa spoke, he said that he did not know what Izuku had been through, but it was probably worse than they could imagine. He confessed that he felt like he had failed him again, that every time he promised Izuku would be safe something went wrong. His voice cracked and tears threatened, but he did not want to cry in front of Hizashi. Aizawa had never liked showing weakness. The last 2 weeks had been exhausting, and between duties and constant worry his sleepless nights had pushed him to the brink. When someone who cared asked, it all broke open. Hizashi reached out and, speaking gently, reminded him that a traumatic response was normal for a child. He did not comment on Aizawa's state beyond that, and Aizawa appreciated it. What Hizashi said was true. It was not his fault that Izuku lashed out. Still, Aizawa knew he should have taken more precautions. He could not go further at that moment. Breaking down while food was cooking was not ideal until Hizashi said his name softly and tenderly. Aizawa could not resist then. He admitted that he did not know how much more Izuku was carrying. Every time he thought they had reached the worst, another layer peeled back. His worries spilled out. How Izuku seemed to take 1 step toward healing and then fall 2 steps back, how each time peace seemed near something shattered it. He blamed himself for not being careful enough, for not being there, for not being strong enough to protect him. It had not been this hard with Eri. Eri had her breakdowns, but he had always been there. So what had changed? How do you care for a child who had spent 5 years in captivity? Most children who had been missing that long did not return, and the thought sent his mind spiraling. As always, Hizashi pulled him back and asked whether he was handling all of this alone. The question grounded him. Aizawa sighed, feeling his migraine lift for a moment, and scoffed that he had no time to fall apart. Hizashi countered that even if he did not have time, he should have someone. Aizawa felt something stir in his stomach. Hunger, surely. The scent of cooking returned, and the silence between them felt lighter, as if a chapter had closed. Hizashi was right. Like Eri, like Izuku, like his students, sometimes all you needed was help. The truth was that Aizawa had not been in the best place for a while. When he met Hizashi's warm hazel eyes, he found himself admitting, quietly, that he had someone. Dinner was lively. Between bubbly Eri, talkative Hizashi, and a clumsy Izuku, Aizawa relaxed for the first time in a while. The world paused, the worries faded, and everything felt okay. The evening passed quickly and soon it was time for the children to sleep. Aizawa did not want the day to end. and the whining as they brushed their teeth only made it harder, but time moved on. With the kids in bed, Aizawa cleared the table and washed each dish while Hisashi wiped the surface with more attention than necessary. Hisashi remarked that they were good together as he handed Shota a forgotten plate. Aizawa said he was glad they fit like pieces of a puzzle. At first he had worried they would not get along, but looking back now that seemed almost ridiculous. Silence barely settled before Hisashi, teasing, brought up the nickname Mr. Annoying Blonde Man. Aizawa replied sarcastically that he had no idea where she had heard that, truly a mystery. Yamada grinned at the silly joke and the chore was done. The sun dipped below the horizon and Aizawa, not wanting Hisashi to leave, poured them both another cup of tea and suggested they sit on the sofa for a while. They deserved a moment of peace without breakdowns or heavy emotion, just quiet. They began to ramble about the past, about being younger and reckless. Even though Aizawa always insisted he would not go along with Hisashi's ridiculous ideas, he somehow always ended up doing them. Laughter echoed softly, warm enough to soften the heart. Hours passed and the tea grew cold. In that cozy quiet, between a laugh and a tossed pillow, Hisashi observed that Aizawa had changed. It did not sound like criticism but admiration. Aizawa answered that he supposed he had. Hisashi noted that Aizawa still looked like he was running on coffee and spite, but there was a new softness in him, not weakness, but gentleness. People always said fatherhood changed a man, and perhaps they were right. Aizawa found he liked the version of himself he was now. He liked being home and not being alone. He liked Eri's warm welcome, Izuku's quiet smile, and ruffling their hair. Thinking about life before them felt like remembering someone else, because he did not smile as much as he did now. He admitted that they had changed him without even trying, and he felt himself smile again. He was grateful for them, these children who had endured so much. He reflected that they were not just kids but survivors. Every day they woke and kept going demonstrated a strength he did not have at their age. Those words were honest, not sad. They were strong, maybe stronger than he had ever been, and all he wanted now was for life to treat them gently. Hisashi added, his voice softer now, that Aizawa gave them something to hold on to. Shota Aizawa told himself that it mattered. He thought back to his earlier breakdown, and felt foolish for believing he had to carry everything alone when someone had been beside him all along. He smiled, and the day ended with that small, steadier feeling. Later, alone in the quiet of his home, he decided sleep was the best next step. Tomorrow would be a big day, but for now the weight on his shoulders felt a little lighter. The next morning, Aizawa was, as usual, the first to wake. While pouring his second cup of coffee, he heard the familiar shuffle of footsteps entering the kitchen. Aizawa muttered a morning greeting, aware that no one in the household was particularly fond of early hours. Izuku responded with a silent nod, and Eri offered a half-asleep greeting, far less energetic than usual. Quiet mornings suited them. The silence felt comforting and familiar. Even when Aizawa had to remind Izuku to eat or nudge Eri to get dressed properly, those mornings were peaceful and worth savoring. Leaving the warmth of home was always the hardest part because once he stepped outside, the day truly began. He dropped Eri off at her specialized class and Izuku at his therapy appointment, glad to see them both eager to go. That part was never a problem. The part he dreaded was the meeting. Aizawa stood outside the principal's office again, joined by a visibly anxious present Mike, a calm recovery girl, and the relentlessly infuriating number one hero, who still could not follow a single rule. Aizawa clenched his jaw and tried not to glare. He was still angry. Izuku had been doing so well before the incident, and Aizawa tried not to let that frustration show. They entered to Nizu's same unreadable cheerfulness. The meeting unfolded exactly as Aizawa had predicted. The outcome was not surprising, but that did not make it any easier to accept. Hiding what had happened from the Hero Commission could lead to serious consequences, but the alternative was far worse. He could not imagine what they would do to a child like Izuku. The only solution was to keep Izuku close, always. That would mean reorganizing everything, especially with Bakugo acting as if Izuku were already gone and a classroom full of powerful, unpredictable students, but if it kept Izuku inside Yua, Aizawa would make it work. He checked the time, 7:43, just enough to pick Izuku up from therapy. He needed to explain the new program to both Izuku and his therapist. With Izuku spending most of the day at his side, therapy and special classes would be reduced. It was messy. Everything about Izuku was complicated. But giving up was not an option. After dropping Izuku off, Aizawa addressed Class 1A and explained the changes, then turned toward a particular student for a necessary but painful conversation. He silently hoped the day would go smoothly. Bakugo reacted flatly and without eye contact, making it clear he did not want the conversation. Aizawa pressed on, direct and tired, asking about Bakugo's former relationship with Izuku. A silence followed, then Bakugo admitted he had been an a-hole. He paused, biting his lip to stop it from trembling. He avoided Aizawa's gaze, eyes shifting restlessly between the window and the floor. He confessed to bullying and harassment, acknowledging that he had been greedy for attention and had mishandled Izuku's trust and admiration when Izuku began looking up to someone else. Bakugo's knuckles turned white and his hands shook. He hated talking about it but did not want to lie. He said he hated himself for what he had done, that he had started going to therapy and had been trying to make amends, but he had never apologized to the one person who deserved it most. His voice was low and uncertain, an uneasy mix of shame and effort. Aizawa attempted to reassure him that Izuku did not remember what had happened, but Bakugo interrupted him with a raw admission that this made things worse. He struck the wall beside him in a gesture of frustration, trying to drown out the pain with force. It felt like he was the one still carrying the weight, haunted by it every day. The next day carried the same strange blend of routine and tension. After a 1-hour therapy session, Izuku was taken to Class 1A. He was not thrilled to leave therapy. He liked his therapist, but he accepted going to class. For him, being surrounded by the familiar energy of the students felt comforting. Aizawa paused at the door and explained that they would be heading to an outdoor training session where the students would spar. He asked Izuku if he minded that they might hurt each other. Izuku indicated that he did not mind. He had learned what heroes did and understood that these students were training for that responsibility. Speaking was still tiring for him, so he offered a small, obedient signal rather than words. Aizawa admitted to himself that he had become a little paranoid about potential triggers for Izuku and asked if Izuku was afraid of blood. Izuku did not react like other children. He was not frightened of ordinary things like injury or pain. Instead, he had unusual fears: the glare of bright light, forced smiles, certain stances, but he smiled at Aizawa to keep his guardian from worrying. He stayed composed because he believed obedience was the best path to being kept safe. Aizawa passed a hand through his hair and sighed, telling Izuku to call if anything troubled him. The bell rang and the students of Class 1A poured into the hallway. Their faces brightened at the sight of Izuku. The group greeted him warmly. Jiraiya was pleased to see him and returned the welcome with a genuine smile. Uraraka called out that she was wondering if he would come back again, bouncing on the ball of her feet with animated hands. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and Aizawa was pleased to see how quickly Class 1A accepted Izuku into their group. He was especially glad that Izuku had finally started to react when called Midoriya. Bakugo's jaw tightened and his eyes flicked briefly toward Izuku before he turned away and shoved his hands into his pockets. Aizawa noticed. The others either did not notice or chose not to comment. Kirishima approached Izuku with a huge smile and asked if he was coming to watch them spar. Izuku nodded quickly. Denki added that it was cool and that he should watch because Denki wanted to impress him with his quirk. Izuku then looked around for Tokoyami and did not take long to find him standing apart, uncomfortable with the growing crowd. Ojiro pointed out that Izuku was searching for Tokoyami and asked for confirmation. Mina, with a wide, teasing smile, called out that Tokoyami's new friend was. Tokoyami glanced at Izuku for a moment and then left to join the training session, clearly uneasy about the attention. As Tokoyami departed, Shiro told him that it was not cool to leave like that. Momo explained that Tokoyami was a bit shy and did not want Izuku to feel hurt, but Izuku was not upset. He was used to being overlooked and he did not mind. He understood that he was the one intruding on Tokoyami's space. At the training session, Izuku sat in the light shade under a tree. The sun was strong that day, and Aizawa kept his attention partially on Izuku in case anything happened. Izuku remained calm, finding the grass soothing despite his discomfort with bright light. He enjoyed the gentle breeze, the melodic sounds, and the fresh grassy scent. The small tickles against his skin and the orderly march of ants were oddly comforting. He watched the moving leaves and the shifting shadows, and listened to the distant laughter of Class 1A. It was peaceful and unfamiliar, and he liked it. He drew his knees to his chest and watched the others spar in silence. He saw them hit each other and use their quirks, and none of it disturbed him. He did not flinch at the impacts and did not react when Kirishima scraped his hand. He simply watched. Aizawa kept part of his focus on Izuku, worried that the sparring might trigger something. It was the first time Izuku had witnessed a sparring session, and Aizawa feared the sudden noise or movement could unsettle him. Izuku did not react, which left Aizawa uncertain whether his earlier assumptions about Izuku's past were right or wrong. The silence, the flinching, and the shadows all suggested pain, but the calm demeanor suggested otherwise. Aizawa wanted answers, but he could not ask Izuku. The only person who might know was the teacher. Aizawa reminded himself that he was in the middle of a lesson and tucked his curiosity away for later. Todoroki, who had been participating in training, suddenly said he did not feel well and asked if he could rest. He pointed toward the grass near the tree where Izuku sat. Aizawa hesitated briefly, then decided not to send Todoroki away. Todoroki was not the type to skip training without reason. He suggested the infirmary but accepted Todoroki's request for a quick rest. Todoroki moved to the grass and silently asked if he could sit beside Izuku. Izuku looked at him for a long moment before nodding. They did not speak, both watched the sparring, but Izuku could feel Todoroki's quiet gaze. Todoroki stood with his back against the tree while Izuku remained on the grass, trying not to ask what Todoroki wanted. He gathered his courage to speak when a sudden flash of light swallowed every shadow around them. The light came from a clash of quirks between Denki and Bakugo. Their collision produced a burst of brightness like a flash bomb. Though Izuku was far enough away to avoid harm, the outburst made him flinch and tremble. He moved slightly behind the tree in case another blast occurred. Todoroki noticed the tremor and the heavy breathing and could tell Izuku was trying not to panic, but he made no comment. Aizawa ran over to assess the situation and checked on the students involved in the collision before coming to Izuku. He asked if Izuku was okay and knelt to help him regulate his breathing. Todoroki watched without looking away. A brief flicker of concern crossed his face before he masked it. Izuku placed his hands at the sides of his head as if trying to muffle every sound, and Todoroki recognized that posture. He cautioned that shouting could worsen a panic attack because every noise felt magnified, then returned his attention to the training as if to hide that he had spoken. Aizawa thanked Todoroki for the reminder and focused on calming Izuku. He guided Izuku through steadying his breath, and the trembling eased. Izuku murmured a quiet thanks through tears at the edge of his lashes, and Aizawa offered a gentle smile in response. Aizawa then added that Todoroki was always welcome to talk to him and walked back to resume the lesson. Todoroki acknowledged this and remained by the tree, keeping his watchful presence near Izuku. Todoroki muttered that under his breath. Silence returned. The glance never did. Back in the classroom, Aizawa and Izuku waited for the students to return. Aizawa told Izuku that if he needed to distance himself for a while, he could, already preparing his yellow sleeping bag for his next nap. Izuku did not respond, but Aizawa knew he had heard him. Soon the students returned, laughing, smiling, and chatting about their next meal and weekend plans. Tokoyami entered and his quirk acted up. Tokoyami called Izuku's name and dark shadow wrapped around the boy like a welcoming cloak, pulling him into a snug, shadowy embrace. Tokoyami tried to bury himself in a book, pretending the scene beside him did not exist. Mina leaned on Tokoyami's desk and said she was jealous that Dark Shadow was already on a first-name basis with Midoriya. Tokoyami buried his beak deeper into his book. Mina urged him not to be so shy, teasing him. Siro strolled over and put an arm casually on Mina's shoulder, joining in the teasing like an older sibling cornering a flustered younger brother. Hagakure, flustered, said she felt bad that they always teased him and urged them to leave him alone. Mina responded that they were just joking and found it funny how Dark Shadow contrasted with Tokoyami. She softened her tone and told him not to worry. Tokoyami sighed and said he did not mind, only asking that they not disturb him when he was trying to read. Denki protested that it was unfair. Tokoyami was always reading and nearly tackled Shiro from behind. Shiro yelped under the sudden weight and both burst into laughter. Mina laughed too and pulled out her phone to take pictures. Izuku, still wrapped in dark shadow, watched the scene with quiet relief, glad the attention had moved away from him. He glanced at Tokoyami and apologized for causing disturbance, feeling he had no right to be a bother. Aizawa had told him he would not be sent back to the facility for being a bother, but Izuku's fear of abandonment ran deeper than the fear of pain. It crept into quiet moments, smiles, and warm shadows. He leaned further into dark shadow, holding on to the embrace because dark shadow did not let go and because Izuku did not want to be let go. Tokoyami murmured behind his book that Izuku did not disturb him, that he found Izuku calm and did not mind him. Izuku smiled and closed his eyes. The warmth felt almost like home. Began as usual with Aizawa tired, the class loud, and a boy asleep on the floor embraced by a living shadow, an unusual sight. The bell rang. Aizawa prepared to hand the next hour over to All Might, but told the class that Izuku would be leaving for a special class during All Might's lesson for personal reasons. The announcement sparked protest. Uraraka expressed disappointment that Izuku was leaving and Mina called it unfair. Tokoyami ordered Dark Shadow to let go of Midoriya, but the Quirk resisted, protesting like a child. Dark Shadow vanished at Aizawa's command. Aizawa stated firmly that Izuku had to go and no one questioned him when he used his authority. Bakugo watched with a tense expression of confusion and anger. Kirishima leaned in to whisper but was shrugged off. Todoroki observed silently from the back. Aizawa guided Izuku out of the classroom. Every girl waved and swooned at the sight. Izuku waved back while being pulled along, but Todoroki did not respond. Outside, Aizawa covered Izuku's eyes and told him to hide them. Izuku obeyed immediately. He liked the dark because it felt safe. Aizawa greeted someone with restraint, and an unfamiliar, deeper voice answered. Izuku felt curious but kept his eyes covered. Aizawa apologized after a brief silence, and when the footsteps receded he told Izuku he could uncover his eyes. Izuku shook his head quickly to reassure his guardian and said he was fine. Aizawa ruffled his hair with a small smile. Izuku entered the special classroom and sat down alone with the hound dog, who would teach his special session. Meanwhile, Aizawa made a quick phone call to Principal Nizu, explaining he had 3 hours before his next class and needed answers only the principal could provide. The air inside Tartarus felt sterile and too clean for the rot Aizawa already sensed. Guards escorted him to containment cell 3 to 19, asking if he really wanted to proceed and offering an exit at any point. Aizawa stepped into the observation chamber and did not answer. Through reinforced glass sat the man responsible for Izuku's trauma, chained and smiling. Maestro was unmasked now, his blonde hair matted and his smile worn thin, eyes empty of remorse. He looked as if he had stared into something terrible and been changed by it. Aizawa approached the glass and used the comm system to address Maestro. Maestro remarked that he had wondered when someone would come and asked if the boy was with Aizawa, implying he would not be there otherwise. Aizawa moved slowly and accused Maestro of stealing the boy, describing the boy's dark hair and tired eyes and saying it made Maestro look like guilt. Aizawa demanded answers about how Maestro had given Izuku a quirk and what he had done. Maestro leaned forward against his chains and, with a chilling amusement, told Aizawa that the question was wrong. Rather than explaining a single act, Maestro said Izuku should ask what he had not done. He dismissed the idea that Izuku had been merely an experiment and instead claimed that Izuku was a rebirth. Maestro described Izuku as a raw piece of clay molded by pain and carved by precision. His fingers twitched against the cuffs, as if he missed the tools. Maestro said he had started gently, with isolation and sensory deprivation, letting darkness press until it felt like it clung to the lungs. He described the subject as small and quiet, easy to forget, erasing a child's presence until the child began to believe he had never been meant to exist. Aizawa's jaw clenched, but he remained still. Maestro said he took pleasure in the experiments on Izuku. At first the changes were minor and not severe enough. But when they began injections intended to induce something new, everything shifted. Maestro said Izuku's cries sounded like music to him. Aizawa's nails dug into his palms. He tried to speak but could only manage a strained sound. Maestro recalled one routine test in which he burned Izuku's hand to see what would happen. The hand seemed to break down and then rebuild itself, cell by cell. Maestro said he had been moved to tears at that regeneration. He called regeneration a living miracle, and once they had it, the real work began. Aizawa stayed still, his throat tight. Maestro admitted they had killed him repeatedly, drowning, starvation, crushing, poisons, electric shocks to the skull each time Izuku died and came back. Maestro said he had counted 447 deaths and that he mourned each one like a conductor mourning the end of a symphony. Each return made Izuku quieter, more obedient, more perfect, Maestro said. But Maestro said it was never enough. He wanted Izuku to be more beautiful, more magnificent, and he grew impatient for a second ability that would amuse him beyond immortality. When the second ability appeared, Maestro said the experiments escalated and became crueler. He admitted to letting the scientist enter Izuku's room, the one Izuku had been sure was safe. The team sometimes crushed Izuku to death. They vented their frustration on him. Aizawa stepped back. Maestro's grin widened as he described the next incident. He said a woman had been brought in as part of a punishment routine while Izuku was curled and shaking in a corner. An explosion occurred that erased her in an instant, leaving only a single small sign that she had been there. Maestro remembered exhaling like someone recalling a deep emotion and said Izuku had laughed at that moment. Aizawa's warning came out low and sharp, but Maestro continued. Maestro explained that they punished Izuku afterward by leaving bright lights on for days, floodlights too intense for sleep. He said Izuku cried from exposure because the lights meant punishment and attention, and he begged them to turn it off. Maestro admitted he had almost broken Izuku entirely that night, though he decided not to go further. Maestro described the third test as simple, a baseball thrown at full speed toward Izuku's head. The impact did not shatter a skull but instead triggered a violent physical reaction in Izuku. His body tore apart and then rebuilt itself, manifesting an ability to reshape bone. He died from the trauma and came back again, more complete than before. Aizawa took another step back, visibly shaken and breathing unevenly. Aizawa called Maestro a monster. Maestro snarled that he was an artist and that Izuku had been his final canvas, claiming he had given Izuku form, fear, and function and that Aizawa had taken him before the work was finished. Aizawa accused Maestro of experimenting on a child. Maestro replied that he had raised a god. Aizawa's breathing went shallow but he did not look away. Maestro asked whether Izuku still crawled into shadows and still feared sunlight, recalling how Izuku used to cry for hours when they left the lights on because the dark felt like safety. He noted, with a chill in his tone, that Izuku had never once asked for his mother. Aizawa lost his composure and slammed his fist against the wall next to the glass. The guards jolted, but the glass did not crack. Aizawa whispered that every day Izuku woke up and tried to be okay, that he overanalyzed kindness, kept silent, and felt he had to earn the right to exist. He blamed Maestro for what Izuku had become. Maestro's grin faltered for a heartbeat. He said quietly that Izuku belonged to him, that even if Aizawa cradled him in sunlight and soft words, Izuku would remember who had shaped him. Maestro declared that Izuku only listened to pain. Aizawa vowed to spend every day proving Maestro wrong. Maestro tilted his head and smiled like a saint, wishing Aizawa good luck and reiterating that Izuku only listened to pain. Aizawa left the cell without remembering the details of getting up. He walked through Tartarus, through its corridors, past guards who gave him a wide berth. He did not speak or blink. He did not breathe properly until he reached his car beneath an overcast sky. He sat in silence as rain began, light tapping against the windshield like fingertips. He did not move. Maestro's words echoed in his head, that Izuku had laughed, that there had been 447 deaths, that Izuku only listened to pain. Aizawa dug his fingers into the steering wheel until his knuckles were white and his breath was shallow. He did not cry, not there, not yet. He remembered Maestro's whisper that Izuku had died. Again and again and again. Aizawa slammed the heel of his hand into the dashboard once, hard enough to crack something. He thought of the boy under his care, the boy who flinched at sunlight, who only felt safe in a cocoon of darkness, who still bowed his head when Aizawa raised his voice by mistake. Izuku was not a student yet. He was a boy trying to remember how to exist, and Maestro had driven that lesson deep into him. Aizawa leaned forward, elbows on his knees, forehead pressed to the steering wheel. He whispered apologies to himself, saying he was sorry that he had not found Izuku sooner, sorry that Izuku had had to survive what he had, sorry that he had not asked. He closed his eyes and thought of how Izuku curled up in shadows as if they were safety, how attention made him uncomfortable, how a smile could disappear like a light turning off. There was no undoing what Maestro had done, but maybe there was something left to protect. He inhaled slowly, sat up, straightened his back, and vowed that he would never let Maestro near Izuku again. The rain kept falling. Izuku liked learning about many things. He liked how Hound Dog always took the time to explain everything to him. But he could not help glancing outside. He loved watching the rain, the mechanical sound of water hitting the window, gray clouds hiding the sun, the smell of wet pavement, and colorful umbrellas dancing in the downpour. Every time the rain came, he was mesmerized by it. Less than 2 hours earlier the sun had been shining bright, and now water poured as if the ocean had been turned upside down. The bell rang, pulling Izuku from his trance. It was lunchtime, and he heard the surge of students rushing to the cafeteria. He peeked outside just enough to avoid being seen but still catch a glimpse. Surprisingly, Aizawa was not waiting outside. No one was. Now that the wave of students had likely reached the lunch rush, the hallway felt empty, almost too scary to step into. It reminded him of the corridors in the facility, stark white walls, echoes of distant voices, endless doors leading to places unknown. It was strange to see such familiarity in a completely different place. Hound Dog had never left before Izuku did. Izuku did not want to take up more of his time than he already had, so he gathered his courage and stepped into the hallway. He was not used to being alone anymore. He had gotten used to always having someone with him. When he was alone, it felt like he was back at the facility, back to the harsh lessons, to the pain and the loss, alone and abandoned. A bubbly, confused voice called his name from behind. Uraraka approached with 2 friends, her face lighting up with a warm smile. She invited him to eat with them, asking if he wanted to join. Ida urged him to come along, flapping his arms in his usual brisk manner, and Azui added that it would be nice to eat together, offering a small, steady smile. Izuku hesitated. The noisy cafeteria would be overwhelming, but staying alone was worse. He did not like feeling like a burden, so he nodded. Uraraka practically exploded with joy and quickened her pace toward the cafeteria. The cafeteria buzzed with life. Voices echoed off the walls, chairs scraped across the floor, and trays clattered as they were filled with steaming food. Izuku tried not to let it get to him. He focused on Uraraka, Azui, and Ida, following closely with his head low and avoiding looking around, filtering the noise and focusing on the rain tapping against the windows. Uraraka suggested they sit near the window because the rain would look pretty while they ate. Izuku liked the idea. He wanted to be near the sound. Azui quietly guided him toward the window seat with a gentle nudge and a small smile. They began to eat, and Izuku handled his utensils awkwardly but tried not to show it. Ida filled the silence by talking about the importance of a good meal, and Azui picked at the edges of her sandwich while Uraraka chimed in to keep the conversation going. From a few tables away, Bakugu noticed them, and Tsuyu remained calm and steady as always. And in the middle of it all was Midoriya. Bakugu's grip on his tray tightened. He had not said a word to Izuku since he returned. Not because he did not want to, but because he did not know how. He had imagined the moment 100 times and rehearsed what he would say, yet now that Izuku stood there and he had the chance to apologize, the words refused to come. He had told his therapist countless times what he could say, and each time he had been advised not to push Izuku, because it was not his decision to rebuild the relationship. He hated that. He hated the uncertainty. He hated when people tried to fix him as if they understood. He hated seeing how broken Izuku had become, how quiet he was, how the muttering had stopped, the spark faded, the warm smile turned dull. He hated how much he had hurt that boy and how he could not even look at him without feeling like he might break him all over again. Kirishima nudged him with a low voice and told Bakugo he should go talk to Izuku. Bakugo did not answer. He watched Izuku smile faintly at something Uraraka said, and the sight hit him harder than any explosion he had ever created. How could he dare join them when he had hurt Izuku more than anyone else? He could not even look at himself in the mirror without seeing a monster. He could not expect redemption. Bakugo looked away and did not join them, not yet. Kirishima let him walk off with a strange ache at seeing his best friend so downcast. Kirishima had a general idea of what Bakugo had done to Izuku. He had been a target of bullying himself and knew what it could do, but he also knew how far Bakugo had come. A true bully did not feel guilt, did not try to change, and did not take responsibility. Bakugo had changed. Kirishima did not push because he was not inside Bakugo's head or Izuku's. That relationship could only be mended by them. He followed his friend, trying to lift the mood with his usual positive energy. Lunch ended quickly and it was time to return to class. Uraraka pouted at seeing Izuku leave for his special class again and had to be pulled back by Ida and Azui. When the bell rang to mark the next lesson, the only sound echoing through the hallway was the soft footsteps of Aizawa heading toward Nizu's office. He entered without knocking. Nizu always seemed to know when Aizawa arrived. What Nizu did not know yet was the information Aizawa had brought with him. The special class with Hound Dog passed quickly. It was not surprising that Izuku saw Aizawa enter the room by the end of the lesson. It had been strange that Aizawa had not been there when Izuku ate, but that no longer mattered. Aizawa was there now, and he had not abandoned Izuku. Izuku surprised himself with how dependent he had become on Aizawa. In less than a month, his whole life had changed. He had the freedom to move and did not feel constant pain. People took care of him and no one put him through dangerous experiments. He could curl up in a corner without being forced out. He had begun to speak again and met many kind people. He felt more attached to this life with each passing day and knew that if he had to leave it, he could not imagine the cost. The thought of being taken back to the facility and finding that everything had been a dream would break him. To ease his troubled mind, Izuku walked up to Aizawa. He did not dare to hug him yet, but he liked when Aizawa ruffled his hair and the way Aizawa looked at him. Semi-tired, kind, and unfazed. Not mean. Not pitying. At least that was what Izuku thought. If there was one thing he had mastered in that place, it was reading eyes. Eyes told the truth when mouths did not. The masked men at the facility had worn masks that left only the eyes visible, so Izuku had learned to read them because if he did not, he would not have survived. He saw everything in eyes. The flickering horror of a recruit witnessing someone scream, the thrill in a masked man's pupils when others were hurt, the clinical fascination in the scientist's stares as if they were observing a specimen. And sometimes, rarely, he saw a different kind of gaze like Aizawa's. Heavy-lidded and tired, but warm. So he watched. He always watched because he struggled to read facial expressions and could not decode smiles, but the eyes never lied. When Aizawa smiled and ruffled his hair, Izuku noticed a shift. Something changed, a flicker, a fracture. Aizawa's eyes shifted, the softness dimmed, the tiredness bent, and kindness folded into guilt deep and raw. Unspoken. Izuku froze. He stepped back, startled not by movement but by an emotion that pulsed beneath his skin, bleeding through someone's gaze before they even knew it was there. He could not say why it had changed. He did not like it. He did not know what it meant, but he knew it was bad. He reminded himself that Aizawa never lied. Aizawa's words were always simple, clear, careful, never full of hope he could not fulfill. Izuku repeated to himself like a mantra that Aizawa would not put him back in the facility. Trust him, he told himself. Trust him. Panic curled in his stomach, but he reached out anyway and took Aizawa's hand. He told himself to move, to walk, to breathe. He followed Aizawa out of the classroom without remembering whether he had said goodbye to Hound Dog or packed his things. His limbs felt stiff and his chest tight. The hallway ahead seemed wrong, the walls too smooth, too white, brighter than they had been a moment before. Lights shifted and grew sharper, burning at the backs of his eyes. The ordinary classroom door looked taller and heavier, gleaming like exam metal. Overhead lighting took on a sterile quality that made his lungs stutter and his steps echo. He told himself again that Aizawa would not betray him, but a fear that something was very wrong grew louder. When Izuku looked down at the hand he held, it was not warm. It was gloved, cold, taut, like a stranger's. The hallway blurred. The air smelled of antiseptic. The door ahead became a vault, the floor a trap, and the surroundings hummed with a clinical noise. Beeping machines and muffled sounds pressed at him from somewhere beyond glass. The bright lights overwhelmed him until his fingers curled into fists. Then warmth came. A heavy, familiar weight wrapped around him and everything went dark, not black but softened like a blanket, like shadowed curtains. A steady, familiar breathing steadied his own. The pressure melted away, knot by knot, and for the first time in minutes his body believed it was okay. Aizawa noticed that Izuku had gone unusually quiet as he led him toward Class 1. Silence was not rare for Izuku. He often slipped into long, hushed stretches as if deciding whether the world was real. What was strange this time was that he stopped entirely, right in front of the classroom door, as if rooted to the spot. His shoulders trembled beneath his oversized hoodie and sweat clung to his hairline. Aizawa called softly to get Izuku's attention but received no response. He stepped forward and found the boy unresponsive, eyes glassy and breathing shallow and panicked. Aizawa cut the hallway lights, plunging the area into shadows, but Izuku did not calm. His grip on Aizawa's hand went stiff and then he let go and took a step back, and then another, as if the floor had become ice beneath his feet. Aizawa reached out toward him, and then something moved. A ripple of darkness burst from behind and swirled through the air like living shadow. It engulfed Izuku, wrapping him quickly and completely. Aizawa prepared to react, but a voice rang through the hallway as Tokoyami came running around the corner, boots slapping on the floor and eyes wide with alarm. Tokoyami shouted for his quirk, Dark Shadow, to stop, but the shadow did not respond. Instead it shifted and tightened its hold around Izuku, tucking wing-like forms protectively around the boy's head and cradling him without aggression. Tokoyami skidded to a halt beside Aizawa, chest heaving, and said that he could not get Dark Shadow to release him. He sounded panicked and ashamed, insisting this had never happened before. Aizawa frowned, noting that Dark Shadow should still follow Tokoyami's command even when it acted on autonomy. Tokoyami insisted that this was not him, that the quirk was acting outside his will. The hallway felt heavier and quieter as both of them watched the shadow hold the trembling child. The shadow's edges rippled gently like curtains in a slow wind. From inside the cocoon came a faint whimper, so soft it almost did not sound human. Tokoyami stepped closer, guilt and confusion visible in his stance. He admitted that he had known Dark Shadow liked to wrap around Midoriya and had thought it was playful curiosity. He had not expected anything like this. Tokoyami admitted that he had not thought Izuku could act like this. His voice dropped as if he were afraid to say the next part, and he added that it sounded as if Izuku felt something. Aizawa watched silently. His muscles had relaxed slightly. Whatever was happening did not seem dangerous, not physically, not anymore. Tokoyami looked down at his own quirk with growing discomfort. He explained that in battle Dark Shadow reacted like this when Tokoyami was unconscious or if he lost control. If Tokoyami was furious, Dark Shadow became violent. But this was different. Tokoyami said he was not angry, not unconscious, and Dark Shadow had never behaved like this in daylight. After a pause, Tokoyami added more quietly that he did not think this was about him. The shadow shifted again, becoming softer somehow, less jagged. Its edges flickered gently, more like smoke than weaponry, like instinct. Then Dark Shadow lifted his head. His glowing eyes met Tokoyami's first, and then shifted slowly to Aizawa's. The movement was measured, careful, like a child unsure whether he would be scolded or praised. Dark Shadow spoke with a low, deeper tone than his usual dramatic battle voice, and he said that Izuku had been drowning. Tokoyami's breath hitched. Dark Shadow blinked slowly as if uncertain how much to say, then added that Izuku had needed him, so Dark Shadow had come. The words settled in the hallway like a quiet truth. Tokoyami stepped forward, his heart thudding hard, and asked how Dark Shadow had known, since Tokoyami had not felt it or told him. Dark Shadow explained that it had not been Tokoyami who called. He kept his eyes on the boy bundled in darkness. The weight in the air grew heavier, more real, as if everyone understood the depth of what was being said even without a name for it. Dark Shadow looked down at the bundle between his wings again and, in a quiet and reverent voice, said that Izuku had been scared. Tokoyami blinked and asked whether Dark Shadow had felt that. Dark Shadow nodded slightly and described how Izuku had started shaking not from cold, but like he was falling apart. He hesitated, feathers of shadow flicking uncertainly, and said he had remembered that the last time he had wrapped Izuku, the shaking had stopped, so he had hoped it would help again. Dark Shadow admitted he had not meant to act alone. His mind had simply gone fuzzy, and the next thing he knew he had flown down the hallway like a dramatic cape. He noted, half proud, that he had done it well. Tokoyami managed a weak, breathy laugh, half relief, half disbelief, and reminded Dark Shadow that he was not supposed to do things without Tokoyami. Dark Shadow offered a tiny shrug and a light, almost sheepish remark that it had been because Izuku needed help right then, not later. He had felt it and acted on that feeling. He confessed that he knew Fumi was the boss, but that this time someone needed arms more than words. Tokoyami knelt beside the dark cocoon and quietly told Dark Shadow that he had done well. Dark Shadow blinked, surprised at the praise, and asked if that meant actual praise with feelings. Tokoyami affirmed it with a nod. Dark Shadow's eyes widened, almost bashful, and he exclaimed aloud that it was his best day and that he wanted to write a ballad about it. Tokoyami let out a quiet breath that was half sigh, half laugh. For the first time in hours, the tension in his shoulders eased and a very small smile grew on his face. Tokoyami admitted he had never expected someone but him to feel this safe with his quirk, at least not like this, and he wondered what he should do now since class was about to start. He sounded steadier but still worried, not wanting to leave Midoriya alone in the hallway. Aizawa met Tokoyami's eyes and told him to stay. When Tokoyami questioned class attendance, Aizawa said he would mark Tokoyami present and assign something if anyone asked. He pulled out his phone to send a quick message to the substitute and, with a softened gaze, said that this was more important. Tokoyami admitted that he did not really know what to say to Izuku. Aizawa replied that Tokoyami did not have to say anything and that he was already doing enough just by being there. He added quietly that not everyone needed words to make someone feel safe. Tokoyami let that settle into his chest like an unexpected truth and did not answer. He simply turned his gaze back to Midoriya and stayed, watching the quiet breathing inside the darkness of the hallway. Aizawa stepped back slowly to give them space and said he would check in after class, instructing Tokoyami to stay with Izuku and let him wake when he was ready. Then, almost as an afterthought, Aizawa thanked Tokoyami. Tokoyami lifted his head slightly in surprise but did not respond. He only returned his attention to Midoriya and remained there. Izuku's mind surfaced slowly, gently, like waking from being underwater. The first thing he noticed was warmth. Just warmth. Warmth surrounded him like a thick blanket, heavy enough to weigh him down but not frightening. It felt like the pressure of deep water or the way a cat might curl against a rib. The darkness around him was not the kind that meant danger. It was soft, deep, and comfortable. He did not open his eyes right away. There were no lights stinging the backs of his eyelids, no alarms, no shouting, no burning, just slow, steady breathing that was not his own. Someone nearby breathed in and out, gentle and even. Izuku's fingers twitched once, barely, and the shadows shifted in response. They did not retreat or smother him, they merely adjusted as if they knew. His body trembled faintly, the kind of shaking that follows panic when the adrenaline bleeds away and leaves emptiness behind. He did not know when the pain had stopped. He was not even sure what had happened. There had been a hallway, light, a door, and a hand in another hand, and the memory made him flinch, but the hand was not here now. When he dared to open his eyes, the darkness greeted him, full rather than empty. He could see the faint glow of Dark Shadow's eyes above him and the edge of a wing curled beside his cheek. Behind the folds of shade, someone sat quietly against the wall. Tokoyami. The boy sat like a still sentinel, legs crossed and hands resting, watching in a way that felt still rather than heavy. Izuku blinked slowly. He did not feel like running or curling tighter, he simply remained where he was. Dark Shadow shifted slightly, aware that Izuku was awake, but did not unwrap or force anything. Izuku let his head sink back into the comforting darkness. His throat ached and his limbs were tired, but nothing hurt sharply anymore. The weight of fear had eased. He was still here. He was still safe. For the moment, that was enough, and he closed his eyes again, not from fear, but because he could. Time moved softly. Eventually Izuku moved his fingers with intention, blinked up at the quiet flicker of Dark Shadow's eyes, and turned his head toward Tokoyami. The other boy was still there, expression unreadable beneath the shadow of his hair. Izuku liked his lips, hoarse and unsure. His voice had been strained all day. He tried to speak and only managed a whisper of thanks. Tokoyami heard him and lifted his head slightly, surprised. He did not speak immediately. He simply looked at Izuku and then nodded once, slow and steady. Dark Shadow stirred beside Izuku, his presence low and warm, and made it known that Izuku was welcome. The shadow remarked that Izuku was small but very heavy when he panicked. Izuku let out a tiny, breathy laugh. Tokoyami reacted with mild horror that Dark Shadow had said that out loud. Dark Shadow hummed that laughter was allowed and that he liked when people laughed because it made things softer. A small, fragile smile crossed Izuku's face. Tokoyami rubbed the back of his neck and acknowledged that Izuku was fortunate Dark Shadow took a liking to him, mentioning that the shadow usually only made remarks like that to him when he stumbled downstairs. Dark Shadow huffed dramatically that he did warn Tokoyami, and Tokoyami gave a sidelong glare that made the shadow grumble about his dramatic months. The two companions traded quiet, teasing remarks, Tokoyami recalling that Dark Shadow had once destroyed 3 windows and nearly brought down a gym wall, and Dark Shadow insisting he had been frightened until Izuku covered his mouth with his sleeve to hide a sudden, uncontrollable laugh. Tokoyami blinked and then offered a small, almost imperceptible smile. Then Tokoyami's tone grew more thoughtful. He told Izuku that he did not feel scared now. He explained that he used to pass out when he lost control of Dark Shadow. He remembered the first time it happened, waking up to screams, flickering lights, and a teacher in tears, with broken things around him. In that moment he had feared the worst. He did not know what had happened at first, and that uncertainty had made it worse. Tokoyami said he had stopped using his quirk for months afterwards. Dark Shadow grumbled about those being dramatic months, and Tokoyami shot him a look, recalling how his loss of control had caused chaos. Dark Shadow teased that Tokoyami had even bitten a teacher in the confusion, to which Tokoyami replied that he had simply been startled. The exchange lightened the mood. Tokoyami reassured Izuku that it was understandable to be frightened and that panic did not mean he was wrong. He told Izuku that he did not have to be afraid of fear itself. He was just learning how to breathe again. There was no pity in Tokoyami's voice, only quiet understanding, maybe not perfect, but enough. Izuku felt no need to explain. For once, someone understood without being told. He nodded and leaned a little more into the shadow beside him. They stayed like that for a long while, with no words and no pressure, just the hum of ventilation and the hallway light gradually brightening again as the school's restrictions eased. After some time, Tokoyami offered that they could stay like that until class ended, or they could go back. Izuku did not answer. He rested his head quietly against the fold of Dark Shadow's wing, which was answer enough. The bell cut through the quiet like a thread snapping. Izuku flinched slightly, not out of fear this time, but surprise. Dark Shadow instinctively folded his wing a little tighter, shielding him from the sound. Tokoyami turned his head just as the door in front of them slid open with a mechanical hiss. Voices spilled into the hall, laughter, conversation, the scrape of chairs, and then everything stopped, as if the room had inhaled and forgotten how to exhale. Uraraka froze in the doorway mid-laugh, and Ida followed, stumbling into her back as he began to protest but stopped when he took in the scene. Kirishima, Mina, Jairu, and then the rest of Class 1A crowded into the threshold, their chatter evaporating into stunned silence. There, on the floor just outside their classroom, Tokoyami Fumikage sat with his back against the wall, legs pulled in, quiet. Half wrapped in a warm tangle of shadows beside him was Midoriya, eyes open and awake, still curled beneath Dark Shadow's wing, head resting against the edge as if it belonged there. Neither of them looked hurt or ashamed. The stillness and softness of the moment, though, did not match the hallway's usual rhythm. Uraraka's expression softened. She placed a hand to her chest and breathed a small, sympathetic sound. Ida opened his mouth to speak but met Tokoyami's calm, measured look and fell silent. Nodding slowly. The others lingered, unsure what to do. The scene was NTMT and unexpected rather than dramatic or frightening. Kirishima tilted his head and asked if they should say something. Jairu noted tersely that their presence had already spoken. Inside the shadows, Izuku blinked at the sudden sea of faces. He did not panic or shrink. He blinked and then, very carefully, lifted his hand in a tiny wave. Denki, unable to keep his voice low enough, commented that it looked weirdly adorable. Dark Shadow rumbled in pleased agreement and declared his fondness for Izuku. Mina tried to hide a laugh, Siro coughed, and Momo covered her mouth. The tension finally cracked a little, and a gentler feeling settled over the group, a moment that felt strange but shared. Uraraka greeted Midoriya softly. Izuku did not answer with words but gave the smallest nod, still half-wrapped in the dark and pressed against Tokoyami's side, still safe. The air shifted when Aizawa approached from the end of the hallway, his presence quiet, steady, unmistakable. He took in the scene: Izuku nestled in Dark Shadow's arms, Tokoyami sitting still, the rest of the class half spilled into the hallway and exhaled slowly. He instructed the class to go outside and get changed for the training block. The class hesitated only a second before moving, scattering like strings released. Murmurs rose and quick glances were exchanged, but no one lingered. There were no questions, no teasing, only a ripple of respect that settled somewhere between the silence and the shadows. As Tokoyami rose and brushed himself off, Aizawa paused beside him and praised his actions quietly. Tokoyami demurred, saying he had not acted, it had been Dark Shadow. Aizawa countered that Tokoyami's presence and calm had mattered, and Tokoyami nodded, unable to say more. Dark Shadow loosened his wings slowly, drawing back from Izuku without rushing the moment. The warmth lingered like breath. Izuku sat up straighter, still watching his classmates retreat down the hall with a dazed calm. Aizawa crouched to meet his gaze and asked how he was feeling. Izuku, unsure of the answer, offered a soft nod. Aizawa, relieved, asked him to come along. As they walked toward the training field along a quieter hallway, Izuku fidgeted enough for Aizawa to notice. Aizawa sighed, genuinely worried, and told Izuku to stop being so anxious, explaining that a panic attack was a normal reaction, especially for him, and apologizing for being the trigger. Izuku shook his head and insisted that Aizawa was not to blame. Aizawa smiled at that and admitted his relief, hoping whatever caused the panic would not return. Izuku looked up and felt the warmth in Aizawa's eyes. The change was real, not feigned, and it bloomed inside him. A true smile found its way to his face, the same kind of smile he'd shown Tokoyami minutes earlier. Izuku assured him quietly that the feeling would not come back. Aizawa watched and understood that the smile meant more than any report or file. It was simply Izuku. As Class 1A moved outside, the lingering tension from earlier hung in the air like the aftermath of a storm. Mina slid up beside Tokoyami with a teasing grin and suggested that, despite his mysterious demeanor, he had become Midoriya's comfort. Tokoyami offered no verbal reply. His ruffled feathers spoke for him. Dark Shadow interrupted playfully to claim the cuddling duties, puffing his form beside them and joking that Tokoyami would rather brood about poetry than cuddle. Tokoyami muttered that he had liked Dark Shadow better when he was quiet, but his tone held no malice, only mild exasperation. Mina continued to tease, saying it was cute that Midoriya trusted them enough to let them be close. Dark Shadow proudly asserted that he had been the one to offer comfort. Tokoyami defended his own emotional range with dignified offense, prompting Jairu to dryly observe that his range seemed to be variations on Grim. Denki jogged up, waving and announcing that he had suspected all along they had been holding back their softer sides. They moved on together toward their training, the moment behind them folding into the ordinary rhythm of the day, each student carrying something quiet from the encounter with them. Siro joked that he should have known it was the quiet ones, then tossed an arm around Denki's shoulder. Siro added that Dark Shadow was getting more emotional intimacy than the rest of them combined. Dark Shadow responded smugly that it was true. The laughter was quiet but comforting, a small relief after the rawness of what they had witnessed. Tokoyami exhaled through his nose and asked if they could not turn this into a circus. Mina grinned and said she could not promise anything, then admitted she was still rooting for the pairing. Tokoyami stated flatly that he did not engage in shipping. Denki declared they were doing it for Tokoyami and Dark Shadow, calling them the new emotional support duo and joking about a pending trademark. Dark Shadow hummed in approval, but Tokoyami objected. The group began to splinter into pairs, joking and comparing notes for warm-ups as the breeze picked up across the training field. Hagakure skipped up beside them and reminded Tokoyami that he had missed class and that the sports festival was next week. Tokoyami frowned at the news. Hagakure chirped that it was 1 week away and that Momo and Ida had all the rules memorized, then added that they should get ready to be televised. Excitement sparked across the group. Denki hooped. Mina declared she needed a new outfit. Shiromaki panicked about choreography. Further behind them, Bakugo remained silent, walking like a storm held back by skin tense and focused, guilt clawing beneath the surface. He did not look at anyone or speak, but his eyes flicked briefly toward the tent ahead where Aizawa and Midoriya stood waiting side by side. Kirishima noticed and simply kept walking next to Bakugo, quiet and steady, because sometimes friendship meant not asking the hard questions. They would be there when the storm broke. For now they walked. From beneath the shade of the canvas tent, Izuku sat cross-legged on the ground with his arms wrapped loosely around his knees. The training field stretched wide in front of him, students running drills in pairs dodging, blocking, striking laughter and determination mixing with the thud of boots against dirt. Izuku watched it all. When Shiro swung through the air on his tape, Izuku followed the angle of his arc. When Mina skidded on pink acid-slick ground, Izuku tilted his head slightly, tracking the fluidity of her movement. When Tokoyami unleashed Dark Shadow in a wide, spiraling attack, Izuku did not even blink. This was not the tense watchfulness Aizawa had grown used to. There was no anxious scanning for danger, no bracing to run. Izuku watched with curiosity and awe, his gaze following the rhythm of the field, the quirks in action, the way Azui slipped beneath Sato's legs with practiced grace. He did not flinch or brace. He simply watched with wide eyes. Aizawa stood beside him in comfortable silence and then observed that Izuku liked watching them. Izuku did not speak right away. Aizawa did not mind. His own eyes lingered on the field, catching the blur of motion and the laughter carried on the wind. Then Aizawa saw a small, quiet smile forming on Izuku's lips. Izuku confirmed that he did like watching them. The silence that followed felt warm and steady, a little brighter than before. The days passed in a gentle rhythm. Therapy sessions each morning, time with Class 1A when possible, special education in the quieter wing of the building, meals shared in silence or small words, and evenings with Eri curled beside him and a new blanket he no longer kicked off. Izuku began to bloom quietly and undeniably. He spoke more now, sometimes just a few words, sometimes entire careful sentences. He started humming when he was alone without always realizing it. He smiled often in small corners of his face or at things no one else noticed, the clumsy landings, the overconfidence, Tokoyami feeding Dark Shadow a snack under the table. Aizawa noticed how Izuku no longer sat pressed to the wall in classrooms, how he took steps forward without looking behind him, and how he said thank you when handed a pencil or water bottle. Every step forward felt like a sunrise after a long winter. When Inko came for her weekly visit, she no longer cried. She smiled fully, filling her cheeks and reaching her eyes. She talked about small things again, what she had cooked, how the weather was changing, the flowers outside the station, and laughed once when Izuku mimicked present mix hand gestures. She no longer carried her grief like armor, she looked like a mother again. Izuku leaned into her slowly and carefully during those visits, and it felt like watching someone relearn what love felt like. It was not perfect, but it was healing. On the last day before the sports festival, Aizawa stood beside Izuku again as the air filled with the sounds of sparring, cheering, and laughter across the field. Izuku sat in the shade of the tent with his legs folded and his arms resting loosely on his knees. He did not curl into himself like he used to, he simply sat present. Bright sunlight reached the edge of his shoes and, for once, he did not shrink back from it. He watched Momo create a net while Hagakure dashed across the field, and something in his eyes flickered with recognition the old spark Aizawa had seen only in files about the boy Midoriya used to be, the deep hunger to understand. Aizawa asked if Izuku remembered what he had told him about tomorrow. Izuku looked up with a small nod and acknowledged that it was the sports festival. Aizawa said that he had originally planned to ask Izuku's mother to keep him away from the arena because he had worried about the crowd, the lights, and the noise, but now he was not so sure. He looked down at the boy in the grass and saw how the light did not bother him that day and how the wind touched his hair without startling him. Aizawa said he thought Izuku would be okay watching. Izuku looked down at his hands resting on his knees as the sunlight touched his knuckles and felt that it just felt calm. The sunlight was warm on their backs. Izuku murmured a quiet thank you that held everything he could not say, gratitude not just for the day, but for the trust, the safety, and the chance. Aizawa nodded and said he would let Inko know so she could seat Izuku somewhere with a good view. Izuku smiled again, smaller but somehow more solid. He felt something sting behind his eyes and blinked it back, telling himself there was no need to cry now and that he would save the tears for a darker day. For the moment he only wanted to watch. Aizawa stood beside him in the quiet, the sun warm on their backs, the laughter of students in their ears, and healing blooming between them in ways neither could fully name. Aizawa expressed hope that Izuku would enjoy the festival. Izuku did not answer, but the way he watched the field wide-eyed and steady was more than enough. A knock sounded at the door in the middle of breakfast. Aizawa did not flinch, he already knew who it was. He rose from his seat and walked to the entrance without a word. As soon as Aizawa turned his back, Izuku quietly slid his cereal bowl toward Eri. He never liked the sugary cereal but had never complained. He pressed a finger to his lips to signal her to stay quiet. Eri's eyes sparkled with mischief. She nodded eagerly and shoved a spoonful into her mouth, cheeks puffing like a chipmunk. Aizawa returned to the kitchen and calmly informed Izuku that his mother had arrived. Izuku's head snapped toward the hallway. He could feel her presence even if he could not yet see her. Eri's grin widened as she looked toward the door, practically vibrating with excitement, and asked if she could go say hello. Aizawa, quietly grateful that Eri did not seem jealous or left out, smiled and stepped aside to let them through. Izuku mumbled that he would go too. Aizawa gently corrected him and ruffled his hair as they moved past together. They reached the entrance just in time to find Eri chatting animatedly with Inko, little hands gesturing as she talked about baby Izuku or some other embarrassing topic. Inko smiled, clearly delighted by Eri's enthusiasm, and her expression softened the moment she saw Izuku. Inko greeted him softly with a voice warm as honey. She did not step forward or reach out. She had promised herself not to push. If Izuku wanted to come to her, she would let him. If he did not, she would wait as long as necessary. Izuku replied with a shy, pink-cheeked greeting and hesitated for a moment before taking a step, then another, and wrapping his arms around her. The quiet hug shook her to the core. Her arms closed around him tightly and her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. It was his first real hug, and the fact that it was for her made her chest ache in the best way. The moment was brief, shorter than she wanted, but when Izuku stepped back, she let go without asking for more. This was already more than enough. Aizawa watched nearby, a rare wide smile tugging at his lips, an open expression he usually kept to himself. Eri, innocent and delighted, observed that Mr. Aizawa looked pretty when he smiled, and Aizawa chuckled as he ruffled her hair and said she was the one with the beautiful smile. Inko said they would be going now, voice shaky as she dabbed at her nose, and Izuku already took her hand. Aizawa watched them step out into the street together and closed the door gently behind them. There was still plenty to do. Aizawa needed to get ready too. The sun climbed higher, glowing through the crisp spring air. Inko had prepared for the day. She unfurled a wide, dark umbrella she had brought just for Izuku, casting a gentle shadow over his head like a pocket of safety. She did not say how long she had planned for this day or how many lists she had made. None of that mattered as much as the fact that her son smiled when he saw the umbrella. Outside, the crowd around the stadium thickened, buzzing with excitement. Colorful flags fluttered above vendor stalls. Voices rose in laughter and chatter. The smell of fried snacks and sweet syrup rode every breeze. Izuku stayed close to Inko, half shielded by the umbrella. The soft shadow it cast made the brightness of the day easier to bear. Inko glanced at her watch and, with a warm smile, noted that they still had time and asked if he wanted to look around a little before it started. Izuku nodded once. The plaza was chaotic and overwhelming, but there was something intriguing about it. A bubble of noise swelled around them as they moved through the crowd. He flinched at the sound of a child screaming near a cotton candy machine, but Inko gently rested a hand on his shoulder and the panic passed before it could grow. As they walked, Inko pointed out different booths and kept her voice low, warm, and steady to guide him and give him something to focus on. Izuku listened and nodded. Ahead, Izuku paused and pointed toward a small line in front of a stand where a simple white backdrop had been set up beside a camera on a tripod. He hesitated, then nodded that he wanted to take a picture, and they stepped into the line together. Inko could not stop glancing at him. He stood taller now, not quite relaxed but willing and curious. As they waited, she spoke to him in a soft murmur, keeping his attention steady. A woman and a boy in a homemade ingenium costume walked together through the festival. She bent down and traced the map with him again, asking which foods looked interesting and which booths they should try afterward. He answered quietly, not much but enough. When it was their turn for the photo, Inko crouched so her eyes met his and warned him that there would be a flash and it might be a little bright. Izuku nodded that he understood. They stepped onto the mat while the photographer asked them to smile big. Inko wrapped an arm around her son's shoulders slowly and carefully. His hand found the edge of her sleeve and clung to it. The flash came. He flinched but did not retreat. His smile was small, crooked, nervous, and the photographer caught it. When the picture printed a few seconds later, Inko stared at it as if it were the most important thing she had ever held and whispered that she loved it. Izuku blinked down at the photo and felt that he liked it too. They wandered a little longer, the umbrella tilting and swaying as Inko kept him in the cool shade. The vendors were calling out their offers more loudly, and a few costumed mascots danced through the plaza handing out stickers. Izuku did not approach them, but he did not recoil either. He was busy watching. He watched a hero in pink armor pose with a child, someone juggle glowing batons that crackled with light, and a performer shape bubbles with her quirk into floating animals that shimmered in the sun. It was chaotic, noisy, imperfect, and Izuku could not stop staring. Inko told him quietly that he was doing great and that she was really proud of him. He did not answer but smiled again, not directly at her but because of her. Eventually the crowd began to thin as people filtered into the stadium. Inko scanned the open plaza and suggested one last snack. She pointed to a truck parked near the edge of the square with an enormous ice cream cone perched on the roof like a mascot. The window displayed dozens of flavors in neat pastel rows. Izuku tilted his head. He remembered ice cream and how he usually did not like it too sticky, too sweet, too much. But this looked different. It felt quiet and calm, and he did not want to ruin that feeling, so he nodded. Inko asked what flavor he wanted to try, and after studying the menu with many strange names he finally chose coffee. Inko blinked and warned that it might be a little bitter, but he nodded again. He wanted, without saying it, to know what Aizawa's coffee tasted like. Maybe this would help him understand. She ordered one coffee and one vanilla, paid, and they sat on a low bench in the shade nearby. Izuku took a lick and found it still sweet but with a sharpness under the sugar, something deeper and odd. He did not hate it. Inko asked softly if it was good, and he looked at her and then at the cone and told her that it was. Inko smiled so warmly it could have melted the treat in his hand. For a moment, everything felt normal, not perfect or healed, just okay, and that was more than enough. By the time they reached the stadium gates, the plaza had mostly cleared and the noise condensed into a growing roar from inside the arena. Inko held Izuku's hand a little tighter as they passed through security. His umbrella remained open, shading them both as they moved with the slow current of late arrivals. He did not flinch at the crowd anymore, though he stayed close with his fingers curled gently around her sleeve. A festival volunteer approached near the entry stairwell with a clipboard and asked for their name. Inko told the volunteer that their name was Midoriya and that they had a reserved seat under Aizawa's arrangement. The volunteer checked quickly and smiled, informing them that they were on the East Wing balcony, Section D, shaded, slightly elevated, with an excellent view of the track, and that a security team and staff were posted nearby if they needed assistance. Inko nodded in thanks and they followed the directions up the long staircase. At the top, a wide open view greeted them. Golden sunlight poured over the stadium like stage lights, gleaming off polished metal and freshly painted lanes. Their section was tucked under an arch of steel and glass where a wide canopy provided soft shade over a quiet corner of seats. Only a few people sat nearby, some staff, a couple of VIPs, maybe another family or two. Izawa had chosen well. Their seats were near the front row of the shaded section, high enough to see the entire track but not so high that it felt distant. A gentle breeze moved through from the open sides, cool and welcome against the warmth of the day. Izuku stepped forward first, guided by Inko's hand, and stood silently at the edge of the balcony with his eyes widening. Below, the field stretched like a massive canvas, chalk lines and obstacle markers arranged with precision. Some students were already warming up in the waiting zone, distant but recognizable. He spotted a spark of electricity from Denki, a blur of pink for Mina, and a dark form unfurling into wings for Tokoyami and Dark Shadow. He watched with steady attention. Inko let go of his hand slowly to let him take it all in. They took their seats. Inko asked softly if he was comfortable and unfolded a small blanket from her bag, laying it gently across his knees. Izuku nodded, never taking his eyes off the stadium. The umbrella rested closed beside him but still within reach, and the canopy above offered more than enough protection. Inko exhaled quietly and felt a small relief. Her son sat beside her outdoors in a stadium surrounded by strangers and color and motion, and he was okay. She bit her lip, blinked quickly, and asked if he could see Izawa down there. Izuku scanned the field and pointed out the familiar scarf, dark hair, and tired posture of Izawa walking across the track to check on something. Inko told him he had a good eye and that of course Izawa had made sure they had the best spot. Izuku smiled faintly and believed her. The wind shifted again, cool and light. Below, the announcer's voice began to echo across the arena as students started to line up just beyond the gates. Inko reached into her bag and handed Izuku a pair of earplugs just in case. He took them and held them close without using them yet. Together they waited for the sports festival to begin. Present Mix's booming, excited voice then echoed through the speakers, welcoming everyone to the UA Sports Festival. The announcement of the sports festival sent the crowd into a roar. A tidal wave of cheers, whistles, and applause surged through the stands, rumbling beneath their feet like a living thing. Izuku flinched at the noise. He understood why Inko had given him earplugs. Once he put them on, the world muffled at once, the sounds softening into something tolerable, like distant waves. Down on the field, the first-year students of UA began filing into neat lines, the sunlight gleaming off their uniforms. Each step they took across the arena was met with another ripple of applause. Midnight strode to the center of the stadium, her tone playful and commanding as she told the crowd the show was starting and called for the freshman representative. She snapped her whip to punctuate the moment and announced that Bakugo Katsuki was up. The crowd leaned forward in anticipation, all eyes on the boy stepping into the spotlight. Izuku sat very still, watching. The stadium seemed to hold its breath. Midnight handed the mic to Bakugo with a grin, clearly expecting something scandalous, but Bakugo did not glance at her. He stepped up with his posture rigid and gave a sharp, clear declaration that he did not care who stood in front of him and that he would not lose. He then returned the mic, turned, and walked off without another word. The crowd responded with a swell of energy cheers, a few scoffs, and scattered murmurs of approval. For many spectators, it was their first time hearing him speak. For students in general studies and support, it was another example of how intense the hero course kids were. As Bakugo returned to his class, Mina leaned toward Kirishima and asked whether they should be proud or worried that he had kept it short and non-insulting. Kirishima chuckled and admitted that the speech had been kind of clean and deserving of respect. Denki passed by and gave a thumbs up, telling Bakugo his speech had been very professional and almost inspirational. Siro complained in mock pout that he had been waiting for a more abrasive line. Jairu rolled her eyes with a small smile and cautioned them not to push their luck. Bakugo did not respond. He clicked his tongue and took his place near the back of the group, focused like someone who knew what he wanted and was learning how to show it without burning everything in his path. Mina later admitted she liked the short, fiery approach and described it as very much in character. Ida quipped that the phrase might not be a real word, and Mina declared that it was now. Present Mick's voice soon boomed through the stadium again to build the energy. He announced that it was time for the first round, and cheers rose like waves, flags waving and horns blowing across the arena. Midnight returned to the center stage, heels clicking as she thanked the audience for their attention and acknowledged Bakugo and Class 1A. She then signaled that it was time to move on to the competition, and the big screens above flickered alive with a dramatic graphic. Midnight explained that the first round of the UA Sports Festival would be an obstacle course designed to push students mentally, physically, and strategically. Giant gates at the far end of the stadium began to open, revealing the long, winding start of the course, distant forested paths, jagged stone outcrops, and faint hints of mechanical obstacles. She indicated that students would start at Gate A and race across the outside perimeter of the stadium, and that the first 42 to cross the finish line would move on. The announcement caused surprised murmurs among the students. Some clenched fists in determination while others bounced on their toes with excitement. Present Mike reminded everyone that if they wanted to make it past round 1, they would have to run like their hero dreams depended on it, and Midnight teased that they indeed did. The students were told to take their positions. Inko had been squeezing Izuku's hand through most of the build-up, and after Midnight's words and the roaring crowd she was practically clutching it. She apologized quietly and asked if he was okay. Izuku nodded slowly, eyes wide as he stared at the unfolding course on the giant screens. He did not look afraid, just captivated. From their seats, high enough to see the entire field but shaded enough to soften the glare, Izuku had a clear view. He was taking in every detail. The towering metal gates, the lines of trees, the layout and spacing of obstacles, and the students stepping toward the starting point with nerves etched across their faces. Inko followed his gaze, feeling a mixture of worry and awe. She asked whether this might be too much and offered to leave if he wanted, but Izuku remained focused on the starting line where Aizawa stood watching over the students with arms crossed and his scarf fluttering lightly. Izuku murmured the word obstacle, and Inko blinked in surprise. When she asked what he meant, he nodded and explained that the course was smartly designed to test everything: quirks, speed, and strategy, then continued to study the field intently. Izuku was thinking. Down below, Bakugo was already rolling his shoulders, glancing at the field as if it had insulted his pride. The other students looked tense but eager. Inko took a moment to study her son's expression. He was not anxious anymore, just focused and absorbing. The way his fingers tapped gently against his palm and the way his eyes moved not with panic but calculation reminded her of the rare moments he used to whisper about heroes. She smiled quietly, warmth blooming in her chest. Inko gently brushed his sleeve and told him he was amazing. Izuku blinked, looked down and felt flustered, but he did not deny it or pull away. That was enough for now. The screen above the stadium flickered, zooming in on the line of first-year students assembled at the starting point. The announcer's voice rang through the stadium once more, cheerful but sharp-edged, declaring that it was the moment they had all been waiting for. The audience leaned forward in a collective breath. The wind stirred. Inko reached out and touched Izuku's shoulder. He did not move. His eyes were locked on the field. The gates ahead of the students began to rumble. The announcer instructed the contestants to prepare themselves. Bakugo cracked his neck. Todoroki's breath misted in the spring air. Mina bounced in place, fists clenched with excitement. Dark Shadow whispered something low to Tokoyami. The tension thickened, like lightning held in a glass jar, seconds from shattering. Izuku sat completely still, not blinking and holding his breath as he watched. The screen flashed a red light above the gate, then yellow. The stadium's countdown voice called out 3, 2, 1, and the gates